Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we're recording live from the Pink Palace, discussing the 2009 stop-motion dark fantasy film, Coraline. Coraline was directed by Henry Selick with a screenplay by Selick based off the Neil Gaiman book by the same name. Although initially conceived as a live-action film, Selick made the decision to go back to his creative roots with another foray into stop-motion and partnering with Leica Studios. This film reinvents its source material without shying away from the creepiness, bringing the story to life with charmingly quirky character designs, sublime set pieces, and astounding animation. Now, on its 15th anniversary, Coraline still holds a special spooky place in the hearts of many children and adults alike. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Kristen Lofton, Carissa, Ariana Vasquez, Applin Ontiveros, Megan Martinez, Jennifer Lane, Molly Gerhart, Kimberly Bass, Jordan Gaddis, Brittany Seaman, Jason Kyle OKC, Topher Williams, Lisa Misfit, Jean Jacket, Hannah, Murder Stina, Sydney Carr, and Sahara. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Coraline the first time you saw it?
I don't remember the very first time I watched this. I know this came out when I was somewhere else. But this movie, I remember watching it. I can't remember if it was with my oldest daughter or not. But I remember watching it on the DVD, and I was like, what is this? It might have been one of my little sisters. But I just remember watching it, and I was like, this is creepy shit for kids. I was like, this is it's really pretty. A lot of it looks really, really good. But the things that happen and like the story, how it unfolds, a lot of it is really, really well done. And it looks super, super creepy. I will say now watching it older, it is a full-on kids movie. But it is really, really good. I do still enjoy the shit out of this.
So I'm going to be honest. I do not know how this film missed me.
Okay.
Or how I missed this film.
Yeah.
I have not ever watched this film in my entire life. This is a first-time watch of Coraline for the show.
Mm-hmm.
which is astounding to me because it literally has basically everything that I could look for in a film like this.
It's funny. It's almost like people have told you that before. I feel like I've said or heard that before.
I don't remember these conversations.
What was interesting to me is how much your sister enjoys the movie.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing is that we grew up on The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Mhm.
We grew up on James and the Giant Peach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Henry Selick may have not been the household name he deserved to be,
Right.
but his works certainly were.
Definitely.
Okay.
And so knowing that his involvement in this is so hands-on and crucial to the development of what this film is,
Mhm.
it's just staggering that even as an adult, and I've been an adult for as long as this film has been a thing,
Yeah.
I just never sought it out. I never went to look for it or explore it. And I know you love it. I know Jules loves it. I know it's highly requested and recommended for the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad that we're finally getting to cover it. And I finally have that excuse or had that excuse to finally sit down and watch it.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I loved the hell out of it.
I knew you would.
So thank you for pushing me to watch it all these years. Since I've watched it, now you have to watch Twin Peaks since we're,
So what'd you think of
All
the
right.
stop motion? I will.
All right. We'll see. Stop motion always has my heart.
Okay.
I love stop motion so much as an art form, the dedication, the skill, the artistry,
The patience.
the patience. I can't even imagine what it must feel like to be a part of a production like this. The size of the crew, the amount of people who put their hard work into this film, it's so apparent
Yeah.
through everything, through the movements of the characters, through the character design, through the environments, the production design, the cinematography, which I am astounded when it comes to cinematography for stop motion films because of the way of the motion of the camera. It's like every frame is like,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable what you have to do to make a film like this happen.
Yeah.
And there is such a beautiful handmade quality to this film, even like in small moments of motion, different reactions, just the attention to detail. I can't stress that enough, folks.
Mhm.
But I think what really is so incredible about this film for me is just the vibe and the atmosphere of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it is so comfortable and it is such a film to just immerse yourself in. You feel a part of this world. You feel a part of this, I guess, very dark fairy tale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you really buy in and you're so engaged with it.
Mhm.
There was a moment, and I'll get to it later, where I literally actually talked to the screen. But I think it works so well. It's a visual treat.
Yeah.
I think everybody, performance-wise, does incredible work. Aside from, obviously, the work that the crew put into it, the music is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
The lighting and different choices made creatively to differentiate these worlds that we'll explore.
Yeah.
There's really not enough to be said about it. And I feel like as I rewatch it more and more, my appreciation for it will only grow. And so I look forward to seeing this again, and I'm very glad that I saw it this time.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I remember very specifically the first time I saw this. Kristen and her husband Luke were going on a Valentine's date to go see it. I was doing nothing. I was invited along, so I third wheeled on their on their Valentine's date. Astounded, fell in love with it. It was incredible. Kristen and I went to see it, I think 2 more times while it was still in the theater. And I don't really do that. I go to the theater multiple times to see the same movie. It was just very special. Like you said, takes you back to Nightmare Before Christmas, to James and the Giant Peach, which I also really, really loved as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember the last time that we went to see it, we were the only people in the theater. And so we were switching seats. We were being very obnoxious, 19 years old, just having like the most childish, best time. I think that just the association with, because I was 19 years old. It was a very transitional and frankly difficult time in my life. And so to kind of like lose myself in the whimsy and the dark fantasy and the stop motion and the Henry Selick of it all, it was just incredible. And ever since then, this has been a very treasured film for me. I love it. I will accept no criticism. We can talk. You guys can have problems with stuff, but I'm just not going to agree with you. I really, really love it. It is something extremely special to me. It's like the way that I held Nightmare Before Christmas as a child, and still Coraline is like my adult Nightmare Before Christmas.
Okay.
But I did obviously want to go into the production a little bit, because just you look at a film like this and, like you were saying, T, how?
Yeah.
Like, how did y'all even do this? Firstly, we have been planning this release to coincide as close as we could with the re-release back in theaters for the 15-year anniversary. Since then, some disturbing accusations have come out against Neil Gaiman. I've not heard anything more recently about it, but I did want to acknowledge it, and we are not really delving into the book too much. But the story does start with him. So he first conceived the story for his daughter, and he was a huge fan of Henry Selick's and had his agent send Henry Selick the manuscript 18 months before it was even published. So Henry Selick falls in love with it and says that in some ways it reminded him of Stephen King's work in the way that something ordinary is taken, cracked open, and there's something kind of darker underneath. So within a week, he said yes to making the film. The producer, Bill Mechanic, bought the movie rights, and Selick immediately set to work adapting the screenplay. And he said that luckily Gaiman wasn't precious about his story, because Selick ended up adding and changing a lot. He said that if it was just a straight adaptation of the book, it would have been about 45 minutes long. So it was originally planned to be a live action film. And although I believe CG was also briefly considered, the further he got into the story, the more he realized it needed to be told with stop motion.
I had heard on commentary that whenever Selick brought it to Bill Mechanic, I guess he had an output deal with Disney. And so all of any animated projects that he was a part of had to come through there. And since this wasn't going to be a part of Disney, it wasn't allowed to be animated. And so it was like a sham, this idea of, well, we're going to make it live action.
Oh.
Okay.
While you're developing it. At least in an interview in Variety, he said it was like a charade.
So they said, psych.
Yeah, basically.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how good this would work as live action.
It would be very different. I know Henry Selick made Monkey Bone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which was a mix of live action and animation.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, who knows? But I do know that the CG thing as well, there was an idea of it being a mix of both. And then the whole time they're trying to work behind the scenes just to get it to be stop motion, which is like really funny to consider.
And I love them for it.
Oh, yeah.
But Selick was very inspired by the artist Tadahiro Uesugi. And that artist was heavily influenced by American illustrated print ads from the 50s and 60s with the style and the color palette. And if you look at his work, you see the influence. But Selick said that his work was elegant and pure and simple. And so he brought Uesugi on board as the concept artist. He worked on it at home in Japan for over a year before coming to the States to meet with Henry Selick in person. So he and the illustrator Michel Breton developed a vision and continued to collaborate long distance when Uesugi went back to Japan. By now, Selick's screenplay has been approved and pre-production starts in 2005. So the very first thing they did was storyboarding the entire film. I got the Blu-ray, like with the special features and stuff, and there's an hour and 35-minute storyboard version of the film.
Good
They were
Lord.
so meticulous because they said so that the animators had something to very closely follow. Everything was storyboarded. This is when Selick makes the decision to partner with Leica Studios, as he had known some of the animators there for over 20 years. It would be the first stop-motion animated picture to be shot in stereoscopic 3D, too.
That doesn't mean this was originally 3D.
It was shot in 3D.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The director of photography, Pete Kozacek, He also shot The Corpse Bride digitally, but it was not shot in 3D. But he explained on the special features that it's one camera taking 2 shots, one serving as your left eye and one serving as your right eye. So they tried to put 2 cameras side by side, but the gap, they couldn't get them close enough to like simulate eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So they put it on what they called a stereo slider. So the camera takes a shot, shifts slightly, takes another shot. Like it's boom, boom.
Okay.
And they put the shots together. And Selick was adamant that he did not want it to be gimmicky at all. Like gimmicky 3D, which we have talked a little bit about before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like in a 3D way.
But this accomplished something more precise than that.
I did read an interview with Kozacek in Animation World Network, and he had discussed the size and scope of his team to accomplish all of this photography. He said that there were 30 people broken into 8 or 9 units of cameramen, electricians, and assistants, and they would have anywhere up to 40 sets at once, all working at the same time.
That makes sense because they said in the production notes, and that's where I got a lot of this information from, and those special features on the Blu-ray. But they said that this was the biggest production ever to be animated as stop motion, that there were 52 stages at Leica being utilized, occupying over 183,000 square feet.
Woo!
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Again, the most stages ever used for a stop motion film. There were over 130 hand painted sets crafted from scratch. And when you're shooting one location, multiple pieces, you have to replicate it numerous times to be able to film it simultaneously. So they're hand painting it, handcrafting it again and again and again.
I read that they had a hand sculpted statue of Belial shaking the bed as inspiration.
As soon as you open your mouth,
I swear, I knew it was.
there's about to be some bullshit.
Yeah, just pure bullshit in his look.
The look on your face.
Thankfully,
like, damn,
it was.
Just gotta move like that.
That's what they were playing on the TVs constantly when they were working.
It was cut from the film.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
But it was, of course, as a stop motion production, a painstaking process. They said that on a good week, you could expect, 7 seconds of animation per animator.
This is the dedication.
Yes.
Seconds.
Yeah.
Seconds. That's with 24 frames per second with movement in every single frame. Each animator, like I said, works on their own component. So that's not 7 seconds of film. That's 7 seconds of what this animator created.
Yeah.
In the production notes, they said that in a week with 300 people on the 52 sets, they could expect 74 seconds of film.
Kudos to all these people.
Yes.
Literally.
God damn.
But they made it work. 2 years of pre-production and 18 months of shooting later, it was finished, and we are going to talk about it today.
So that's the end of your production?
That's the end.
Okay.
I never know how to end it. Now, before we keep an eye on this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's open the door. Before we get started, I just want to say I believe this is the longest script we've ever come up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots of trivia. There's lots to talk about. As much as I would love to dissect every single frame and get into theories and kind of spiral out with that, it's just not possible. You guys will not get this episode on time. I did want to recommend on TikTok the creator Belle DeVelle. I don't know her, but I've been consuming her Coraline content for a while. And she does a lot of the deep dive and like speculatory stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to shout her out because I love this movie and she makes some really interesting content around it.
Very cool.
The film begins with the production vanity plates meticulously stitched with white thread onto a textured red fabric. We get the title, Coraline, similarly stitched in white, but a round black button falls into place to supply the O. A choir begins to sing as the stitched credits appear, and a humming fills the gaps in the chorus.
So we have to talk about this score.
Yeah.
It is one of my favorite aspects of the entire film, just how playful and whimsical it can be at some points, and then how absolutely terrifying it can be at others. It is such an incredible score. It was composed by Bruno Coulet, who is a French composer. The way that Henry Selick found him is very interesting.
Okay.
He had said on commentary that he had attempted to use as temp music at least a few hundred compositions from different composers. And it was when he came across Coulet's compositions for the film Microcosmos that he felt that it was just perfect. Just his sensibilities. And in fact, it was that film that Coulet got the attention of the international film community because he won the César, which is like the French Oscar.
Wow.
And so he was brought in and they discussed it, and it was through different, honestly, storyboards, like you had said, different storyboards and different levels of production through the process that Coulet was able to compose all of these songs for the film.
Okay.
But he had said that it was a matter of trying to evoke lightness, darkness, and the mystery of childhood.
All right.
Yeah.
And he said sometimes you'll notice there's like a lot of descending strings to where it feels unstable, which it should, and we will get there a few times, actually.
Yeah.
But this was actually his first American film, and the amount of orchestration, he also orchestrated it too, which was mentioned in this Focus Features article is not exactly common when it comes to composers in film. Sometimes the composition will be handled by the composer, of course,
Right.
and then the orchestration will be handled by someone else, but he did both.
Wow.
all right.
And so he did have an orchestra. I believe they recorded in Paris and Budapest, and then there was a children's choir, which we hear in this opening,
Yeah.
out of Nice, France.
Okay.
All right.
And from various sources, I have heard that the words that are spoken in these sections and these songs are complete gibberish.
I've read that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I've read it a few times, and it's interesting to do because it feels orchestrated so much that it does feel like a language.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of strikes a vibe of, I mean, it sets a tone and maybe this like familiarity, but what it really is out of reach because it doesn't, you know, I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that is interesting.
Yeah.
It is funny that you said that because he said at least at the start of the film with these compositions, he had wanted it to feel as if the music is behind the wall, is what he said. He said almost like ghosts haunting the movie.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And then it escalates as the plot escalates,
All right.
which I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of the last things that he said was that he was very inspired by the lights and the colors of the film in his compositions. But one thing that was very interesting to me is that he said that realism and composing for realism is incredibly difficult to him. And so Coraline was the perfect project.
Well,
All right.
yeah. I think it comes through.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we're in a workshop as a doll wearing a pink dress and faded braided pigtails flies in through the window. Her lips and cheeks sport a pink flush, and her eyes are made of shiny black buttons. Spindly metallic hands grab onto it and carry it gently to a workstation. A case opens to reveal macabre metal tools, and the doll is promptly flipped over. Scissors cut through her dress and her back, and she is flipped back and her pigtails are pulled away. The thread making up her braids on her scalp pulls off in one fluid motion, leaving her bald. The threads keeping her button eyes in place are snipped, and the buttons are plucked away. Her mouth is slit open, the filling immediately popping out through the opening. The naked and featureless doll is held upside down by the thin, spindly fist, and the filling is yanked out of its yawning mouth. Pieces of cotton fall to the floor helplessly, ignored, as the cloth shell that once resembled a doll is methodically flipped inside out. Sawdust pours from a tube and collects in the doll's mouth, filling its body out with its substance. Once filled again, it is placed back on the workstation, and the skilled metal hands expertly thread a needle. The doll's mouth is carefully sewed closed. A drawer is opened to reveal a plentiful collection of buttons, different sizes and shapes, arranged neatly in pairs. A large black pair is selected, and the needle pokes out at us as the eyes are sewn on. Blue hair is methodically applied, strand by strand, and yellow fabric is cut and skillfully sewed into a coat. A sturdy seam is added with the help of a sewing machine, and out the window this new repurposed doll goes. She now has blue hair, a yellow raincoat, striped stockings, and freckles, but she resembles the first one only with her black button eyes. As she floats up into the star-studded sky, the window closes.
So, as if there weren't enough reasons to rewatch this film, there is, as you've been discussing, a staggering amount of clues and details that don't even register on your first viewing.
Right.
Not at all.
This is just the first time I'm watching this. I'm like, oh, this is a very fascinating opening, a very incredible example of this stop motion artistry.
Yeah.
And the atmosphere and vibe that we will get to experience.
Yeah, I didn't remember it opening this way. So when the doll came through the window, I was like, "Oh, okay, well, what's going on here?" Then you do see as the process goes on that these claw hands are sewing needles.
Yeah.
And it makes even more questions of what's going on here.
Yeah. Oddly, the first time that didn't even register to me. I'm like, yeah, sure. Well, I guess because I don't know what kind of world we're even dealing with.
Right.
It
And I'm
could
like,
be a
people
machine.
have,
Yeah.
everybody has needles for fingers in Coraline's world. Or
We don't know.
It could very easily be a machine.
Yeah.
And so you're just watching the process and it just seems very impressive.
Yeah.
But when you watch it and it's recontextualized,
Yeah.
it's like, oh,
Yeah.
wow. But we traveled down from a stark and cold sky, listening to a man count rhythmically in Russian. We see this man, Mr. Sergei Alexander Bobinsky, played by Ian McShane, standing at the very top of a pink boarding house.
So Mr. Bobinsky, Ian McShane,
Mm-hmm.
this man, I was like, the voice, you just hear him counting, but I was like, okay. So I went to look and I was like, I knew who he was. I knew I recognized it. And I know he's a big deal on Deadwood.
That's right.
But I remember him from Case 39 in 2009.
Okay.
He also did Snow White and the Huntsman in 2012, Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides in 2011, and John Wick in 2014. He was fucking Blackbeard in Pirates of the
God.
Caribbean.
Seeing him,
Yeah.
that's actually perfect.
He's just one of those actors that it feels like has been in everything.
Yeah.
Yes. His filmography, holy shit.
I know he did American Gods too.
Yeah.
Henry Selick had said that he was a bottomless well with what he could do with his voice. And Ian McShane said that he found it very freeing that he didn't have to physically, he wasn't being seen physically performing. He just had his voice. And so he just went in there and had fun. And I think it really, Bobinsky's performance is fantastic.
Yeah.
He goes all in.
Yeah.
Yes. But smoke curls up from the chimney as Mr. Bobinsky stretches and counts his squats, balancing his round middle on extremely thin arms and legs. We pan out further to see the huge house clearly, as well as the sign in front of it, proclaiming it to be the Pink Palace Apartments.
There used to be a building in San Angelo
Yeah.
that appeared so similar to this.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine both of you having seen this film back when that was a pink house.
Yeah.
What must have gone through your mind at the time?
That it was the Pink Palace.
Very good.
I think it was a vet.
I think
Yeah,
so.
it was.
Yeah, they completely changed it now,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, then that was a nice house, too.
It was.
Yeah. But a car pulls up in front, honking as it skirts past a huge Ramft Brothers moving truck backing up to the house. So the Ramft Brothers moving company, it's a nod to the Ramft brothers, Jerome and Joe Ramft. They are behind, they were sculptors, animators for so many films. I'm just going to rattle off a few. Toy Stories 1 and 2. And I think one of them went on to do at least one more of them. Cars 2, The Lion King, A Bug's Life, Beauty and the Beast, Oliver and Company, James and the Giant Peach,
Very good.
Monsters Inc., I know Finding Dory. I believe Finding Nemo as well.
Damn.
I mean, prolific.
So basically everything Pixar ever did.
Yeah. But Mr. Bobinski watches this before turning and jumping off the back of the roof. And he was saying off mic that you felt that it was very bold for them to open with Mr. Bobinski because you didn't know that.
No,
Well,
you see, and you telling me that this film, you're like, it's darker than you would imagine for like a kid's film, and I'm like, oh, so that's our first demon, I believe that we've met.
And the way he hops off.
Yeah.
And then we kind of don't visit him for a while.
that is
No.
true. Yeah.
So I didn't know who or what he was, and so and nobody looks like him.
No.
That must be strange. You've never seen this, and
No.
you're like, what?
What the fuck is that?
'Cause of course, in other animated, sometimes people are blue, sometimes they're purple, whatever, and it's just fine. But here again, we're just like, oh, is that the universe we're in, or but then again, he disappears, and it's like, oh.
Oh, that's the
Yeah,
ghoul that haunts this week.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, so that's going to be who this Coraline is up against.
He's the final boss.
Yeah.
But the movers open the back of the truck. It's back graffitied with the sentiment, "Stop Mo rules," and they unload the belongings.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I know. They bring them up the house's steps while a woman glides to the top of the basement apartment steps on a chairlift. She waves at the movers coquettishly as she watches them. Their job finished, hands thrust out from inside the house to sign paperwork for the mover, played by Jerome Ramft. When the person inside tries to shut the door, he sticks his foot in, preventing them. He holds his hand out, expecting a tip. A tip is placed into his hand, and he finally allows the door to close. But when he sees that he's only been tipped $1 single bill, he sighs in defeat. And the face on this dollar bill is Henry Selick's face, which is really funny.
Yeah.
What a bold way to ask for a tip, huh?
He wouldn't let them close the door.
Yeah. It's like, damn.
And then he has the nerve to be disappointed.
Yeah.
He's like, I did everything right. As the truck pulls away, a black cat watches from the twisted blades of grass. But when the back door to the Pink Palace creaks open, he turns in that direction. On the porch stands Coraline Jones, played by Dakota Fanning.
So Dakota Fanning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we all know who she is.
Yeah.
But real quick, she did Taken in 2002, and then something that I remembered again because I had to watch the movie a lot. The Cat in the Hat in 2003, Man on Fire, great movie in 2004, and War of the Worlds in 2005.
That's right.
That's right.
I remember the first thing I ever saw her in, she was little. It was an episode of CSI. And she was tiny, like she was little and was killing it. She was crying and stuff. I was like, damn.
I'm actually, and I took a break from watching Ripley on Netflix, which Jules recommended to me. It's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
But she's in that as well. She plays
Oh,
Marge.
nice.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
I did hear on commentary, very interestingly, Selick had said that he started with casting Dakota Fanning first.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said that he built the cast of voice actors around her voice like you would build an orchestra around one instrument.
Wow.
And so he created this ensemble cast based on how they would sound with Dakota Fanning's voice.
Huh.
I love that.
Yeah.
I read in the production notes, I think, that she had originally signed on to play a live action Coraline.
Oh.
And when they shifted, she hadn't done voice work before, but she accepted the offer to stay on because she just loved the story so much. She said that Coraline reminded her of Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz and Alice from Alice in Wonderland. And I can see both of those.
Yeah.
Mhm. You can see those echoed in the story a bit too.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Another thing that Selick had mentioned on commentary, and it kind of shows how long it took for this film to go through production. He had met Dakota Fanning and cast her when she was 9 years old.
Damn.
And she started recording her first lines when she was 12. And so he was talking about there were like some kinds of challenges because she's growing up as they're doing this.
Yeah.
And I think whenever he recorded the commentary, she was 14. And so you could probably maybe even hear a bit of voice change through the film as it continues.
Yeah.
Well, it's John Paul mentioned that we were rewatching it this morning, and he was like, sometimes she sounds older, like a teenager, and sometimes she sounds like a little kid.
Yeah.
And so that's so funny. I didn't even catch that.
It was just small things. There were small lines, and it's like, you sound a little older when you deliver, or not. Obviously she's not much older, but there is a certain time when you're coming into your teenage years.
Well, at that age,
yeah, at that
yeah.
age. And you kind of can tell in certain lines.
That's so funny. But once we see Coraline's blue hair, freckles, and yellow raincoat, that chorus begins again. With a crossbody bag slung over her, Coraline descends the stairs and makes a beeline for a bush next to the gate. Now, I just want to pause really quick and talk about puppets.
I love it.
Yeah, okay. So, firstly, and we're going to talk a lot about clothes as we go throughout, because the outfits are very important to the plot, and the way that some of them were made is like the attention to detail is wild. But for this raincoat, they said it was one big piece and they animated it like a bell. They put wires in the bottom hem, in the sleeves, and in the hood so that they could bounce it in between frames.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Okay.
But to talk about these puppets, Georgina Haynes was brought on as character fabrication supervisor. She would later step into the same role for Paranorman.
Oh, wow.
But previously, she was the armature lead for Corpse Bride, and she did mechanics design on Mars Attacks.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so this was a really perfect person to bring on. But she explained that these are puppets. They are not dolls. They are not marionettes. They have armature like a metal skeleton inside, and they're made with silicone, foam, latex, and resin. And they had to be able to withstand a lot. I mean, it's constant movement and manipulation. But she said with stop motion, you can go two routes with faces. Typically, you can have a mechanical face where there's a metal armature inside to be manipulated like the rest of the body.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can do a replacement face where they take the face off and replace them frame by frame. So the changes in the faces when you have a replacement face are so subtle that if you're looking at the faces side by side, sometimes it can't even be perceived by the naked eye. But when it's filmed, it adds to the subtlety and the fluidity of motions. And in this film specifically, they used a replacement piece for the top half of the face and a replacement piece for the bottom half of the face. So it allowed even more combinations of facial expressions. Like if you watch any video or pictures from production, they have a line underneath their eyes because it's two different pieces that they would just snap in with magnets. There are two puppets that do have a mechanical face, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. But The Nightmare Before Christmas also did replacement faces, but they did the whole head. And Jack Skellington had the potential for 150 expressions. Coraline has the potential for 207,336 expressions.
Woo.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
It's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. And the thing is that you do notice that as you're watching, you just can't even imagine or believe how expressive these characters are.
Yeah.
And when you hear that, you're like, oh, well, they had the ability. They also took the time.
Yes.
And it shows.
I read in the production notes that at one point, Coraline has 16 expressions in 35 seconds. Yeah. And again, this was the first feature-length film to use replacement faces made with the 3D printer. This is the first one.
That's incredible.
It is.
I'm spending a lot of time trying to figure out whether or not I even have 16 expressions total.
Period.
Just period as a human being. So that's amazing.
And to understand the scale of all of this, Coraline, they made 28 different puppets for her. But the Coraline puppets are 9 3/4 inches tall.
That's unbelievable.
Jeez.
And so kind of like you were saying with building the cast around Dakota Fanning's voice, the rest of these puppets were built around Coraline's size.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, some of them tower over her, some, you know, so it's just really interesting when you think of the scale that they were working with. But Coraline pulls free a branch and strips it of its leaves. Using it as a makeshift dowsing rod, Coraline closes her eyes and lets it guide her out of the gate. Once she's gone, the cat peeks out from the bush and prances behind her. Coraline holds the rod out in front of her, prancing through the stone courtyard. She walks along a trail carved into a high hill overlooking the Pink Palace. The cat watches from the rocks above her, and when he accidentally knocks a rock down, he dashes away. When Coraline looks up, he's gone, but still she calls out, "Hello?" She asks, "Who's there?" Annoyed at the lack of response, she snatches the rock up and throws it back where it came from. When it bounces off of something, she hears the unmistakable yowling of a pissed off cat. Coraline gasps, suddenly terrified. She sprints along the path as the cat pops back out and watches her go. But Coraline continues to run as the sky grows darker. She stumbles upon a clearing where a small circle is marked by sprouted mushrooms. Just as she steps into the circle and stops to catch her breath, the cat rustles the grass around him as he runs, his blue eyes shining bright.
The animation of this cat in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is so adorable and so, of course, have to say, new favorite character just dropped.
Of course.
I'm just so impressed by the movement again, because you don't even, any stop motion film that I've seen, I don't very often see animals animated to this level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was very impressed too with just how kind of everything looks, because she does just take off.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, so you're just going to explore now. You just got here, but fuck it, let's,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Let's go check it out. And everything looks really good.
It
like
does.
following her, and then the cat throwing the rock, the circle of mushrooms, we still don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Like it all looks really good.
I think that seeing all of this, you really understand how much of a driving force Henry Selick was behind The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just the opening of this film, you're like, oh, that was your hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
To what you were saying about the cat, one of the animators, Phil Dale, had said on those special features that animating something with 4 legs is completely different than animating like a person walking. And so they studied the movement of cats so much and tried to really emulate it to the point where the movement of the cat's tail indicates his moods.
Oh, that's
just
amazing.
like a real cat.
Okay.
But Coraline gasps, afraid, and when the cat jumps on a rock in plain sight and yowls at her, she screams. She chastises the cat for scaring her to death, calling it a mangy thing, but the cat just narrows its eyes at her. Still holding onto her dowsing rod, she pulls off her bag and tosses it to the ground. She tells the cat that she was only looking for an old well. She asks him, "Know it?" The cat closes its eyes and offers a nod. And when she notes that he's not talking, the wind picks up and she closes her eyes and consults her dowser again.
Very interesting criticism.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But she implores her magic dowser to show her the well as she slowly spins around. But our POV is suddenly someone riding a bike up on the rocks above Coraline. The biker lets loose a loud air horn, drawing her attention. Thunder booms and lightning strikes just as the biker rears up. We see him, skeletal gloves on his hands and a skull mask, adorned with 3 lenses at its center, glowing green. The biker rides down the path right toward Coraline as she screams, demanding that he get away from her. She swings the rod at him and they both lose control, the biker jumping off his bike onto the rock and Coraline falling down hard into the mud.
I was really impressed by like the dynamic camera angles in this section where we're getting a POV shot from this skeletal biker like with his hands on the handlebar. It's like, this is just incredible.
They went above and beyond.
Yeah.
It's Sam Fisher, man.
The biker stands tall on the rock, lightning flashing around him dramatically as he pulls a lever on the side of his helmet. This rotates the lenses on his mask, and we see Coraline become amplified as it switches over. Now in the possession of her dowsing rod, he flips up his helmet, revealing himself to be just a kid. Wyborn Lovat, played by Robert Bailey Jr., holds the dowsing rod in front of him and guesses that Coraline is either from Texas or Utah, someplace dried out and barren.
When I heard his name, I was worried of potential jokes made at the expense of his existence. I'll just say.
Well, we'll see.
And YB, Robert Bailey Jr., I remember him from Mission to Mars in 2000.
Really?
Yeah. Then he was also in The Happening in 2008.
Huh?
He was.
And he did Dragonfly in 22.
Very good.
Dragonfly, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I did want to point out that his bike was handmade out of metal.
Really?
Yeah. And they said that his puppet was very difficult because of his posture. When he's standing up, cranes his neck to the side a lot, kind of like a nervous gesture thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that it was difficult. They had to make sure to show his neck at the angle that it was bent, because if not, it looked like his head was just sitting on his shoulders. And that his helmet wouldn't close without removing his ears and face. It was just,
wow.
And YB is not in the source material at all. Henry Selick invented him for the film. And one of the animators, Brad Schiff, said that since he was an addition, and you never know how people who love the book are going to react to any deviation from the story, he said that they just really wanted to make sure they made YB worthy and interesting to look at, in case anybody was like, why is he here?
Yeah.
All right.
But he serves as a medium for Coraline to share her internal thoughts with, because I guess in the book, we're in her point of view. So we know what she's thinking. In a film, you don't. But YB muses that he's heard about water witching before, but it doesn't make sense to him. It's just an ordinary branch. But Coraline angrily corrects him. It's a dowsing rod. She smacks him, catching the rod when it goes flying. She does strike him quite a bit.
That is, and again, another bold introduction to our protagonist.
She yells at him that she doesn't like being stalked, whether it's by psycho nerds or their cats. The cat jumps up on the rock with YB as he explains that this isn't really his cat. He's just kind of feral and wild. He says that he does feed him every night, though, and sometimes the cat comes to his window and brings him little dead things. Yeah. Coraline's annoyance mounting, she corrects YB that she's from Pontiac. When he doesn't understand, she elaborates. Michigan? She says that if she's a water witch, then where's the secret well? She stomps her foot as she asks, and YB warns her that if she does that too hard, she might fall into it. Coraline has stepped back into that circle, and once she realizes his meaning, she backs away, surprised. YB scoops away some of the mud and knocks, registering a hollow thumping to illustrate his point. He muses that the well is supposed to be so deep that if you fell in and looked up, you'd see a sky full of stars in the middle of the day. He lodges a large branch beneath the lid of the well and pries it up. Coraline offers an interested, I do wonder, though, she was running with that dowsing rod and she did find the well.
She did.
Yeah.
She just didn't know she did. But indicating the pink palace in the distance, YB confesses that he's surprised that his grandma would rent to them. She's the owner and she doesn't allow kids to live here. Challenging this, Coraline asks why, but YB just answers sheepishly that he's not supposed to talk about it.
As we're going through this, I'm realizing more and more things, and that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he just said.
Well, because it just sounds like a rule.
It does.
Somebody that's strict about their property.
Exactly.
But yeah.
The implication.
Right.
Yes. He holds out a hand for her to shake, introducing himself as YB Lovat. And when Coraline questions his name, he says that it's short for Wyborn. But of course, that wasn't his idea. Coraline shakes his hand and grimaces at the dirt his glove left behind. She wipes it on the front of her raincoat, and YB asks what name she got saddled with. She maintains that she wasn't saddled with anything. Her name's Coraline. YB asks her, Caroline what? But crossing her arms, she angrily corrects him. It's Coraline. Coraline Jones. YB scampers away to the cat and allows that while Coraline isn't exactly scientific, an ordinary name like that can lead people to have ordinary expectations about you. He pets the cat as Coraline grumbles.
I couldn't tell if he was saying that as like a consolation to say that you can defy people's expectations.
Yeah.
Or if he's just saying, I expect to be bored by you.
Yeah.
You know?
I took it as the first one. But the voice of YB's grandmother, played by Carolyn Crawford, floats over to them, calling out for Yborn. Coraline teases, I think I heard someone calling you Yborn. YB stops petting the cat and lies that he didn't hear anything. But Coraline asserts that she definitely did. Why were you born?
And there it is.
Jeez.
That is so mean.
Yeah.
We just met.
Yeah.
Well, you get my name wrong twice. I'm starting getting a little...
And he doubled down.
Yeah.
He doubled down. A bell rings and the voice calls out even clearer for him. YB mutters with some concern. Grandma. He chuckles nervously as he gathers up his helmet and bike, telling Coraline that it was great to meet a Michigan water witch. Coraline slaps the dowsing rod against her palm menacingly as YB climbs onto his bike. Before he pulls his helmet down and prepares to ride away, he cautions that he would wear gloves next time. Coraline asks why, her voice tinged with aggravation, and YB tells her, that dowsing rod of hers, it's poison oak. It's like you waited until right now.
Yeah. Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Coraline's face registers the news and she drops the dowsing rod like it shocked her. Without another word, YB lowers his mask and rides away.
Moments like this in films and TV make me realize just how unprepared I am for any kind of survivalist kind of situation.
Oh, no.
Hey, guys, I found these berries or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
The poison berries?
yeah, dude, T died last night. You know, like, I'm just not ready.
With the belly full of it.
Yeah, he was full. He was full, though.
It's all that matters, right?
But Coraline desperately wipes her palms against her raincoat as the cat watches. She blows a raspberry at YB's retreating back before glancing back down at the cat. He shakes his head at her before prancing down to the pink palace. Finally alone, Coraline directs her attention to the well with its wooden cover. She peeks inside a hole in the wood, and we watch her large eye blink into the darkness below. She drops a tiny pebble inside and lowers her ear to listen for the splash, and after a while, it comes. But with it, the rain lets loose, beginning to fall steadily on Coraline. Her sideways face turns right side up as we match cut to Coraline standing in the window of the kitchen. She scratches at the angry red rash on her palm. She sets up seed packets for peppers, bleeding hearts, pumpkins, and squash up against the window, which is a little interesting.
Okay.
She tells her mom that she almost fell down a well yesterday. And behind her, her mom, Mel Jones, played by Terry Hatcher, types away on a laptop and offers a bland, uh-huh.
Terry Hatcher. We all know Lois Lane.
Right.
Yeah.
And
She was on Desperate Housewives. I wasn't going to forget
thank
it.
you.
But I remember as a kid, I remember seeing her in Tomorrow Never Dies.
Oh.
Yeah, in James Bond. That was in 97. She did Since You've Been Gone in 98. And then I was going to mention Desperate Housewives.
Okay.
He was working up
Yeah.
to
All
it.
right. All right.
I remember her from an episode of Seinfeld
Yeah.
when I was a kid. And I do want to say in this film, she tackles a lot.
Yes.
She is real and she is spectacular.
Yeah.
I was going to mention that because she had never done voice work before.
Really?
This was her first time. And for reasons like you were saying, T, that we can't get into yet, it is a task. Like, and her performance is incredible. But she said that Henry Selick was very patient with her and that he had a specific vision, but he gave her the freedom to try new things. And I watched her recording some of the lines and she would just deliver it in a more playful way, in a flatter way. And he's like, oh, that was interesting. Let's do that one. Like, it was very collaborative. and something that they discovered that I can't talk about yet in her performance. But Dakota Fanning had said that Desperate Housewives was her favorite show. So she was very disappointed that they were not able to record their lines together.
Aw.
But like we talked about in Child's Play 2, they did record all of the dialogue first, and then they matched the puppets' performances with it. And they said a lot of times they were inspired by the way that the actors moved and delivered their lines and their like expressions in what they did with the puppets.
Okay.
It is always staggering to me with animated projects when you learn how separate line recordings are.
Yeah.
Because you watch it and it happens in video games a lot as well, but it is so cohesive you never would think, oh, they were not in the same room.
Yeah.
Never. I was a little shocked to even read that, honestly. But Coraline asserts that she would have died, and clearly not listening, her mother tells her, "That's nice." Coraline steps away from the window overlooking the continued rain outside and asks her mom if she can go out. It's the perfect weather for gardening. Bathed in the unnatural blue light of her laptop, Mel tells her no. Rain makes mud, and mud makes a mess.
They talked about little lights like this. It was an article in the American Society of Cinematographers magazine. And they were saying, like, just little things like this. It literally is just a tiny little LED light that is cast against her face from this laptop. And you're like, just the attention to detail.
Yeah.
The lights outside of this window to cast into the build. Like, it just, it's incredible work.
It really is. It's and so meticulous.
Yeah.
But Mel types away, the title on her screen boasting the words "Garden Life." Coraline protests that she wants stuff to be growing when her friends come to visit. Isn't that why they moved here? And Mel agrees, something like that. But looking very tired, she indicates the neck brace she sports and reminds Coraline, "But then we had the accident." Coraline spits back that it's not her fault that her mom hit that truck, and Mel counters that she never said it was. Scratching at her palm again, Coraline quips that she can't believe that her parents get paid to write about plants, but her mother hates dirt. Mel sighs her daughter's name. She tells her that she doesn't have time for her right now, and Coraline's got unpacking to do. Lots of unpacking. Coraline sarcastically replies that that sounds fun, but suddenly, Mel remembers that a kid left something on the porch for Coraline. She hands over the newspaper-wrapped gift, and Coraline reads the note inside in Wybe's voice as she peels back a layer of the paper. "Hey, Jonesy, look what I found in Grandma's trunk. Look familiar? Wybe." Coraline groans in annoyance, but she peels the paper back the rest of the way to reveal a doll identical to herself, the one that we saw being made at the beginning. Looking at the dingy face of the doll, Coraline questions, "A little me?" before deciding that that's weird. Mel asks the kid's name as Coraline just drops the newspaper onto the floor. Coraline tells her that it's Wybe, adding that she's way too old for dolls, and she finally leaves the kitchen.
So firstly, just a matter of him deciding to say Jonesy instead of, he's like, I can't remember, but she got very mad. Whatever I did was not good. So
But that's her last name.
Jonesy it is.
Jonesy's safe.
But this doll,
Yeah.
this is the most frightening thing that could ever even imagine.
It's down to the outfit.
And I just got here.
Yeah, I think that would be a little concerning even as a child. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, that's cool. Why does it look like me?
Why does it look exactly?
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm wearing this.
Literally.
Yeah.
I did read that the newspaper that the doll is wrapped in has pictures of the art director Bo Henry's dogs and horse. The door to her father's office creaks as she pushes it open. Inside, her father, Charlie Jones, played by John Hodgman, types away at his own computer, surrounded by towers of boxes that need to be unpacked.
Very surprised that her father's played by John Hodgman, of all people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just know him from The Daily Show. He was a correspondent on there back when I watched it all the time in my youth.
Henry Selick said in my youth, Henry Selick said that he heard John Hodgman on The Daily Show promoting his book.
Really?
And he heard his voice and he was like, "That's Charlie Jones."
Oh.
Okay.
He also said on commentary that he let John Hodgman improvise a lot.
You can feel that.
All right. I thought he sounded pretty familiar. So I went and looked, and it looks like he does a lot of voiceover work.
Oh.
He's done some voice work on Adventure Time.
Oh.
He did some episodes of the Venture Brothers.
Really?
Yeah, and then he's also a character on Apple TV's Frog and Toad.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I loved Frog and
I
Toad.
love Frog and Toad. I didn't even know it was a show.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I remember we talked about it on Drag Me to Hell, but I think that he's the counterpart to Justin Long in those Mac ads.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
right.
That's hilarious. But holding on to the tiny replica of herself, Coraline asks how the writing is going. Charlie is hunched over his computer, quickly typing green text onto his dim computer screen. When he doesn't respond, Coraline bids for his attention again. Charlie sees her in the reflection of his screen and greets her with the "Hello, Coraline" and "Coraline doll." After looking them over with his purple-lidded, tired eyes, he turns toward his computer and begins typing again. His daughter asks him where the gardening tools are, and when he points out that it's pouring outside, Coraline counters that it's just raining. Charlie asks her what the boss said, and Coraline gives a spirited and dramatic impersonation of her mother. "Don't even think about going outside, Coraline Jones," which she didn't say. But,
No.
but okay.
First and last.
Yeah.
She shakes her doll for good measure, and Charlie points out that she doesn't need the tools then. Coraline starts to leave, but when the door creaks, she starts playing with it, pulling it back and forth and causing it to squeak again and again. Distracted and at his wit's end, Charlie offers that this house is over 150 years old. She could explore it. He hands her a tiny notepad, telling her to count all the doors and windows or list everything she sees that's blue. Just let him work. Charlie turns back and begins typing again, and her dreams of gardening today finally dashed. Coraline sighs and unbuttons her raincoat, annoyed.
One thing I really love about the character design is you can see how she is the child of these two people.
Yeah.
And as you said, I guess it would be the creators creating the parents based on Coraline's look.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But she tosses the coat on the ground in the hallway as she sets off on her quest, the notepad and pen in her hands and the doll tucked under her arm. When she trips over a lump in the runner on the floor, she steps it flat, only for the lump to appear on the other side. Coraline stomps it out, only for it to pop back up on the opposite sides of her feet. When she steps in the middle and the two lumps appear on either side of her, she gives up.
These little sight gags are hilarious.
Yeah.
They remind me a little bit of Jack Skellington doing his experiments.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
as like she goes through the house, there are a few more where it's just like things going wrong.
It's like, damn.
Yeah.
She swipes a circle in the condensation of a huge window so that her doll can peer through before making an identical one for herself. After looking out into the rain, she jots down on her pad, 12 leaky windows. A drop of rain from the ceiling dampens her words.
Weren't you too old for dolls? Now you're making a circle so the doll can see outside?
She's adapted.
Yeah.
She heads into her parents' bedroom where the family of three smiles from behind a glass frame on the nightstand. The doll watches, lying in the hallway, as Coraline leaves her behind as she walks into their bathroom. She's horrified when she pulls the shower curtain to the side and exposes bugs crawling up the wall. Crying out, she jumps into the tub and starts to smash the scurrying bugs with her hands. She looks down at the filth smeared across them in disgust. Turning on the faucet to clean her hands off, she holds them beneath the spigot. And for a moment, nothing happens. But then dingy water begins to pour down on her from the shower head. She groans and shuts the water off before shaking off the water.
The thing with the bugs was bold.
Yeah.
She said, not in my house.
No.
You're going to get infected.
Yeah. Wasted no time.
Yeah.
Coraline bounds back downstairs with her notepad and doll where the lumpy runner still lays defiant. She hops from the stairs onto the lump, and when it finally flattens completely, the door behind the stairs squeaks open on its own. Of course, Coraline goes in. She finds the water heater with the sign of warning, hot, look out. She jots down one rusty old water heater. On her way out, she hits the light switch, but all the lights immediately begin to crackle and flicker. In his office, Charlie begins to panic as his computer freaks out, the text moving crazily before the computer crashes. He screams, "No!" And Coraline realizes her mistake. She rushes back to the closet where she sees a tiny note reading, "Don't push," has fallen down. As her father continues to scream, Coraline sticks the note back to the wall properly and presses the offending button again before leaving and slamming the door behind her. She walks away innocently. As gentle music continues to play, she sets her sights on the living room. She spots a box containing her mother's snow globe collection. Setting down her doll, Coraline plucks out a snow globe from the Detroit Zoo, lovingly wrapped in tissue paper like the rest of its brethren. She shakes it gently, and the snow dances around inside, swirling around the Detroit Zoo fountain at its center. One by one, she takes the globes from the box and displays them in a neat row on the mantle, but the painting above it finally catches her eye. Depicted is a blonde boy in a sailor outfit with huge blue eyes. He looks with sorrowful lamentation at an ice cream scoop melting on the grass by his feet. In his hand, he clutches a cone, dripping and empty. Looking up at him, Coraline boredly muses, "One boring blue boy and a painfully boring painting." She jots this down on her notepad before backing up and surveying the room.
Did that painting remind you of that story of that painting in those houses? I learned this story from Carl Pilkington.
Yes.
Okay.
But of the houses that burned down, and then when they went to the rubble of the houses, all of them happened to have this painting of a crying little boy
Yeah.
Oh.
in them. Not to say that he started the fires or anything.
But we don't know that he
We
didn't.
don't know that
Yeah.
he didn't. But this kind of put me in the mind of that, and then I was like, are we foreshadowing some kind of, and then that's just insisting upon the fact that Henry Selick must have also known about these
Yeah.
paintings, but I don't know. It was just a theory.
No, that's interesting, though.
Yeah.
Coraline counts and notes 4 incredibly boring windows and no more doors. But in the foreground, we see that her doll that had been propped up against the snow globe box is gone. When Coraline reaches out for it and her hand only touches the surface of the table, she is surprised. She calls out to it, calling it Little Me and asking where it's hiding. She turns and finds it inexplicably smiling back at her from its position on the floor, peeking out from behind a huge box. Confused, Coraline crosses the room over to it and knocks the box out of the way. Behind the wallpaper is the distinct outline of a tiny door. Coraline runs a hand along it and calls out to her mom, asking where the door goes to. Still sitting at the kitchen table and typing away at her laptop, Mel snaps back that she's really, really busy. Coraline runs a blue painted nail along the keyhole behind the wallpaper, and she comments that she thinks it's locked. Mel continues to type, ignoring her, but when Coraline whines a long and drawn out, "Please," she is finally pulled from her work with a groan. She pushes away from the table and stomps into the living room where Coraline sits next to the hidden mystery door. Mel casts a glance at it before looking back at her daughter. She bargains that if she does this for her, will Coraline stop pestering her? Coraline whimpers up at her and Mel concedes. She heads back to the kitchen and pulls open a drawer full of keys. She knocks the keys around and suddenly a black one appears, the head of it in the shape of a black button.
That's alarming.
Yeah.
I will say I do love the design of this key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also was wondering, it is a little strange, isn't it, that Mel knows that this is the key to use
Yeah.
in a drawer full of keys?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It does. It did beg to be picked up, though.
It did.
Yeah.
Just
It
by
did.
looking at
It's
it.
a beautiful key.
Intrigued, Mel picks it up and heads back to the door. She uses the key to pierce the wallpaper, carving out the door's shape. Coraline leans forward, spellbound and intrigued, and from the floor, the inanimate doll somehow seems just as captivated. Mel thrusts the key into the papered keyhole, unlocking the door and pulling it open. Coraline's smile drops as the mystery door is revealed to lead to a red brick wall.
Oh, wow.
Coraline is immediately disappointed, but Mel explains that they must have closed it off when they divided up the house. She starts to leave, but Coraline still isn't buying it. When she questions why the door is so small, Mel turns to her and tells her to zip it, reminding her daughter that they had a deal. Coraline calls after her that she didn't lock the door back, and Mel just groans as she throws the key back into the drawer. Alone, Coraline takes a long look at the bricks before closing the door back.
I know Mel is busy.
Mm-hmm.
I am very upset by her reactions to just about everything in these sequences. Am I alone? Or
No, on one hand, I get it. I get being extremely busy, and we kind of later learn the burden that is on these parents' back.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah, she's not entertaining it at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I understand both Coraline and Mel. She's working.
Yeah.
You guys just moved in here. There was an accident. And you're trying to do stuff, and then Coraline's like, "Hey, check this out. Hey, look." and usually it's just your kid like standing on the armrest of the chair or something.
And you're like, wow.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Right. but yeah, it's like, come on. She's just bored. You are here. Coraline needs something to do. You told her what to go do. Our dad
did.
Yeah.
She
and
didn't.
she finished her task.
Yeah.
She needs a new one.
And she's an only child.
Yeah.
Like, there's no it's her and that little doll. I just can't, and I get being busy and the typing and being like, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I relate to it. I just have never been like, get out of here.
Pestering.
If I do this,
it
will
was
you
that.
shut up?
Yeah.
I just can't. That is a bit too far.
And Coraline's father is at least trying to entertain in his own way.
Yeah.
So it's like, do something.
Yeah, Mel is not. She doesn't have time for the bullshit at all. But that night, as it continues to rain outside, the Jones family is gathered at the kitchen table for dinner. As Charlie serves up a casserole of slop, he sings a song about his daughter. Oh, my twitchy witchy girl, I think you are so nice. I give you bowls of porridge and I give you bowls of ice. Cream. He flops the slimy vegetables onto Coraline's plate and she grimaces, pushing it away from her. With her mini-me doll propped up in her chair behind her, Coraline asks Mel why she never cooks. But Mel reminds her that they've been through this before. Her father cooks, her mother cleans, and she stays out of the way. I was like, oh no.
Jeez.
This dynamic is troubling.
Oh
Yeah.
no. When Coraline sighs and lowers her head to the table, Mel promises sincerely that she'll go food shopping as soon as they finish the catalog. She pushes her plate back to Coraline, telling her to try the chard. Coraline catches some on her fork and holds it up, commenting that it looks more like slime to her. But gently calling her a fuss pot, Charlie tells her that it's slime or bedtime. What's it gonna be? Slyly, Coraline asks the doll if she thinks they're trying to poison her before making the doll nod its head. Grabbing the doll up, Coraline sighs and falls backwards in her chair. And we match cut to her falling backwards in her bed, still holding the doll. She absently scratches at her hand before looking dismally at the lingering rash. She takes a framed photo off of a praying mantis-shaped holder on her nightstand.
Interesting.
Two friends look back at her, showcasing the junior high sign that they've converted to read, Coraline, goodbye, with makeshift lettering. Coraline asks them earnestly not to forget about her before setting them back down and turning the light off.
That's vandalism, firstly. But it's a very sweet message.
It is.
I did expect to see more of this friendship.
With these kids?
Yeah.
Coraline lays down next to her stuffed bear and has the doll perched on the chair next to her bed. She gives it a gentle, good night, little me, before cuddling up with the bear and closing her eyes. I did want to talk a second about Coraline's pajamas that she's wearing. These little, they're kind of orange and have polka dots on them. Georgina Haynes said that she had 9 costumes and that Coraline is the first stop motion character to have an entire wardrobe. They used foam understructure underneath most of the costumes so that they would bend and crease like normal clothes. And some of them were so small that they had to be put together and made with surgical tools.
Oh, wow.
They were all handmade. The lead costume design fabricator, Deborah Cook, said that all of the clothing was hand sewn and hand knitted, and that these pajamas, the fabric of it was hand dyed, and it was screen printed with the outlines of everything needed to make the pair, like where to cut it out. So that in all of the pairs of pajamas that were made, all of the dots landed in the exact same spot on every single pair. And she said that they probably made 45 pair of these pajamas.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's wild. Man.
Yes.
The one thing I will say is that everything that everyone wears, the fabric, the textures of it are noticeable and visible.
Yeah.
So it's just, I can't get over it.
I have a couple very interesting things to share about a couple garments later on as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But the patterns from her nightlight dance over her face, and we see that secret door in the living room open up. A ribbon adorned with mice flows out from the brick and flourishes out, displaying each of the mice. In her bed, Coraline is woken up by a loud squeaking. So these ribbon mice were supposed to be the beginning of a dream sequence that ended up getting cut. Henry Selick said that they just needed to move the story along where Coraline is headed right now. She needed to get there, and they didn't need to spend any extra time. But the ribbon mice was animated by animator Amy Adamy. She did it completely by herself. It took her over 2 months. And Henry Selick loved it so much that he still kept that in here, and he puts it at the end of the credits.
Oh, wow.
If you sit and watch all the way to the end, you see it, and it's unbelievable.
I did, when I was working on it, I did wait. I was trying to do my stuff for after, and trying to, just listening to the music, because we've said how good it is, and just kind of going. So when I did see that, I was like, oh, secret scene or something. And then you do see that, and it looks really cool.
Yeah, it unbounds, and then it kind of comes back onto itself and goes back away. It's incredible.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It wasn't setting up the Coraline cinematic universe?
It's like, oh shit, the next movie is about the mice. But Coraline peers underneath her bed upside down, her blue hair hanging in a curtain over her head. The lead hair and fur fabricator, Suzanne Moulton, said that there's a lot of different hairs used in this film. They used horse, goat, and even human. But Coraline's wig is synthetic. There are blue wires and electrical wires laid in with the synthetic hair with glue so that the hair can also be animated. You see a lot when things happen, her hair is blown back. I mean, they move each strand to blow the hair back. And there was a special wig made specifically for this shot when she's upside down.
The hair throughout is incredible.
Yeah.
Selick had said on commentary that Moulton actually invented a technique to make it to where the hair would be animated like this in close-ups and through different shots.
Oh, wow.
It's incredible. On the special features, you show her laying each hair individually and kind of laying it down with the glue, and then putting another one and laying it down with the glue, and then just, adding in those wires that make it bendable and able to be animated. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But beneath her bed, Coraline finds the source of the squeaking. A little mouse hops along and squeezes itself under her bedroom door. Not bothering to grab the doll, Coraline pulls her blanket over her shoulders and steps out into the hall. She looks for a moment before she sees the mouse stopped and waiting for her, squeaking unintelligibly before leading her downstairs. With a smile, Coraline races after it and follows it directly into the living room. The mouse forces itself into the small sliver of the mystery door, and Coraline follows, pulling it open. But her face is transformed by wonder when she peers inside. The red brick is all gone, and unfurling before her very eyes is a long and soft tunnel. The mouse bounces along its length and hops into a door at the very end. Coraline marvels at this, her face cast in blue and the wind from the tunnel blowing back her hair.
The color of this tunnel is gorgeous.
Yes.
I feel like there are so many, and as well, the reality of where she just came from in this house, you don't realize how drab it is until you start seeing stuff like this.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, we're entering something completely different, possibly magical.
Yeah.
And it is just going to be a completely different experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, for me, I was like, you're dreaming.
Yeah.
Because everything else, like you said, it looks and feels different.
Yeah.
So right here, I was like, is this a dream, or are we, like, again, like you said, are we going somewhere else?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She pulls off her blanket and leaves it behind as she crawls into the tunnel. Its softness yields to her weight, and blue and purple lights dance along its walls. But Coraline is confused when she crawls out of the door on the other side to be in the living room again. Everything is the same. The empty box, the snow globe set up on the mantle. But from his painting overlooking the room this time, the boring blue boy's tongue lolls excitedly out of his mouth as he leans in to eat his triple scooped ice cream cone. There's a faint humming coming from behind Coraline as she looks up at this with confusion, but she's quickly distracted when a scent hits her nose. She comments that something smells good before going to follow the smell. We follow her POV as she walks from the living room to the cracked kitchen door. With her back to Coraline, her mother hums as she, not Charlie, prepares dinner. Coraline asks her mother what she's doing here in the middle of the night, but when her mom turns around, cradling a mixing bowl and sporting a smile, it's not the Mel that we know. Her mussed hair is shaped into a neat bob. Her slightly crooked nose is straightened. The bags under her eyes are gone, as is her neck brace, replaced with a turtleneck sweater. And in place of her eyes are two large black buttons. The woman tells Coraline that she's just in time for supper. Coraline stares in shock as the woman beams a smile at her. She slowly walks into the kitchen, accusing the woman of not being her mother. She points to her own eyes as proof, commenting that her mother doesn't have, but she can only stammer the B of the next word. The woman finishes it for her. Buttons? With a laugh, she taps one and asks if Coraline likes them. She introduces herself as Coraline's other mother. The other mother, played by Terry Hatcher, leans down to check the food in the oven as she hands off the task to Coraline to go get her other father for supper. Coraline just stands, gaping at her, but as the other mother slides her hand into a chicken oven mitt, she encourages her again to go. He's in his study. Dazedly, Coraline does, keeping an eye on the other mother before walking down the hall. She pushes the door to the study open, just like she did before, but this time, her father isn't sitting at his desk. The other father sits at a piano with his back to her. Framed paintings line the walls, and a record player, cello, and many, many records replace all of the unpacked boxes in her father's office. The other father plucks at the keys until Coraline asks him, "Hello?" The other father, played by John Hodgman, turns and returns her greeting with the "Hello, Coraline." Her father's greasy and slicked back hair is quite different than the other father's clean and styled haircut. His features are bright and alert, belying her actual father's obvious exhaustion. And like her other mother, the eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses have been replaced with shiny black buttons.
The sight of these buttons are striking.
Mm-hmm.
And I would feel to make some kind of connection with the key that we had used to gain entry to this place. But I think just the shock of seeing your parents.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe that is what I would kind of just assume is I must be dreaming.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
There's just no...
And they're not sounding weird, but they seem a little cooler. They're a little nicer.
A little?
They're way cooler.
Yeah. Well, her parents are going through some stuff.
JP was trying to be nice.
Yeah.
He's also wearing like a silk robe. Like his pajamas are also really cool, and he has monkey slippers on, and the monkey slippers are a reference to Monkey Bone.
Oh, that's great.
But when I was talking about two characters having mechanical faces that can be manipulated like the body, the other father is one of them.
Oh, okay.
And it becomes a little apparent why later on.
Yeah.
But Henry Selick said that his direction for John Hodgman to approach the other father was to be more like Dean Martin.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. But the other father asks if Coraline would like to hear his new song. Coraline protests that her father can't play the piano, but the other father counters that he doesn't need to. 2 white gloved hands pop out of the piano on long metal arms, and they thrust toward Coraline with open palms. The other father explains, "This piano plays me."
There are just moments like this where you're watching it and you're like, oh, it's whimsical, but then you're also like, this is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
The metal arms retract and slide the gloves onto the other father's hands before spinning him around toward the piano keys. The piano spins as the gloved hands conjure up a lively melody. And the piano stool was hand cranked from below, and it kind of added to like kind of the blur because they're going wild.
Yeah.
The other father sings in a voice provided by John Linnell. I'm going to try my best to recite these lyrics without singing them, but the lyrics are very important.
Mm-hmm.
Making up a song about Coraline. She's a peach. She's a doll. She's a pal of mine. She's as cute as a button in the eyes of everyone who ever laid their eyes on Coraline. He spins and plays, eyeing Coraline every time the piano makes another rotation. Finally, he pulls his hands free from the gloves and he spins independently as the piano plays itself. He continues his song. When she comes around exploring, Mom and I will never, ever make it boring. Our eyes will be on Coraline. He slips back into the gloves and the song comes to an abrupt halt when Coraline interrupts with an apology, telling him that she said to tell him dinner was ready. The other father accepts the interruption and the news. He says, "Who's starving? Raise your hand." He playfully raises one gloved hand, but the metal arms yank both of his hands up, eliciting a chuckle from him. This finally prompts Coraline to giggle, but she quickly replaces her smile with the contemplative expression.
This was all really cool.
Uh-huh.
They are cooler. The button eyes do give me a bit of a confusion.
Pause.
There's some pause there. But I feel, again, the piano coming to life and him saying that. And then, this was all really cool and the song was great, but I've never seen my piano do that before.
Not even self-playing piano.
No. And I love how dynamic it is, the twisting, the turning.
Yeah.
Everything feels so much more, and they are more fun, as we've said.
Yeah.
But everything about this place feels more fun.
Yes.
Like, even the movement of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to talk about this song, though. I had read an article in the playlist that apparently the band They Might Be Giants was hired to do the entire score for this film.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what happened was whenever they were working on it and they had a lot of preliminary stuff, a lot of stuff that was completed, it just didn't really vibe with what the creative team had in mind. And since they were the boss of them now, they told them that this
life is unfair.
Yeah, life is unfair. So we're just not going to use it.
Yeah.
So this is actually the only remnant of the work that They Might Be Giants did for the film.
Okay.
Is this song. And from the tone and the feel of it, you can feel what direction they were going towards.
Yeah.
And the creative team wanting something a little creepier and a little darker at times. This doesn't really vibe with that, but it fits this moment so perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Because I feel like it does go to what, like, it is fun, but it's almost too fun.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
it's
perfectly put.
It's like a dessert that's too sweet.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, well, okay, you know? And even her, she's like,
Yeah.
Even her face is like, what the fuck?
Like obsessed with me, dude.
But again, she asked her mother, why don't you ever cook? This mother is cooking. Her dad made up that little song about her at the dinner table, but this was a fucking production, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's taking these facets of her real parents and kind of doing something different with them. The other mother places a roast chicken on the dining room table among lit candles and their holders and 2 trays of sides, peas, mashed potatoes, corn, rolls. Coraline sits at the head of the table, flanked on either side by her other parents. She watches as they bow their heads in prayer, and the other father jokes, "We give our thanks and ask to bless our mother's golden chicken breast." The other mother swipes the joke away with a grin as the other father, as one does, laughs at his own joke. I did want to point out, we talked about Coraline's capabilities of over 200,000 expressions. The other mother had a possible 17,633 face combinations.
Oh, wow.
And when your eyes are buttons, that is an impressive amount of possibilities.
Yeah.
The other mother rings a bell as the other father begins to fill his plate. The other mother's plate remains empty. Coraline reaches for the chicken and snags a drumstick. After taking a bite, she comments on how good it is, and the other mother asks, "Hungry, aren't you?" Coraline piles mashed potatoes onto her plate, and when she asks if they've got any gravy, as if on cue, a gravy train chugs out of the centerpiece on the table and moves along the track, spouting smoke into the air. The other mother giggles, "Choo-choo!" And we travel along the tracks with the train until it stops at Coraline's plate, extends a gravy boat, and pours its contents onto her potatoes.
Everything's a little too perfect.
Yeah.
It is funny to me, too, that Coraline's being served this meal. Not only that she's eating it, but that she's like, "Y'all got any gravy?"
Yeah.
It's not potatoes, we don't have gravy.
Wow, she's
So
hungry.
funny.
I know we had talked a bit about the dynamic camera and how everything kind of shifts entering this, I guess, other world.
Mm-hmm.
In that article that I had read with Kozacek, he had talked about wanting to create kind of this difference between the two places, almost comparing it to Kansas and Oz.
Oh, well.
All right.
And where you feel, and you don't even realize until you get here, how flat, how drab this apartment is.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get here and everything opens up wider.
Yeah.
And it is a matter of using similar but different sets with different depth, shooting in that 3D that allows for more of the depth in these other worlds to make this room feel bigger and brighter. And it does change your perception of everything.
Yeah.
This kitchen is not the kitchen that we saw.
No.
Yeah.
And
Nothing-
the colors, too.
Exactly. And there was also expanding on the color palette. And very interestingly, with a lot of the lighting, they did what you would do with film. They used coloring gels on different lights to cast these. It's just like regular live action filmmaking in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But it was shots like that where we're going under the tunnel into the thing as if we are this gravy train.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you, again, we're talking these sets of stop motion animation. Even getting there and even imagining doing that is just a fantastic and incredible thing.
Yeah.
But another thing that he had talked about as far as using the 3D,
Mm-hmm.
he had said it was almost imperative, like you had said, not to be gimmicky at all. And he said when you're thinking about shooting a film and you have your like story arc, you have your lighting arc, you have your color script, he said we wanted a stereo arc as far as visually speaking, so that whenever we do show this world, it is so different from the other world.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even in ways that are not as readily apparent, maybe even a bit subliminal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you do feel that because even just the depth of the wall,
Yeah.
stuff like that changes the way you perceive everything.
Mm-hmm.
But Coraline takes a bite of the doused potatoes, and the other mother spins the lazy Susan, offering up any more sides. Coraline, her mouth still full, comments that she's real thirsty. A contraption with drink containers descends from the ceiling, and the other mother is happy to oblige. She asks if Coraline has any requests. The contraption settles down in front of Coraline with bulbs of liquid, orange, green, pink. Coraline ventures to ask for a mango milkshake and loosens the spout of the orange container to fill her glass. She gulps it down greedily, holding the glass with both hands. I was like, she reached for the stars with that one.
She is taking to this very well.
Wow.
And I don't know why it was something about the specificity of a mango milkshake.
Mm-hmm.
It was either, I'm like, this is either clearly a dream or this has something perhaps to do with the devil.
Yeah. Well,
It's one or the other.
you're getting what you asked for.
Exactly.
Exactly what you ask for. As she drinks, the lights dim, and the other mother whisks away her plate and replaces it with a cake covered in pink frosting. Before Coraline's eyes, flowers made of white icing sprout, lining the cake, each with a lit pink candle at its center. The words "Welcome Home" are written in flourishing red cursive, capped off with an exclamation point. I do want to comment, what is the study of handwriting? Graphology?
I think so.
A lot of people have pointed out that in graphology, if that is what
Right.
what your name is, a double looped O is a sign of deception. And in welcome, there is not one, but in home, there is one.
Huh.
So one is true.
right.
Interesting.
Yeah. But raising a suspicious eyebrow, Coraline asks, home? The other father joins his wife and stands behind her chair. They hold hands as the other mother explains that they've been waiting for Coraline. Coraline asks, for me? And the other father continues that it wasn't the same here without her. Coraline says that she didn't know she had an other mother, but the other mother corrects her. Of course she does. Everyone does. With a smile, she tells Coraline that as soon as she's done eating, she thought they could play a little game. Her button eyes flash at the prospect, her tone calm and cheery and her face smiling, but her fingers, their nails painted red, drum incessantly on the tablecloth. Coraline eyes these before asking her, you mean like hide and seek?
She's like, get that filthy pig off this! Sorry.
My bad.
Hide and seek, you said.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I read online and I could not confirm this, so I wasn't going to bring it up. But I did read online that the inspiration for the look of Charlie was Ted Raimi.
I can see that.
You can absolutely see it, but I couldn't find it confirmed. But it did really make me laugh. But the other mother proclaims that hide and seek is perfect. Hide and seek in the rain. Indicating the window next to her, Coraline asks, what rain? But no sooner do the words leave her mouth before thunder booms and lightning streaks across the dark sky, its jagged light almost taking the shape of a menacing claw.
Interesting.
The clouds open and it begins to pour. Coraline asks, what about the mud? But the other father proclaims that they love mud here. The other mother gets up and walks over to Coraline, expounding on the point. Mud facials, mud baths, mud pies. She pulls Coraline's hand toward her and offers that it's great for poison oak. Coraline yanks her hand back and asks how she knows that but she gathers herself together and stands up from her chair. She says that she would love to play, but she needs to get back to her other mother. The other mother counters with a smile that she is her other mother, but Coraline corrects herself. Her other mother. Mom number one. I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
damn. She went there. She tries to walk away, but the other father has sidled up and she walks right into him. Coraline tells her other mother that she thinks she needs to get to bed. Wrapping an arm around her, the other mother tells her, of course. She says that her bed is all made up. Coraline tries to protest, but her other parents interrupt and hurry her along. They lead her to her bedroom, which is leveled up from her room back home in every way. The walls are painted purple and white lace curtains frame the windows. Her bed is a plush canopy and a vanity sits along the wall. Coraline marvels at this with her mouth open as brown dragonflies, mirroring the one clipped in her hair and the ones decorating her bed back home, fly through the air, each echoing, hello, hello, hello. And Terry Hatcher's daughter, Emerson Tenney, is the voice of the dragonflies.
Really?
That was really cute. But a stuffed octopus on the shelf, a pink eye sewn into its center, wiggles, asking, what's shaking, baby? Coraline offers a timid hello, and a skeletal turtle pops out from beneath her bed, snapping its jaws as it prances around her. But the voices of her friends in the photo, played by Henry Selick and Marina Badovsky, float over to her. Yes, Henry Selick's son. They gently tease her, and Coraline runs over and snatches the frame up, calling them her best trolls. She confirms that they're coming to visit her this summer, but one friend tells her, we're already here, Coraline. before getting pelted with a snowball by the other friend. Coraline just smiles at this.
That's one of the most frightening lines I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels very ghostly.
Mm-hmm.
They had mentioned in that article about certain visual cues that they were referencing when it came to The Shining.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that line makes me feel like the caretaker.
Interesting.
Okay.
You know?
Take a shot.
Yeah.
Take a shot of a mango milkshake.
Yeah.
But the other mother has opened a jar of mud. She smears a thick layer across the rash on Coraline's palm. Coraline looks down at it before being overtaken with tiredness. She cuddles up with the photo and leans back on her pillow. Her other parents pull the blankets over her and turn off the light. They loom over her as she sleeps, collectively telling her sweetly, "See you soon." I do want to point out that, talking about it, I'm noticing that the other mother is sitting in the chair where the doll is sitting in the real life.
Oh, in the real
In the real life. In the real world, in real life. But as we pull away from all of them, all of the whimsy disappears, and we are back in Coraline's drab and undecorated room with the gray morning visible through the windows. The brown dragonflies that once greeted her and floated through her room are now nothing more than decorations pinned to the top of her bed in a makeshift canopy. Coraline looks around in the reality of her room before setting her eyes on the doll, still perched in the chair next to her. She snatches it up and looks at it before settling it on her bed and absently scratching at her hand. But she quickly notices that there is nothing to scratch. Her palm is clear, and she announces with surprise that her poison oak is gone.
That's wild.
Yeah?
Firstly, and that's proof.
Yeah?
I thought that too, because again, like I said before, I was like, this has got to be a dream. It's too, everything's too crazy. But then when she woke up and then the rash was gone, I was like, oh, so you did go somewhere. Something did happen.
Yeah.
She immediately rushes to the secret door in the living room, but the soft, colorful tunnel has once again been replaced with the red brick wall. She presses against the bricks, but is distracted by the tea kettle whistling in the kitchen.
I do want to say before we get there, that match cut from the other world, or I guess the other bedroom to her real bedroom.
Yeah.
I read that it was so painstaking because whenever they're shooting in the other world, it's this depth of that 3D.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we come back to this flat, drab bedroom, it involved so many tests, so many movements of matching even just the post of the bed frame to the one in her actual room.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, they said it was painstaking, and the rooms are lit differently.
Yeah.
So it took a lot of work, and just something small like that.
Yeah.
Just that little dissolve.
That's wild. We cut to Coraline at the kitchen table, talking to her mother over a bowl of cereal as Mel pours herself tea from the screaming kettle. She says that it was incredibly real, only Mel wasn't really herself. She was the other mother. Mel tiredly muses, "Buttons for eyes, huh?" She reminds her daughter that she ate all that chicken in a dream, not in real life, and presses for her to at least take a multivitamin. Her father stands by the table, eating his own bowl of cereal, and Coraline tells him that he was there too, which is very Wizard of Oz.
Mm-hmm.
But the dream version of him had wild pajamas and orange monkey slippers. Charlie drops his papers and stoops to pick them up, chuckling at the idea of orange monkey slippers. He lifts his foot wearing a blue flip-flop and counters that his monkey slippers are blue. He whispers, conspiratorially asking Coraline if she can get him some of that magic mud she was talking about. He's got a terrible case of writer's rash on his... He reaches a hand behind him, hovering over his ass. Mel clears her throat dramatically, interrupting him with his hand still poised. He flexes it as Mel stares at it, but she snaps at him. If the real Charlie Jones wants his pages edited, he better wrap them up ASAP. Charlie leaves without another word. Mel proposes that maybe Coraline could go downstairs and visit the actresses. They would love to hear about her dreams. Coraline asks if she's talking about Miss Spink and Forcible and reminds her mother that she said they were dingbats. Mel just offers an before leaving the room.
Why you gotta be like that? I'm trying to tell you my dream, you know what I mean? Worries, whatever.
Yeah.
Go tell the neighbors.
I gotta say, too, her calling them dingbats is pretty interesting.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, again, it is the trope that we talk about all the time of parents just not believing their children. But I didn't expect them to believe her.
No.
It's very fantastical.
A little bit. Slightly.
Probably lost them at the button eyes.
Yeah.
Or exact double.
Yeah. Coraline steps out onto the porch in her yellow raincoat and trips over a stack of packages. She stabs the gardening shears she's holding into the soft wood of the porch and gathers them up. She flips through them, each with something uniquely shaped wrapped inside of it. All of them, though, are addressed to Bobinski. When she notices an unpleasant smell coming from them, she reacts dramatically. She sees a sign set up next to the front porch with an arrow pointing up. It says simply, Bobinski, there. Still holding the packages, Coraline climbs the outside steps to the top apartment. She knocks on the door, announcing that their mail was mixed up. She asks if she should just leave it outside, but when she presses her ear to the door, it swings open. The packages go flying, but she's able to catch them once again in a neat stack in her arms. But with Bobinski's attic apartment now open, Coraline can't help but to look inside. We pan left, showing a sheet strung up as a tent, a chicken hopping around, and a pot on the stove boiling over. Mr. Bobinski, his skin tinged blue, lowers himself behind her, hanging upside down from the roof.
As I had mentioned before, he doesn't look like anybody.
No.
And on commentary, Selick said he was like, I was asked, why is Bobinski blue? And he said, why are the Simpsons yellow? He's like,
okay.
you know?
Yeah, all right.
I was like, okay, I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
I read a darker theory, but we'll get to that in a second.
Oh, okay.
He reaches out a long arm to snatch the door back closed, announcing, secret. He startles her, and in his thick accent, he tells her that the jumping mouse circus isn't ready. Still swinging upside down by his feet, he chomps on a raw beet. Coraline is thrown by the word circus, and she begins to question it, but remembers that she brought the packages for him. Delighted, Bobinski tosses the beet away and grabs the packages, smelling them and hugging them before dropping them onto his porch. He explains that they're new cheese samples. He flips onto the porch, his belly protruding from his small white tank top and his bottom half clothed in boots, a knee bandage, and tiny shorts. They talked about crafting Bobinski's boots, and the only real leather that they could find that was thin enough to work came from vintage antique gloves.
Interesting.
Yeah. He leans toward her accusingly, thick black hair spiraling out of his shoulders and arms, matching his long, wiry, and wild, gravity-defying mustache. Stretching, he tells her that she's very clever and using the mail mistake to sneak up to his house and peek at his mushkas. Coraline doesn't understand what mushkas means, but Bobinski tells her annoyed. The mice! He jumps on the railing, holding himself up as he flexes both legs out in a split. They did say that Bobinski's elbows, the silicone would tear all the time because of them constantly bending it.
Yeah.
But they said they had people on standby to repair the tears because it was very important that there were never any seams and that it was so meticulous they had to work with magnifying glasses.
Oh, wow.
But Coraline offers an apology before introducing herself as Coraline Jones. In return, he announces that he is the amazing Bobinski. He does a pretty amazing flip on the railing and lands on his feet, the metal pinned to his dingy and stained tank top flapping. He offers that she can call him Mr. B because he already knows that he's amazing. Which I love.
Yeah.
So this medal is apparently legitimately it's a real medal that was only given out to people who helped clean up after Chernobyl.
And it's recognizable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's why some people think that he is blue because they were cleaning up nuclear situation.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, if Henry Selick's said it's just
Simpsons.
Yeah.
then it's probably not true. But I think it is an interesting theory because
Yeah.
that is a very specific metal for him to have.
That is true.
But he contorts his body into a B, his bony elbow and knee providing the points as he lolls his head to the side. He jumps again, falling out of Coraline's sight. She gasps, but when she looks over the railing, he isn't there. He flips back onto the porch behind her and, calling her Coraline, explains his predicament. His songs go oompa, oompa, but the mice can only play toodle toot, toodle toot. He concedes that that's nice, but it's not so much amazing. So now he'll switch to a stronger cheese, and he warns her soon to watch out. This guy's a fucking character.
He is.
Yeah.
And it's a common problem. We all
all have that problem.
So we just need cheese to tune the mice.
Stronger
Yes.
cheese.
Stronger.
Yes. He offers her a salute before turning an about face toward the door of his apartment. He turns back to Coraline, though, and offers her a beat. They make you strong. He drops it into Coraline's hands, and she catches it as he kicks the door open. He parts with the Das Vidanya, Coraline. He disappears inside, the door slamming. Gripping the beat, she corrects him. Coraline. She tosses the beat over the railing before returning to the porch and retrieving the shears.
That's a little rude.
Yeah.
That was a treat.
You would eat it? He's eating it like a hand fruit.
It's a beet.
Just go plant it then.
Eat it.
Did she sneeze on it and it got sicker?
All right.
Somebody got it.
Just read your script.
But she walks around the side of the house, repeating Mr. B's oompa, oompa, and toodle toot sounds before the amazing Bobinski himself shouts down at her from upstairs. After yelling in Russian, he implores her to wait before launching himself over the railing. Coraline cowers at the impending man, holding the shears above her head as she crouches down. Bobinski lands directly over her, legs on either side, escaping castration by garden shears by mere centimeters.
Dude, that would right in the taint. That would have.
I was very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's too much.
He squats down next to her and whispers that the mice asked him to give her a message. Coraline asks, "The jumping mice?" But Mr. Bobinski barrels ahead. His eyes wide, he tells her, "Don't go through the little door." Coraline stares at him in shock before asking if he means the one behind the wallpaper. She counters that it's all bricked up. Mr. Bobinski takes this to mean that the message meant nothing, and he offers an apology as he strides away, remarking that sometimes the mice are a little mixed up. He jumps up and grabs the second floor landing before pulling himself over the railing. Coraline stares up at him as he marches along the walkway. To back his confused mice argument, he says that they even got her name wrong. They called her Coraline instead of Caroline. Maybe he's working them too hard.
Can we talk about this, please?
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
It is. And for Coraline, she should be like, now,
Hold on.
how many little doors have you encountered in the last... And the mice are getting your name right. Nobody else is.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about Bobinski's puppet. They said it was incredibly difficult because he was so top heavy, but the mustache, the arms and legs, they were all on ball joints. And his belly and his metal, they manipulated it constantly to give extra movement because he is just bouncing around all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But he is the only character in the film to have removable and stick-on eyebrows because they have a lot of expression in there.
Yeah.
Once Bobinski leaves, Coraline goes to the car where her suitcase, pink with painted flowers on top, is still strapped to the top of the car. She snips the rope with her shears and opens up the suitcase to reveal only a black military hat inside. She proudly puts the hat on her head before venturing to the door to the downstairs apartment. Coraline hops down the stairs and stands in front of the door. As a light fog oozes down behind her, she contemplates knocking on the glass window in the door before deciding to use the knocker. The knocker is in the shape of the Greek comedy and drama masks, which I thought was
you love
really
it.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. She lifts it and knocks 3 times, and while she waits for the door to be answered, she notices that the doormat she's standing on reads, "No whistling in the house," which is like an old theater superstition. Cupping her hands around her face, she peers in through the window, only to be startled when 3 black Scottish Terrier dogs jump up, barking wildly. The door swings open and the dogs rush to her, but their owner stands in the doorway, chastising them. Leaning against her walker in a silken turquoise robe is the woman with the pink hair that we saw when the Joneses moved in. Miss April Spink, played by Jennifer Saunders, sweetly invites Coraline inside, but of course she calls her Caroline. She backs up, granting entry to Coraline and the excited dogs. Miss Spink is the other character with the mechanical face.
Oh, okay.
She has full cheeks, and I would imagine it's so that they could, have the movement when she's talking and walking, but I think she is so cute.
Yeah.
Once inside, Miss Spink tells Coraline that they're playing cards, but taking off her hat, Coraline corrects her on the pronunciation of her name. Miss Spink gives little regard to this and calls out for someone named Miriam to put the kettle on before dropping Coraline a wink and scurrying into the next room. Behind her, there's a poster of a much younger Miss Spink standing with another woman, forever posed with that same wink. The poster announces them as Spink! ! And Forcible! ! Coraline stares at this poster confused as she pulls off her raincoat. She follows Miss Spink into the spacious living room, the archway lined with twinkling lights and chairs set up in pairs on either side. A concerned Miss Miriam Forcible, played by Dawn French, calls out from the kitchen in her lacy and pink kimono-style robe.
So I love this duo.
Yes.
This is really, really funny. They're great. So Forcible, Dawn French. So her and Jennifer Saunders had a show, French and Saunders.
Mm-hmm.
And on IMDb, it says it ran from 1987 to 2017.
Damn!
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit. But I did notice, too, that she had another show that it said that she was really known for in the UK. It says it's a sitcom, The Vicar of Dibley. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. It says it ran from 94 to 2020.
Oh, my God.
Good Lord.
She was also in the Chronicles of Narnia in 05.
She's incredible.
Yes.
Mhm.
And Jennifer Saunders. I know her, and I've never watched the show, but I did recognize her from Absolutely Fabulous.
Mom loves that show.
It was on all the time when we were kids.
Yeah.
The clips and stuff I've seen from it, or what I've seen from it, is very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Also, she was in Shrek 2 and Muppet Treasure Island in 96.
That's
Very
right.
good.
She was
Yeah.
the fairy godmother.
Yes.
I was very pleased to see them together
Yes.
as this, because they are comedy partners and have been for, I think, over 40 years.
That's crazy. But it does show because they play so good off each other.
It is, and it is that back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did read in the production notes that was Gaiman's one request as far as casting was that they be Spink and Forcible.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
And Dawn French, there's like several versions of the Coraline audiobook, but she performs one of them. She is her voice, and we'll hold on. Let me share this because it is very interesting. We talked about Dakota Fanning kind of being bummed out that her and Terry Hatcher were not able to do their lines together. Well, Jennifer Saunders and Dawn French were. And Henry Selick flew to, I think, London to direct them. So they recorded an entire day with Jennifer Saunders as Miss Forcible and Dawn French as Miss Spink. And Henry Selick was like, it was good, but it wasn't great.
Mm-hmm.
So he suddenly got the idea for them to switch roles. So they've been recording all day. And he's like, hey, listen, what if we try it like this? And he said that he would have expected most actors to be pissed off and walk out for wasting their time.
Yeah.
But he said that they took a deep breath and they were like, let's do it. So they did. And immediately the three of them were like, this is how it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And Saunders said that she and French typically fall into a rhythm because they've worked with each other so often, obviously, but that Henry Selick changed the volume of it. I thought that was really cute. And it made me laugh. They were obviously like, she's kidding, but Dawn French said that Jennifer Saunders had already figured out who Miss Forcible was. She goes, so I just did exactly what she did. I copied her and did it in a deeper voice. And the lead painter, Cynthia Starr, had said that Miss Forcible was probably the hardest puppet to paint because Henry Selick wanted her to look very ashen. So they did a flesh tone, then they put highlights, then they put yellow blush to age her, then they put low lights to put bags under her eyes.
Wow.
So it was a lot. And their character design, they are flawless.
Yeah.
But holding eyeglasses up to her face, Miss Forcible comments that she thinks Miss Spink is being followed, but Spink assures her that it's just their new neighbor, Coraline. Coraline offers a polite wave, and as she follows Miss Spink to the couch, she sees the framed posters from their burlesque performances set up around the room. Julius Sees Her, starring Spink and Forcible. King Lear, starring Spink and Forcible.
We love a good pun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miss Spink orders a drink for Coraline, telling Forcible to make her oolong tea. Holding a canister of jasmine tea leaves in her hand, Forcible protests with wide, pale blue eyes and a full face of makeup that Coraline would prefer jasmine. We watch from her point of view as she holds the spectacles up to her eyes, and Spink and Coraline appear sharper and clearer. Spink's own heavily made up face pinches in annoyance as she insists, "No, oolong." Holding up the canister, Forcible proclaims, "Jasmine it is then," prompting an exaggerated sigh from Spink and a shrug from Coraline. When they finally reach the couch, it's inhabited by the three Scotties, and Spink shoos them away. A card game sits unfinished on the coffee table, and it's dealt out for 4 people.
That's interesting.
Huh.
You're like, do with that what you will.
Yeah, I'm just putting that on the table, and I'm going back to work.
Well, in all fairness, there is a lot of repetition of this theme of doubles.
True.
Okay.
Yeah. Coraline takes a seat but looks up at the collection on the high shelves. Dogs, just like the ones in the living room with them now, only taxidermy and dressed as angels preside over them.
It's a frightening amount, I would say.
It's a lot.
There's a lot.
It's a lot. Coraline asks if they were real, and waving her hand over all 9 of the dogs on the wall, Spink admits that they were their angels and they just couldn't bear to part with them, so they had them stuffed. She settles into a chair right under the shelving where the dogs live, and her voice drones, naming all of the departed dogs. I will say 3 of them that we see their nameplates when we're looking up at them are characters from Hamlet.
Interesting.
Forcible comes over with a tray of tea and a bowl of candies. She identifies it as hand-pulled taffy from Brighton and insists that Coraline have one because it's the best in the world. Coraline tries to pluck one from the top, but the entire bowl comes up. She struggles to unstick the candy from her hand, and when it goes flying into the air, it just sticks on a pipe in the ceiling and it doesn't come back down. Spink finishes her rambling about the dogs and pulls over a fish-shaped lamp. She directs the light eerily beneath her face and offers to read them for Coraline. I didn't realize until I rewatched it this morning that is foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
That
Okay.
fish lamp. But when Coraline doesn't understand what she means by reading them, Spink reiterates as she pulls on a purple cap with the wide staring eye at its center. "Your tea leaves." She promises that they'll tell her future. She tells Coraline to drink the tea, instructing her to slow down and leave some when she begins to gulp it down. Coraline hands over a nearly empty cup, and Spink swishes it around to read the remains of the tea leaves at the bottom. She groans before repeating Coraline's name, incorrectly, again and again. She warns that Coraline is in terrible danger. Coraline's face twists in fear, but Forcible isn't trying to hear it. She goes over to Spink and tells her to hand the cup over because her eyes are going. Spink counters that Forcible is blind as a bat, and as if to illustrate this, Forcible snatches the hat off of Spink's head instead of the cup out of her hands. She finally gets her hands on the cup and raises her lenses to her eyes. She tells Coraline that she's got nothing to worry about. It's good news. There's a tall, handsome beast in her future. This just confuses Coraline further, and Spink is adamant that Forcible is holding it wrong. They both peer into the cup together, Spink's still certain that there's danger. Coraline asks what they see, and we peer into the cup with them, held with both of their hands with their polished nails. Spink sees a very peculiar hand, but Forcible twists the cup upside down and insists that she sees a giraffe. And depending on the perspective, they're both right.
I mean,
Yeah. No.
But the hand that Spink sees looks a lot like that lightning that flashed
indeed.
in the other kitchen.
Yeah.
Spink yells that giraffes don't just fall out of the sky, but this is when that candy dish does come crashing down, shattering and spilling the world's best taffy all over the floor.
I was going to ask earlier when she was trying to get the candy out, but then it got stuck on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, is nobody going to help her?
No. They're busy. The dogs yelp, but in the ensuing silence, Coraline asks what she's supposed to do. Spink offers, never wear green in your dressing room, and Forcible adds, nudging Spink off center, acquire a very tall step ladder, which would prove useful in a little bit. Spink pushes her way back and says to be very, very careful, but with one swing of her ample breasts, Forcible knocks Spink down onto the floor. She smiles, fluffing her hair as Spink gets back on her feet. Her hair must. Spink asks if there's something Coraline came to tell them. Reaching for her raincoat and hat, Coraline says no, but thanks for the tea, though. As soon as she stands up, the dogs take their place back on the sofa. Spink and Forcible wish Coraline a toodaloo and a cheery bye, as Coraline finds her way through a thick red curtain back to the front door. By the time she leaves, they're bickering over their card game again. I do want to mention, too, canonically, Spink and Forcible are a couple. Neil Gaiman posted, I think, on his Tumblr, which shows you this was back in the day.
Yeah.
But they are so fucking funny to me. I love their dynamic. I love their relationship. The constant one-upsmanship, the bickering. They are so fucking funny. They're one of my favorite parts of the film.
I absolutely get a couple vibe.
Yeah.
Like they've been together for years.
Yeah.
Outside, that trickle of fog has turned into a full James Wan fog. As Coraline climbs the stairs back up, she ponders the warning. Danger? She steps into the fog and continues to walk, oblivious to Wybe's mask, now equipped with a periscope creeping behind her. When he ducks back into the fog, Coraline catches him in her periphery and she grins. She turns back around and struts in his direction, pretending not to see him when she passes him. He continues to crawl in the fog, the periscope creeping out as he follows behind her, but Coraline turns and grabs it. She yanks him out of hiding, calling him the village stalker as she punches him. I want to talk about this fog for just a second.
Please.
There were 3 senior compositors that called themselves Team Fog. So they had tried to make it with cotton, but it didn't look right. And Selick was adamant that he did not want to use a CG fog. He didn't want something that clearly was not made by hand interacting with these things that clearly were. So the Team Fog, the compositors, recorded dry ice being poured over different objects and shapes, and they shot it element by element, what this fog would look like going over this car, what it would look like going around this tree, and they collaged it together and composited it into the shots.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they used an air can to spray the fog, like when Wybe's creeping along and it's moving around him.
Uh-huh.
So they really just paid attention to what the puppets were doing and worked the fog around it.
It looks seamless.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's wild is you saying that sounds very similar to what they did on The Fog
Well,
in 1980.
if it ain't broke, you know what I mean?
Don't fog it.
Exactly. But Wybe protests that he wasn't stalking her. He says, we were hunting banana slugs. Coraline doesn't understand the use of we, but it's explained when the black cat pops up from the inside of Wybie's jacket and climbs up on his shoulder. Coraline barks out a laugh and decides that cat's not wild. He's a wuss puss. The cat glares at her and bares his fangs, but Wybie just explains that he doesn't like to get his feet wet.
Understandable.
Yeah.
He lowers the mask back down and uses the lens to track a trail of slime left behind by the banana slugs. Coraline asks if he made that doll to look like her, but Wybie is adamant that he found it that way and that it's older than his grandmother, probably as old as the house. Coraline doesn't believe this, pointing out the doll's blue hair and outfit, all of which are identical to her, but Wybie has moved on to other things. He holds up a banana slug with tongs, proclaiming it to be Slugzilla. He holds it up to Coraline, but she pushes it away. She crosses her arms, telling Wybie that he's just like them. Wybie looks to the slug for answers, but the slug doesn't have any. Coraline elaborates that she's talking about her parents. They don't listen to her either. Wybie is like, do you mind? He hands his camera to Coraline and poses with the slug as she takes pictures. He pretends to eat it, pretends to pull it from his nose, and uses forced perspective to pretend that it's a giant slug descending upon him.
Maybe don't put it so close to your face.
Yeah.
He was fearless.
Yeah.
And look, I understand I'd want to document the first time I ever entered Silent Hill 2. But I was surprised that Coraline played along.
Yeah.
She did. She doodly snaps the photos, but when Wybie uses it as a mustache, she can't help but groan and laugh. Wybie flings the slug back into the fog and takes the camera back from Coraline, tucking it into his jacket. Now that it's a wrap on Slugzilla, I did want to share a little story about the creation of Slugzilla. There was a mold maker that worked on this film, and I will tell you his name in a moment. But he would later go on to work in the art department and special effects and molding for Paranorman and Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
But he heard that there was something called Slugzilla in Coraline, and he jumped and asked to be a part of it. He thought that it would be some huge giant slug version of Godzilla. He is obsessed with Godzilla, has been obsessed his entire life. He has legally changed his name to Mattzilla.
Wow.
Really?
His name is Mattzilla Duran. And so he was like, I got to be a part of this. So he got there and found out that it was just a regular ass banana slug. But he still did the molding, and they did it, showed on the special features. I'm doing it and applying this liquid silicone to make it look slimy, and it was really cool. But that really made me laugh that he was like, oh, fuck, look at you. And no.
Well,
You got to put your name in the hat.
You know, yeah. But Wybie wrings his hands together and admits somberly that he's never been inside the Pink Palace. When Coraline can't believe this, he doubles down that his grandma would kill him because she thinks it's dangerous. Coraline looks back at the house and questions, dangerous? The cat has climbed up on the roof and watches them as Wybie gives her some history. His grandmother used to have a twin, and when they were children, her sister disappeared. His grandmother says that she was stolen. When Coraline questions this, the cat looks into Coraline's bedroom window where her doppelganger doll is propped up. Coraline asks what Wybie thinks, and he guesses that maybe the sister just ran away. The cat jumps back down onto his shoulder just as his grandmother's voice travels down to them like the fog. He insists that he has to go, and even when Coraline tries to tell him to wait, he jumps on his bike and speeds away with the cat. Coraline stares after him thoughtfully, and we watch as her face morphs into that of the doll.
Getting a little frustrated at Wybie drip feeding information.
yeah. Yeah.
Because you clearly know, and this cat's clearly in the know. I don't know.
Yeah.
He said, well, gotta go.
Yeah. But that's unreasonable, I think.
Yeah, we have enough time.
Yeah.
You
Just
can
tell me.
Keep talking.
And especially with what Mr. B said.
Oh, with the mice.
Yeah.
We're starting to piece together a lot of really unsettling things.
Yeah.
And the tea leaves.
Yes. Speaking of Wybie's grandmother, I did hear on commentary, Henry Selick said that he was getting a lot of criticism, I guess, from producers, that he was using her as just a device in the film And so they had talked with him about cutting her out of the film entirely, the idea of her completely.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he had it to where her voice was present with calling out to YB so that there was a reason for her to exist as not just a device.
Yeah.
And then there's more later.
Yeah.
But I guess, I mean, if you don't see her at all, you don't hear from her at all, and YB's using her as this story
Right.
Yeah.
for this, her sister, all this stuff, it does kind of feel a little odd not to.
Yeah. Interact with her at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we pan out to see the doll sitting in the chair next to Coraline's bed. Her bedroom door is cracked open, and Coraline breaks up a piece of cheese to leave in the opening. She hops into bed and cuddles up with her bear.
Did she steal that cheese from Mr. B?
I don't know where
Oh,
she got it from.
yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, the fridge is pretty sparse
That's-
at the Joneses right now.
True.
I don't know. Coraline. But the patterns from her nightlight move over her once again, and she opens her eyes just in time to see the 3 mice each snatch up a piece of cheese and hop out into the hallway. She jumps out of bed and follows them excitedly down the stairs and into the living room, nearly tripping as she goes. The mice disappear into the opening of the tiny door, and Coraline slides in front of it. She pulls it open to reveal that the tunnel is back, extending before her very eyes as the mice bounce to the door on the other side. Lights dance around its walls, much like her nightlight, and her face erupts into a bright smile. Coraline climbs inside and crawls along the plush tunnel, only to emerge once again in the other living room. The lights did strike me watching it this time because they did remind me of the nights from her nightlight. And a nightlight, by very definition, is something comforting.
True.
Okay.
And so it does feel like another thing that she likes leading to this place.
Right.
That's fair.
But she finds the other mother cooking in the kitchen once again. She grates the cheese the mice stole into a skillet and tells Coraline that she was thoughtful to send along such a nice cheddar. I was like, that was on the floor.
Yeah.
And in mice mouths.
That's 2 strikes.
That's 2 strikes.
I hope this is a dream.
Yeah.
I can't in good conscience eat that cheese.
Yeah.
It'll cook out.
It'll be all right.
It'll be, yeah.
I'll be okay.
What are you making?
Yeah. She does put her foot in these meals,
Yeah.
so maybe we suck it up.
We're already eating feet. Let's put some.
Oh, no. But just as Coraline recognizes it as her mouse bait, the other mother instructs her to go get her father. She bets he's hungry as a pumpkin by now. Coraline corrects her, asking if she means her other father, and the other mother corrects her still. Your better father.
Ooh.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
She tells Coraline that he's out in the garden. Coraline argues that her parents don't have time to garden, but the other mother shushes her and plucks a strawberry from a large bowl and pops it into Coraline's mouth. This is enough to silence the child as she enjoys the fruit, stem and all, as she heads out of the house, still in her pajamas. From the porch, Coraline sees the moon rising steadily overhead. What served as a stone courtyard at her pink palace is lush and green here. In response to the rising moon, 2 trees with bright pink cherry blossoms blooming from them twist and rise. The cherry blossoms are popcorn that was cooled and painted.
Oh, that's amazing.
Right?
That's great.
Coraline pushes the gates open and enters the garden, her face a bright smile. More trees and plants grow before her very eyes, answering the call of the moon. 3 hummingbirds float in front of her before landing on a cluster of plants and making them glow. One of the plants opens to reveal a croaking frog inside, and Coraline giggles at this. More plants grow in the shape of hearts, and the hummingbirds dance among them, making them flex and glow brightly.
Another thing I learned from that article with the director of photography,
Mm-hmm.
he had said that when it came to the lights in this garden, he had thought that potentially a lot of people would think that this was CG work, the way that everything blooms and appears. But the reality of it is, firstly, it was a combination of fiber optics and small incandescent lights as well as LEDs to accomplish this appearance.
Damn.
And he said that they would shoot Coraline separately and then shoot the plants so that they could trim them to appear as if they're moving and blooming.
Oh, okay.
And it's just like, amazing just to even consider. Frame by frame, you're doing this.
Yes.
A lot of it appears to where you're like, I don't know how you're doing this physically.
Yeah.
And I understand his thought process.
Yeah.
And to achieve the glow, which is something that we will see a little bit later in a different context,
Yeah.
they used black light activated paint.
Okay.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
But another row of plants shine pink for her, and leaves and grass begin to grow on the path where she walks. This path, okay, they used a mat that they laid out over the cobblestones with like the rolled out grass and the little plants that are blooming. They trimmed it away little by little, rolling it back and trimming it to nothing, and then reversed it.
Oh, to appear.
Yeah. So they were like, we just had to hope that we didn't go back and need anything, because they're literally tearing it away as they're shooting the blooming, but backwards.
Wow.
In the distance, on a hill, the other father rides the back of a mechanical praying mantis. A bass line goes wild as blue flowers bloom on every piece of soil that they pass. These flowers, and we will see why their blue color, all of it is so important in a minute, but they wanted to make them out of resin. And when they realized that they needed over 3,000 of them, they were like, this is not going to work. So they decided to print them out of paper and fold them in the way that they needed them. And to show them blooming, they made thousands. Like, they're each individually there. They made thousands of them.
Yeah.
And to show them blooming, they made one huge version with wiring so that it could be animated to bloom. And then they shot it with mirrors at every single angle
Oh.
so that they could do it again and again.
Yeah.
That's genius.
Yes.
I did notice that, I guess, this lawnmower or mantis mower or whatever the dad's on.
Mantis toboggan.
Yeah. It does look like her picture frame in the room.
Yes, yes.
It does. I was listening on commentary, and it's just like where ideas come from.
Mm-hmm.
But he had said, Henry Selick, that just outside of his place of residence, wherever he lives, I can't remember the city, but he said that there was a gardening store, and the mascot on the front of the store was a praying mantis. And so he's just like, hey, we could put that in the...
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Do you know how like kind of scary praying mantises are? I didn't know until very recently.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
They are out for blood, and they do not give a fuck.
You better pray.
Yeah.
You better pray. But the other father gives her a happy hey. Coraline calls out that she loves his garden, but as the praying mantis sprays liquid down on the soil as it goes, prompting the growth of magical flowers, the other father corrects her. Our garden, Coraline. Yellow snapdragons with dragon faces bloom at her feet and nip at her. When Coraline falls, she lets loose giggles as they tickle her. The other father approaches, noting his daughter in distress. He picks a flower as his ride glides him past it, and when he brings it to his lips, it transforms into a horn, and blowing into it produces a jazzy tune. The praying mantis carries him down the small bridge as he continues to play, and grinning pumpkins burst out of the water, spraying their own lids up in a stream. The other father finally reaches Coraline and cautions the dragon snappers to tickle no more as the praying mantis swipes a sharp hand and cuts them. The other father gathers them into a bouquet and presents it to Coraline, who takes it. She tells the other father that she said it's time for dinner, or breakfast. Food. He tells her to hop on because he wants to show her something. Clutching the flowers, Coraline lets him pick her up and place her on the back of the praying mantis. Suddenly, a propeller extends toward the sky and they're flying. From an aerial perspective of the other father's garden, Coraline now sees that all of those blue flowers were to make up her hair. The entire garden is created in Coraline's smiling likeness, down to the pink blooming cherry blossoms that make up her flushed cheeks.
It is very flattering.
Yeah.
And very beautiful, and I would feel very touched, but at the same time, it's a bit much.
It's a lot.
It's obsessed. It's scary.
Yeah.
That.
But also it's like, thanks.
For little old me.
Yeah.
Coraline muses that she can't believe he did this, but the propeller's spinning behind them. The other father explains that her mother said she'd like it. She knows Coraline like the back of her hand.
I did notice that dad speaks a little, or other dad speaks a little different.
Mm-hmm.
He isn't as menacing.
No.
He seems just to be having a conversation. But the way what he's saying is like, what?
The way you're saying it is cute and fun, but the words that you're saying are not.
Yes.
It's the same with the song.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coraline smiles down at the creation, and we cut to them sitting at the kitchen table together. Coraline remarks with her mouth full that the food is so good. The other father has piled his plate high with waffles and fruits, and he comments that he loves dinner breakfast food. The other mother's plate remains empty. She holds meat in her hand, but it is only to feed the still sentient bouquet of dragon snappers that are now on display at the center of the table.
It's concerning that you're not eating your own cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it because of the source of the cheese?
She's like, that shit was on the floor
Yeah.
and it was in the mice's mouth.
Poor other father. He's like, ooh, dinner breakfast. Hell yeah.
He's the only one that doesn't.
Yeah.
The other mother tells Coraline that Mr. Bobinski has invited her to come see the jumping mice perform after dinner. Coraline feels validated that YB said all that was in Mr. B's head, but she knew he was wrong. I guess this happened off screen.
Yeah.
The other mother gets up to stand behind her husband as he comments that everything is right in this world. The other mother offers that she and the other father will clean up while Coraline and her friend head upstairs. Coraline is thrown off by the word friend. She questions this, and the other mother opens the back door. YB stands there, his eyes replaced with big black buttons and a smile on his face. Coraline sarcastically quips about the thought of another YB, and when she gets up to greet him with the "Hello, why were you born?" she is confused when he only waves back. She asks him, "Hello?" but he only nods and smiles. The other mother stands behind him and places a hand on each of his shoulders, explaining that she thought Coraline might like him more if he talked less, so she fixed him.
There is obviously terrifying implications all around.
Yeah.
But there is something tragic in his demeanor.
Yes.
That he is miserable.
Yeah.
If I'm Coraline, look, he was annoying. He was.
Was he?
But-
I guess a little.
Well, I don't like the drip feeding, and I didn't like what he said earlier.
the drip feeding.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating.
And my fucking name is Coraline.
Exactly. Get it right. And the whole boring name or whatever
Yeah.
thing. I'm still remembering. It was only a couple days ago. But I think that just the visual of it and the way that she says that.
Yeah.
So I
I
fixed
fixed him.
None of that.
No.
Yeah, that was my kind of same thought process. It was like, hey, thanks, even though whatever, the name stuff was rude, but like he is our friend that we have here. He's
Yeah.
our only friend we really have made so far.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, but yeah, what does that mean? What'd you do to him? What do you mean you fixed him?
And when you say that you fixed him, what does that mean for anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, again, implications.
Mhm.
Yeah. She pats the top of other YB's head as Coraline asks if he can't speak at all. The other mother confirms this, and after a second of pondering, Coraline decides that she likes it.
Wow.
The other mother tells the two of them to run along and have fun. Coraline and the other YB step outside, and we see just how clean, pastel, and pristine this pink palace is. Coraline points out that the other YB is awful cheerful, considering he can't say anything. She asks him if it hurt but the other YB interrupts her by pointing up to the sky, where a little blue object flies past the moon. They race up the stairs as a small circular window above Bobinski's door opens and the object flies in. It promptly closes. Coraline giggles as she and YB stare up at this excitedly. She knocks on the door and the door flips into the apartment, carrying the two of them and spilling them onto the floor inside. Inside, lively carnival music plays. The other YB smiles silently, and Coraline giggles as they get to their feet. They pass through a walkway lined with cannons, and when the other YB kicks the pedal on one, he is rewarded with the fluffy pink cotton candy flying up for him to catch. Coraline approaches a mechanical chicken that pecks at a corn cob before clucking as it lays a serving of popcorn instead of an egg. So now we've eaten mice cheese and chicken ass popcorn.
I mean, to each their own.
Yeah. Well.
But this just is how much cooler everything is here.
Yeah.
Got cotton candy instead of cannonballs. You got chicken corn instead of the other
eggs.
things.
Coraline plucks up her red and white striped bucket of popcorn and munches on a handful. When she hears a loud popping, she turns to see the other YB covered in puffy cones of cotton candy. He just smiles back at her, his mouth still closed, and points to a small circus tent in the middle of the apartment, bright lights swirling inside of it. I will say that when Coraline came to Bobinski's apartment, what did I say in the real life?
Yeah.
She pressed her ear to the door and it accidentally opened. Then we pan over, we see the sheet and we see the chicken. Now she is kind of carried into the apartment on accident, crashing into the apartment. And we pan over, the sheet is now a tent. The chicken is now a popcorn machine. And the same when she goes in the other father's office. It's the same pushing the hand on the door, but it's just showing us something fantastical.
Mm-hmm.
I just really wanted to shout out the mirroring of shots because they are exactly the same. And it is so effective.
And it does feel like everything that was not optimal for Coraline has been fixed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Coraline abandons her popcorn and the kids crawl through the tent as Mr. B's voice beckons to them, promising that the show will tickle their eyes and ears and make their hearts thump. Once they crawl through, there's an impossibly large ring in the center, its rows of seating completely empty. The booming voice identifies itself as Sergei Alexander Bobinsky and announces his astonishing, stupendous, and amazing jumping mouse circus. The cotton candy still sticks to the other YB's coat. He pulls one off and hands it to Coraline for her to snack on. Cotton candy.
She's eating worse things.
Yeah, that's true.
Tonight.
Well, and that casserole looked pretty pretty alarming.
I think you could have done better.
The blue flying object that had glided over the moon now floats in through the flap in the tent and rises to the top. It soars back down and bursts once it hits the center of the ring, letting loose dozens of mice, all dressed in red coats and hats. Contorting their bodies and tails, a group of mice in the middle spell out the word Coraline. Coraline excitedly shakes the other YB's arm, and she's like, "It's my name!" The mouse form a band with tiny horns and drums. The conductor parachutes down into the center and bounces on a red ball as they play. The mice jump as advertised, performing their music as they hop into shapes, circles, and stars. Coraline comments that it's wonderful before finishing her cotton candy and pulling another helping from the other YB's back. A platform rises the lead mouse up, and the rest of the performers follow up the ramped sides, still bouncing and performing, but suddenly they all freeze. Coraline watches with bated breath as the top mouse rolls down the ramp with his ball, causing the rest of the mice to dramatically hop off the sides. Once they all reach the bottom, the giant platform is lowered to reveal the other Mr. Bobinsky, played by Ian McShane. He stands tall. His hanging belly in Coraline's world is now flat, but his chest is wide and broad. His dirty tank top is replaced with a regal uniform, his medal proudly pinned to the front. His wiry and wild mustache is now waxed and curled. The other Mr. B pulls off his top hat and kneels down, greeting Coraline and the other YB with a smile and two shining black button eyes. Coraline and the other YB applaud, and Mr. B thanks them kindly. The mice assemble and run up the arm of Mr. B's coat. The main mouse on the ball rolls up his arm instead, and Mr. B stands to his full height, watching proudly as the mouse rides the ball up to his shoulders and jumps onto his head. Mr. B covers the mouse with his top hat, and the kids applaud the show again.
So I don't know if I was alone in this, but watching these mice perform, I was just like dying laughing. I was just like, God damn, like it's impressive.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of if you're watching as other YB and Coraline, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Not even on a technical standpoint, but I was like, what kind of cheese do you have on this side? Because they're willing to work.
Well, he told us earlier.
He did.
They've been training.
Yeah.
Dude, well, I see the fruits of your labor. I did read in that article with the cinematographer.
Yeah.
This surprised me a lot, but he had said that the animators had used sequentially sculpted figurines for each of these mice and their movements. And he had said that there were hundreds of replacements to keep track of at a time.
Damn.
So it's like, fucking, they're working, you're working.
Yeah.
Like, it's unbelievable. And there were the mice. Yeah.
In the production notes, they said that this piece, the performance, took 66 days.
Good Lord.
And at certain points, they were having to choreograph 61 mice at once in the frame.
That is unbelievable.
It does, and you're right. There's a lot going on.
It's wild.
But it goes back to like, this has got to be a dream.
Yeah.
It's like they're fucking all, not all over the place in the bad way, but you know what I mean? They are all doing something, and it's like,
it's
what the
amazing.
fuck? Yeah.
And they have uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And there's instruments, right?
Yeah.
And like, it's just like, I can't even believe this. Is it Gouda cheese? Like, what?
I don't know. We got to figure it out. We'll eat it while we record.
Yeah.
The other YB and Coraline jump to their feet, and though the other YB can't speak, Coraline gushes enough for the both of them, expressing how much they loved it and struggling to describe the show before settling on the word amazing. Mr. B promises that they're welcome anytime they like, Coraline and the other YB too. He ends the show with the Das Vidanya, Coraline, as he takes her hand in his and plants a kiss on it. As Mr. B's lips come toward us, it fades to black and we come back in Coraline's other bedroom, where the other mother is pulling her face back from a goodnight kiss. She sits in the chair next to Coraline's bed, and the other father stands near her with the other YB, who still has a cone of cotton candy clinging to his hair. The other father snatches it off and starts to eat it, but the other mother cautions him to be quiet by bringing a finger to her lips. Tuckered out, Coraline can't keep her eyes open and quickly slips into sleep. And as we pan out, her other parents and her other friend disappear, as do the fabulous decorations, and Coraline is once again in her new and barren bedroom in the Pink Palace. She wakes with a yawn and a stretch, but when she looks up and sees the cracked ceiling in her reality, she groans in disappointment. Her eyes catch the crumbs of cheese that the mice left behind, and she rushes over hopefully before running downstairs and checking the mystery door. She tries to pull it open and is frustrated when it doesn't budge. Later, Coraline sits in the back seat as the Joneses park in front of a store called Garden Life. A sign on the street proclaims it to be the Shakespeare Festival, and this is illustrated by people in costumes walking on the sidewalk. Henry Selick wrote Coraline to take place in Ashland, Oregon, specifically for the Shakespeare Festival because he thought that Spink and Forcible would want to go to this.
Oh, that's...
And he had no way of knowing that he would be moving to Oregon to work with Leica.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But Coraline rambles about her dream, talking about garden squash that were like balloon animals and snapdragons. Then upstairs, she saw a real mouse circus, which she says isn't like the fake one that crazy man upstairs from them talks about. Her parents pay no mind to anything she's saying, and behind the wheel, Mel looks over her binder full of papers. Next to her, looking more tired than ever and sporting a 5 o'clock shadow, Charlie asks her nervously if she's sure she won't come in. Mel tells him not to worry and assures him that they'll love the new catalog. At least they'll love her chapters.
Damn.
He's like, no. She hands the binder back to Charlie and he abruptly gets out of the car. Finally addressing Coraline's claims about Mr. B being crazy, Mel corrects her that she never said that. She said he was drunk.
All right.
Thanks. Charlie leans into the backseat and pinches Coraline's nose. He calls her a dizzy dreamer and tells her that he'll see her around. Coraline recoils at this and reminds her father that she's not 5 anymore. As soon as Charlie closes the door, Melanie pulls away, the gears grinding as she shifts and drives down the street. Charlie is startled by 2 Shakespeare performers in front of the gardening store. The taller one holds the smaller one up to play his lute. Charlie just heads inside. He's like, I don't have time for this.
I feel like Charlie is so sweet with Coraline, even in his own way.
He
Yeah.
is.
Like, there is such a drastic contrast between the other mother and Mel.
Yeah.
But I feel like Charlie, I mean, he doesn't have the piano skills.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
It's just busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he has a secret door where he goes and has a daughter that's nice to him. At a uniform store, Mel is helped by a sales associate while Coraline mopes nearby on a set of stairs. She's seated next to a sale table advertising gloves, and when a striped orange and green pair on sale for $24.99 catches her eye, she picks them up. A kid slides down the stairs next to her on a wheeled stool, proclaiming his kingdom for a horse while swinging a fake knife. Another kid chases after him, and their race off-screen ends with a loud crash. But Coraline is intrigued when the stool rolls back over to her. As her mother looks through racks of jackets, she glides by on it. She goes by again, and Mel doesn't even look up. But when Coraline finally wheels herself over to her, holding out her hands donned in the new gloves, Mel only tells her to put them back. She holds up a gray jacket to Coraline and continues to follow her with it when Coraline dodges out of the way. Coraline reasons that the whole school is going to be wearing boring gray clothes. No one is going to have these gloves. Mel puts the jacket onto a pile that the sales associate is holding and just tells Coraline again firmly, put them back. Crossing her arms, Coraline counters that her other mother would buy them for her. Mel quips that maybe she should buy all of her clothes. And Coraline walks off in a huff.
If you're Mel, would that concern you?
Yeah.
Like, it's a little worrisome.
And I'm sorry, I know whatever, but if my kid comes on a scooter or on a stool or whatever with wheels and just zips by, I'm not ignoring him.
No.
I'm gonna be, where'd you get that? Wait, come back.
Get your ass down.
In the store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just pays no attention to Coraline.
No, she doesn't. I wanted to talk about these gloves. They had a woman. She is a miniature hobbyist. Her name's Althea Chrome. She knitted these gloves.
Wow.
Yeah. She said that as far as she knows, she's the only one that knits them that small, and that some of her needles are almost as thin as a human hair.
Damn.
I don't even know how you do that.
I know.
No.
There's something else later on that she, again, hand knitted for this film.
That's
And I can't even grasp it.
crazy.
Yeah.
I dabble a little bit with the yarn. I can crochet, but my hands hurt going for so long.
Mhm.
Trying to think of hair thin needles.
Yeah.
Oh, my hands would fall off.
You'd have to have like a magnifying. Like,
Yeah.
You'd
right?
have to.
There's no other way.
Also, I wanted to point out, and I remember watching one of those Belle DeVal videos that on TikTok that I was talking about earlier. She points out that there is a woman outside of the store smoking a cigarette. It's this blonde lady. She is watching them the entire time.
Really?
Like, people are walking by on the streets. She is just standing and staring at Mel and Coraline. And in this other world, there seems to be like, they always know what's going on. Coraline wanted her mom to cook, so the other mother cooks. Coraline wanted to garden, so the other father has this lavish garden. So there's theories about like spies, and I don't know how well that pans out, but it is weird. When you rewatch it, look out the window, because she really is just looking in there.
Huh.
This blonde woman, were her eyes like...
No, they were.
Okay.
Now that you mention it, I'm just kidding. But in the car, the shopping bag sits in the back seat, stuffed with clothes and varying shades of gray. As rain pelts the windshield, Coraline stares angrily out of her window. She asks her mom what she thinks is in the other apartment. Mel sighs, admitting that she doesn't know, but she knows it's not a family of Jones imposters. Coraline asks why she locked the door then, and Mel responds that it's because she found some rat crap, and she thought it would make Coraline feel safer. Coraline turns to her, correcting that they're jumping mice, and the dreams aren't dangerous. They're actually the most fun she's had since she's been here. Mel offers gently that her school might be fun, but Coraline is too fired up. She doubts that based on the stupid uniforms. Mel concedes that she had to give it a try. They pull up to the Pink Palace, and when she parks in front of it, we see the crack in the front of her Volkswagen from the accident that left her in a neck brace.
I was surprised to see an actual Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Straight up, not a ripoff, not just a car that appeared like it.
Yeah.
That was surprising to me.
Yeah.
Well, in my mind, I was like, it's a bug.
Yeah.
It's another bug.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You know? What did stand out to me, though, because I don't think that I put it together when she tries to open the door and it's stuck, that Mel went back and locked it. Until Coraline is like, well, then why'd you lock the door? I was like, oh, I wonder if it's like, as a mother, you're like, there's something fucking weird. You know what I mean? Like, why would she go and do, she's not exactly, her finger's not really on the pulse. Okay. But for her to still go back and do that, I mean, I thought that was interesting.
Huh.
So you don't believe her story about the rat shit or anything?
Could be.
I mean.
But I feel like there's more to it.
Yeah.
There probably was rat shit. Or jumping mice shit.
Either way.
But back in their apartment, Mel opens the fridge. Lit by the flickering fridge light, the food inside is sparse, limited to condiments, a moldy piece of fruit, and some tortillas. Coraline comes in wrestling with the shopping bags, and Mel asks how she would feel about a mustard ketchup salsa wrap for lunch. Coraline is understandably not pleased. She's like, you know the shit I've been eating over there? This is not going to cut it anymore. Mel closes the fridge, reasoning that she needed to go food shopping anyway. She adds with a grin that Coraline's father has something special planned. Coraline sits at the table and mutters that that's disgusting. Mel picks her purse back up and asks if Coraline wants to come with her. She sweetens the deal by offering that she can pick out something she likes. Coraline asks, oh, like the gloves? I was like,
dude,
come on.
It's just like, fuck, dude, it sucks for everyone. And
Yeah.
Mel, again, I don't think that she is as warm maybe as Charlie is, but she does love her, and I feel like she is trying. But it's like, fuck, we can't afford the gloves. We can't afford them.
Yeah, and kids are quick to just hit you anytime. Because I get it. They probably don't notice. You hide it pretty good. But they will. They'll just jab you whenever.
It's like, oh, okay. All right. With a sigh, Mel promises Coraline that if things go well today, she will make it up to her. But Coraline reminds her that she always says that. Mel sadly readjusts her purse on her shoulder, and she tells her daughter that she won't be long before stepping back out into the rain. Alone in the kitchen now, Coraline counters with a grin, but I might be. I'm like, girl.
Yeah.
She rushes to the junk drawer full of keys. The button key is nowhere to be seen, and we watch from the drawer's point of view, the disappointment on Coraline's face as she pushes the keys around before closing it.
Now, I do like that you addressed this as the junk drawer. I just wish there was junk in it as well.
It's a junk key drawer.
It is. Because ours has all kinds of shit in it.
It's not just one thing for sure.
It's an important drawer.
You might need it for later.
Yeah.
You might. She finds the key quickly, and balanced on a precarious mountain of books stacked onto a chair, she uses a fork to reach it on a nail above the kitchen doorway.
Isn't this mildly similar to what Spink and Forcible said?
Yes, about the stepladder?
Yeah.
My thing, and I think that's why I'm like, why would you put the key all the way up there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's a brick wall. I don't think the rats, if it is rats pooping, they're not coming through a brick wall. I don't know. I feel like Mel's like, there's something wrong with that door.
Or there could be trouble if she keeps opening it and maybe messing with the wall.
Yeah, maybe. But
It's a load-bearing door.
Yeah.
she sure did slice up that
She
wallpaper
did.
like
Yeah.
nothing. So I don't know.
Landlord's not going to like that.
But she holds the black key in front of her as she walks into the living room. Coraline thrusts the key into the lock and turns it with a click. For the first time during the day, Coraline opens the secret door. The wind blows back her hair as the tunnel unfurls in front of her. Her face breaks into a bright smile as she muses that she knew it was real. She takes a cautionary look over her shoulder before crawling into the tunnel. Outside, though, the cat watches through the window. The rain collects on his black fur and whiskers as he narrows his eyes and growls at the unfolding events. He hops away.
I know we're 12, but during the day, even safely, just like, I'm going to crawl in here, it's okay.
Well, she was like, her mom's like, I won't be long. And she's like, but I might be. Like, is she like, that's fucking it. Like, I'm gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but...
Because of some gloves?
Yeah. I was gonna
The
say.
gloves are emblematic.
I don't know. This is a different time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually go to bed or try, and then I can go. Now you're just like out in the open.
Yeah, it's nighttime, you know?
Yeah.
I would think that there is just the only time that it's even available.
Yeah.
You would think, yeah. Coraline emerges again in the other living room and makes her way to the kitchen. I did notice, we were talking a lot about a second ago about her going through there in the daytime. Outside of the windows in the living room, it is black, it's night, and there's stars. And it makes me think of what Wybie said about being so deep that if you look up in the daytime, you'll see a sky full of stars.
Huh.
That was about that well.
About the well, yeah. Because it's a big deal that this is the first time she's done this during the day. Goes through the tunnel. It's like fucking was it The Dark Knight? Where he goes through the tunnel in his nighttime.
You weren't supposed to notice that.
Yeah. But she goes into the kitchen and the other mother isn't there, but the kitchen table is set up for her. There's a gift box with a card bearing her name on it. Behind the gift is a tower of cupcakes stacked above a tabletop full of pizza, hot dogs, grilled cheese, chips, salsa, cookies, lemonade. Coraline reads the card in the other mother's calm voice. Dearest Coraline, Miss Spink and Miss Forcible have invited you downstairs after lunch. I hope you like the new outfit I made you. Love, Mother.
Not other mother.
No.
Yeah.
And an outfit.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I meant to say this earlier when Coraline went through, but I did notice that she still left that key in the door when she crawled through.
She's like, look, I don't care.
Take it with
She
you.
doesn't
You
care.
should.
But Coraline opens the box to find a navy blue sweater adorned with stars, black pants, and bright blue boots. Coraline beams at her new outfit. This, again, was the other thing that Althea Chrome hand knitted was that sweater.
Yeah.
The stars are glow in the dark. It's incredible. And they said that the sweater fit snugly on Coraline, like different than her big like raincoat and everything, but they made it loose enough to be able to animate the sweater and you can see her breathing.
Oh, wow.
It's incredible.
So in universe, it's the same designer as the gloves.
That she couldn't get.
Yeah.
I did not
Okay.
even think that's like an extra layer. But again, this whole theory of spies, like if that woman was watching and she's like, she wants clothes. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. But when she leaves out of the front doors of the Pink Palace sporting her new outfit, it's dark, of course, and the stars twinkle in the sky. Coraline pats her tummy and lets out a hearty belch before she hops down the stairs.
That's fucking hilarious. She ate
She
and got
ate.
dressed. Yeah.
Well, what did she want at home? New clothes and lunch.
Yeah.
But before she can head toward the basement apartment, she hears a cat's meow. She looks up to see the black cat peering at her from the roof. She remarks that Wybie has a cat just like him at home, and she reiterates that she's not talking about the quiet Wybie. She's talking about the one that talks too much. The cat walks down from the roof and lands on the railing to the basement apartment. He casually licks his paw, but when Coraline presumes he must be the other cat, he speaks up in a deep voice provided by Keith fucking David.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I know we all know who this man is.
Yeah.
But I am not going to leave him out. We've got to show him love. So, again, we all know him. The Thing
Yeah.
from 82. He did Platoon in 86. They Live in 88. And Hollywood Homicide in 03. This dude's, filmography is long.
Mm-hmm.
He also, and I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't give him again, he has taken over for the late, great Lance Reddick on Destiny, and he is Commander Zavala now. So we take orders from him.
As you should.
Yes.
But he corrects her. No, I'm not the other anything. I'm me. Coraline is shocked to hear the animal speak, but she counters that he doesn't have button eyes. But if he is the same cat, how is he able to talk? The cat starts away from the Pink Palace and Coraline follows him. He turns to her and reasons that he just can. Coraline points out that cats don't talk at home, and jumping up from a downed tree, the cat replies that she's clearly an expert on these things. After all, he's just a big fat wuss puss. I was like, oh, and he's petty.
Yeah.
He remembers.
We love to see it. Coraline covers her mouth, ashamed, and asks for the cat to come back. She apologizes sincerely for saying that, and she asks how he got there. The cat answers that he's been coming here for a while. When he walks behind a narrow tree branch, he completely disappears. Coraline peers at the space where he was, but he jumps out of a hole in the tree's trunk, still explaining, it's a game that they play. She hates cats and tries to keep him out, but of course she can't.
That doesn't really sound like a game.
Yeah.
She hates me is the game.
Yeah.
It's a game for him. The cat sticks his head back in the hole he popped out of, and while the bottom half of him stays leaned in, the top appears across the walkway in the other half of the downed tree. Coraline is shocked to learn that the other mother hates cats, but chuckling, the cat remarks that she's not like any mother he's ever known. But Coraline fires back, asking what he means. She's amazing. The cat prances up the tree, its top leaning against the roof. He surmises that she probably thinks that this world is a dream come true, but she's wrong. The other Wybie told him so. As he hops on the roof, Coraline tells him that that's nonsense. The other Wybie can't talk. But strutting along the shingles, the cat counters, maybe not to you. He explains that cats have far superior senses than humans. They can see and smell. And as if to illustrate this gift, the cat stops and shushes her. He says that he hears something right over, and with a very feline meow, he trots away.
I feel like there is a real reference to the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland through this cat.
Yeah, I never put that together.
Me
but
neither.
His knowledge and sarcasm and jokes, and he just seems, and also we were talking about the other Alice in Wonderland seeming things about the eating.
Yeah.
The traveling through the tunnel kind of
The
situation.
rabbit hole, so to speak. Yeah.
And a little door.
Yeah. But as soon as the cat is out of sight, we hear the sounds of instruments tuning up. Coraline lets herself into the downstairs basement, and she is immediately accosted by a bright light in her face. She shields her eyes, but when she squints past the light, she sees it's one of the dogs playing the role of an usher. Holding the flashlight in his mouth, he looks up at her with black button eyes. He circles around her, sniffing, before leading her into the living room, which is now a grand theater. Rows of seats face a magnificent stage, sectioned off with a regal red curtain. Exclusive balcony seats sit empty.
I think one of my favorite things about this film is watching Coraline discover the changes between these environments.
Mm-hmm.
what this place looks like in the real world versus this other world.
Yeah.
And it was the same with Mr. B's apartment. It's the same with the Pink Palace entirely.
Yeah.
It's just really neat, and the creative team getting to explore and expand each of these spaces.
Mm-hmm. I probably would have asked the cat about that, or been like, "Come with me," because the first time it is kind of like, "Oh wow, it's different now." Again, dream, but now it's like this feels very real. And then coming into this, it's like, this is not the same.
Well, and even her going in during the day, seeing it during the day, she's like, I knew it was real.
Yeah.
Like this is like a different level.
And you ate.
Yeah.
Several times.
Yeah.
You feel that.
Yeah.
The usher dog trudges along, leading Coraline to her seat. And as she passes, she sees that every single seat is now filled with dogs. Even the balcony seats and the house above them are filled to capacity with identical black dogs, all panting excitedly. The usher dog leads Coraline to the only empty seat in the house, directly next to the other YB. She tells him hello and sits down as the dog scampers away. So these dogs, they talked about, I believe in the special features, that there is no computer replication here. These are 248 individually crafted Scotty dogs sitting in this theater.
Why would you do that?
My jaw dropped.
That's crazy.
I can't even. I was watching sections of this, and I was wondering if any of the creators ever thought, do we really got to keep?
Yeah.
Do we need this many of this?
At that point, I guess it's just what about the principle of it? Huh?
Yeah.
It's like, no,
we
we
said,
we have to stick to
A
it.
labor of love. The lights begin to flicker, announcing the start of the show, and backstage, 3 dogs run on a wheel to pull the set into place as music plays. Fake waves ripple at the bottom as a set piece reminiscent of the painting Ulysses and the Sirens gets into position. It's the one with the men rowing and that one guy tied to the, is that a bow? Is it a post?
We did Ghost Ship too long ago for me to remember boat parts. But
he's tied in place because
Right.
the mast.
The
Right?
mast,
Yeah, right, the front.
sure.
The front.
The
well,
front.
Is that where Jack was?
Starboard.
That was the whisper of the sea, I guess. I don't know.
It's like, no.
No, yeah, we're all wrong. Did the movement of like the stage and the effects of these environments remind you at all of A Trip to the Moon, George Méliès?
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
Like these really old-fashioned productions?
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like that's kind of what Spink and Forcible make you think of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought more of Pearl.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Hey.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, yeah, she had that whole little thing back there and they were dancing.
Yeah. No, they were tearing it up.
Yeah, they were.
A huge fish lurches up from the water, and when the fish's head is pulled off, the other Miss Spink, played by Jennifer Saunders, is revealed inside. The bottom half of her body remains in the fish's costume, and the top half of her ensemble is strapless, prompting Coraline to whisper to the other YB that she's practically naked.
Just wait.
Hold on.
Yeah. Well, she's got a bottom and a top on.
Right.
And again, that fish lamp back in their real apartment.
Yeah. Okay.
But the other Miss Spink holds her arms out dramatically, white buttons complete with bright blue eyeshadow serving as her eyes. She begins to writhe in her costume and sing. I'm known as the siren of all 7 seas, the breaker of hearts by the bay. So if you go swimming with bow-legged women, I might steal your weak heart away. She disappears back down into the water, and the dogs run the other way on their wheel, pulling the set back off the stage. Coraline and the other YB applaud politely as the backdrop flips around to a sea and shoreline. It's like the painting Birth of Venus.
Yes.
The other Miss Forcible, played by Dawn French, stands in a clamshell with her back to the audience, her long blonde hair concealing her body. Angels float on strings above her, and once the piano plays a melody, the other Miss Forcible turns around. And while Coraline was clutching her pearls at the other Miss Spinks siren ensemble, the other Miss Forcible's get up prompts her to say sincerely, "Oh my God." The other Forcible is nearly naked, her blonde locks hairsprayed stiff, blowing forever in a mock breeze. The nipples of her giant breasts are covered in gems, matching the gems on her bedazzled bikini bottom. Besides her button eyes, also thoughtfully decorated with blue eyeshadow and lashes, the other Miss Forcible is nude.
On commentary, Henry Selick said that this wasn't everyone's favorite thing. And I guess there were some complaints, but he was like, the source material has less clothes than what we have here.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean...
Oh, the painting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, source material meaning
Yeah.
Botticelli.
I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but the art, yes.
Yeah. It made me laugh because I was obviously looking and reading a lot of stuff online, and I stumbled upon some like page where parents are saying, can my 8-year-old watch this? Can my 10-year-old watch this? Whatever. And somebody had put, don't let your child watch Coraline unless you want them to grow up to be a murderer. That's what they said.
Calm down.
That's a lot. And I do remember back in the day, Sable did something like this too.
Yeah, that is true.
Wrestling, and that was Monday nights.
Yeah. It was hands.
Yeah, it was hands.
And we all saw it.
Times
Yes.
were different. But so that prompted me to look at IMDb because I was like, what are they saying? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And on the parents' guide, they have the frightening part as severe. And I think it said mild maybe on sex and nudity. And I was like, for what? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But the other Miss Forcible sings her own song about the siren. The big-bottomed sea witch may bob through the waves and hope to lead sailors astray. But a true ocean goddess must fill out her bodice to present an alluring display. She holds up her bobbing breasts and spins to the delighted barking of the dogs in the audience. Coraline and the other YB applaud once again, but from her spot behind the waves in the stage, the other Miss Spink is furious. The backdrop flips, and the other Forcible is startled as she's lowered beneath the stage in her clamshell, as the boat of sailors is brought back and the other Spink is lifted up. She has some more bars for the supposed ocean goddess. Beware of old oysters too large in the chest. Let's banish them from the buffet. I'm far more nutritious, but the set flips again, interrupting her as she's pulled below, and the other Miss Forcible rises on her clamshell again, pinching her nose and finishing the line, "You smell like the fishes." The set flips again, raising the other Spink, who questions in song if she heard a banshee. Backstage, the dogs are fighting for their life, first running one way and then the other, switching sets and bringing the others Spink and Forcible up and then lowering them back down. Now they are both on stage at once, and the other Miss Forcible is singing that the other woman is sea green with envy. They bob back and forth, the other Spink calling herself a mermaid enchantress, only for the other Miss Forcible to rise and pull focus, calling herself the birth of Venus. She's not wrong.
No?
Yeah.
Backstage, the rope cannot take it anymore. As they harmonize the line, "We'll send sailors swooning all day," the rope snaps and the set goes haywire. One of the angels is cut loose and it swings, smacking the other Miss Spink forward and knocking the wig off the other Miss Forcible's head, revealing a small tuft of white hair before it's replaced by the fish head falling onto it. The women stumble to regain their balance as the set crashes down around them and the curtain finally closes. Coraline, the other YB, and the dogs cringe at the sounds of crashing when the music stops, but when the dogs above them start barking, the other YB looks at Coraline with a shrug.
I did want to point out on commentary, this song that they are singing, Henry Selick said that he wrote it. He put it as temp music and was waiting for They Might Be Giants to rewrite it.
Oh.
And we've all discussed what happened.
Yeah.
So it's just, this is what it is.
I love it. It's so perfect.
Yeah, I didn't know it was going to turn into a rap battle. I was like, oh, shit.
Everybody in the 313 and the other 313. Spotlights shine on the drawn red curtain before a dog walks through them, pushing a water-filled barrel center stage. Once it's in place, he looks up. The spotlights follow his gaze, as do the audience dogs, a smiling other Wybie, and a concerned Coraline. At the very top of the stage, a diving board frames either side. On the left, the other Miss Spink balances on one with her walker. Her fish body costume abandoned, she stands in her mermaid bikini top and white underwear, pulled up to her plump middle. On the right side, the other Miss Forcible stands in her nearly there costume, her wig snatched and her white hair standing tall. They each take steps toward the end of their board. A nervous Coraline whines that she can't look, but the dogs are staring up in awe. The other Wybie watches as well, smiling quietly, but when she turns away, he nudges her to look. Projecting her voice, the other Miss Spink asks, "Ready to break a leg, Miriam?" Calling back to her, the other Miss Forcible replies, "Our lives for the theater, April." Her giant breasts heave as she bounces on the board, but before she jumps, she unzips herself from her own skin, revealing a younger, nimble performer beneath. With long blonde hair, a bright smile, and black button eyes beneath her blue eyeshadow, she jumps up to grab a trapeze bar. In her new pink uniform, her waist is impossibly narrow, leading to a fuller chest, and she swings away. Similarly, the other Miss Spink jumps with her walker before unzipping herself and freeing her trapeze artist within. This version of her has rich red hair pulled into a short ponytail, black button eyes, and her lipsticked lips are pulled into a smile. In her green striped outfit, her impossibly narrow waist leads to fuller hips. She grabs onto her own bar and swings away.
Meryl.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
I wanted to say it the first time.
The two women meet in the center of the air, clutching hands and posing. On the new other Miss Forcible's index finger, there is a large pearl ring. The audience goes wild, and Coraline chuckles in delight.
So first of all, interesting, that ring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Were these versions of Forcible and Spink the same that we saw in the posters in their apartment?
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know. Because they did look different.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's interesting, though. Or at least, like, closer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And this was very fun. Like,
Oh,
what's
yeah.
going on?
Yeah.
But how did you unzip yourself?
And where did the rest of it go?
Yeah.
And nobody else has done this.
No.
Yeah.
That's a new thing.
Well, we're here in the daytime.
That's true.
Rules are different. I
It's
guess.
wild. Fanfare starts, and the performers put on an incredible trapeze show, quoting Hamlet as they swing back and forth to each other. What piece of work is man? How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. They flip over the audience, the new other Miss Spink holding the taller new other Miss Forcible by her ankles as she dangles over the crowd. As they swing by, they grab onto Coraline and lift her up in the air. Tossing her between the two of them as Coraline laughs in amazement, they continue to recite Hamlet. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. They swing Coraline up to the balcony and she giggles when one of the dogs licks her face. Once they catch her again, they fling her up to the spotlight and continue to swing from the bars beneath her. The other Miss Spink lets go first, flipping in the air before landing perfectly into the barrel of water center stage. Glitter flies up in the air, and when the other Miss Forcible lands in after her, another glittery burst is illuminated by the spotlight. Coraline watches this all with a smile, but the spotlight she's suspended from comes to a quick stop and she loses her grip. Coraline falls down toward the stage. Inexplicably, the other Miss Spink rises from the barrel with a dramatic pose. The other Miss Forcible rises beneath her, holding her up with one hand as they smile for the audience. As Coraline approaches, the other Miss Spink merely reaches out a hand and catches the falling child. Coraline giggles as she regains her balance. The fanfare ends and the crowd continues to go wild. The other YB reaches his feet in a standing ovation and pulls a rose out of his jacket. He throws it towards the stage, and somehow Coraline perfectly catches it. The three of them stand smiling, stacked on each other, precariously perched in the barrel and bathing in the rabid applause as we pan backwards from the center aisle.
I know we've been saying it a lot.
Mhm.
But watching this performance, watching how intricate each of these movements are, back and forth through everything, you just you can't fathom
Yeah.
how.
Literally.
It's just brilliant, brilliant work.
Yeah, the time and love and care and everything. There's, again, kudos to everybody who worked on this. God damn.
Yeah.
I probably got a couple frames and been like, man, I don't know. It's got to be that long? Maybe 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
It's a short film.
Yeah.
I will say, I don't know what it is when they unzip themselves and they're doing the trapeze. The fanfare is like, dun, 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 like it's going, but their voices are so calm and soothing when they're reciting the Hamlet.
Yeah.
It has always been very like unnerving to me. I don't know. And I don't know if that's supposed to be played for creeps, but something about it every time I'm like, whoo, like in the best way. It's so, I don't know what makes it so effective for me. Maybe like the juxtaposition. I don't know, but wow.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier about how things are like too sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too.
Well, it's like
they
now she's part of the show and they catch her and YB throws the rose and she catches the, like it's it's literally perfect. When Coraline and the other YB emerge from the basement apartment, the stairs flash with the lights around the door. The other mother and the other father wait for her patiently at the top of the stairs. In her polka dot skirt set, the other mother asks if it was wonderful. Coraline gushes that it was, sharing that they swooped down and pulled her right out of the audience. And Spink and Forcible aren't really old ladies. It's just a disguise. She follows her other parents to the front door of the Pink Palace, spinning around as she describes flying through the air as magic. The other mother asks for confirmation that Coraline does like it here, and she insists that she does. She heads inside, calling out a casual goodbye to the other YB, and not noticing that he stands at the bottom of the Pink Palace steps with a sad expression. The other mother catches this, and in a reminder of how to behave, points to her own exaggerated smile. But when she closes the door, the other YB is still sulking.
So other mother's is a little different now.
Well, are you referring to her outfit?
Yeah, well, her Disney mom.
Pixar.
Yeah.
Pixar. Excuse me.
I believe
Disney,
the term
Pixar.
is dump truck.
Yeah. Clearly something's different.
Yeah, because she wasn't looking like that when we were eating dinner breakfast.
Yeah.
As they walk to the dining room, the other mother tells Coraline that she can stay here forever if she wants to. Beneath silhouette drawings of 3 children on the wall, she pulls out a seat at the table for Coraline to sit, pointing out that there's only one tiny little thing they need to do. Intrigued and smiling, Coraline asks what it is. The other mother walks away, and the other father chuckles as he pushes Coraline's chair in, telling her that it's a surprise. He takes his seat at the table as the other mother pulls out a gift-wrapped box. Placing it in front of us in Coraline's POV, she remarks, "For you, our little doll." We watch as Coraline excitedly takes the lid off the box, but her excitement turns to confusion. Set on the pink satin inside are 2 large black buttons with a threaded needle between them. Centered beneath is a spool of black thread. Coraline's face contorts in horror when the other mother explains that black is traditional, but if she preferred pink or vermilion or chartreuse, she could have that. As Coraline watches, the other mother's eyes turn pink when she says the word. Behind the other father's black-rimmed frames, his eyes turn vermilion, and the buttons presented as a ghoulish gift flash chartreuse before they all become black again. Tapping her own black eye, the other mother says with a laugh that might make her jealous. Coraline gasps in horrific realization before smacking the gift box away and screaming, "No way!" I was wondering, the first night that she's here, right before Coraline's like, I should probably go to bed. She's like, I want to play a game. When Coraline's like, oh, hide and seek. She's like, yeah, hide and seek. But I'm like, was she trying to do this that first night?
That's also not really a game, I would say.
Yeah.
But it might have been. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then she's like, we're going to have to work for this. We need a garden. We need a mouse circus. I did notice, too, that there are deer-shaped wall sconces behind them, and the one behind the other mother makes her look like she has horns. But she catches the box before it slides down the table. Defensively covering her eyes, Coraline wails that they are not sewing buttons into them. The other mother calmly slides the box back toward her and explains that if she wants to stay here, they're going to need a yes. The other father pulls the needle out and tries to boast that it's so sharp she won't feel a thing. But before he can complete the sentiment as he pokes his finger with the point, the other mother angrily kicks him under the table, prompting him to drop the needle and yell, "Ow!" It's like, shut up. It's so sharp you won't feel it. That's not the selling point you think it is. Regaining her composure as the other father cradles his injured leg, the other mother walks over to Coraline with the box. She reminds her that it is her decision to make, but they only want what's best for her. Coraline jumps up from the table and announces that she's going to bed right now. The other mother questions this, and the other father adds with some worry, "Before dinner?" Keeping cool, Coraline feigns a yawn. She stretches, explaining that she's just really tired and she needs to sleep on things. The other mother accepts this and offers to tuck her in, but Coraline politely refuses, remarking that she's done so much already. She backs away from the other mother, but when she turns to take the stairs, somehow the other mother is standing over here in the way. She tells Coraline that she's welcome, and she starts to say that but she pulls the other father over and corrects herself. We aren't worried at all. Tapping her face gently, she tells Coraline that soon she'll see things their way.
Everything was going so well.
Yeah.
Until it wasn't.
Yeah, it's really disappointing that this is a part of it.
Well, I think for me it was I can't even change the color of my buttons.
You can.
Well, she said
She'll
she'd
get jealous.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
It's like, so I can't.
Yeah.
No. That's pretty passive.
Yeah.
I will admit.
I mean, you can,
Yeah,
but
I'm going to be pissed.
Yeah.
Keeping a nervous eye on them and making sure not to turn her back, Coraline plasters on an uneasy smile as she slowly climbs the stairs. Once out of their sight, she sprints into her bedroom and slams the door. The paper dragonflies descend on her, asking, "What's wrong, Coraline? Don't you want to play?" She snatches them out of the air, and when the octopus on the shelf wriggles and proclaims that he wants to hug her face, she pulls him off the shelf. She pulls off the skeleturtle and the stuffed giraffe, all of whom protest. The giraffe!
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
And that octopus has been giving me bad vibes from the start.
He's doing too much.
Yeah, I am not a big fan at all.
From the framed photo on her nightstand, her friends call out to her using her nickname, Loper. Pointing out their own black button eyes, they ask where hers are. She wants to stay, doesn't she?
Did they have those before?
No.
That's what I thought.
No. She takes all of these toys and decorations and the photo and slams them into the trunk at the end of her bed. She slides her vanity in front of the door and wedges the chair beneath the handle before pushing the trunk in front of it for good measure. She says with authority that she is going home tonight and she won't be back. In bed, she pulls off her shoes and angrily switches off the light before pulling the blankets completely over her. Swathed in the pinkness of her blankets, she commands herself to go to sleep. In her head, the other mother's voice echoes, reminding that there's only one little thing they need to do. The other father adds, "So sharp, you won't feel a thing." She hears herself begging to go to sleep, but when we see the outside of her blankets, the other mother's voice cuts through the overlapping echoes. "Soon you'll see things our way."
I understand a lot has changed, but Coraline's definitely changed her tune. When she was talking to Mel, she's like, and you'll never see this face again. And now she's like, please.
There's no place like it.
Yeah, clicking those heels together. Couple of buttons.
That'll do it, huh?
That'll do it for sure. After tossing and turning, she finally falls asleep, and we find her waking when light brightens the blanket over her. Coraline opens her eyes, calling out for her parents excitedly as she flings the blankets off, but she realizes that she's still in her other room, and the light on her blankets was moonlight streaming in through the window. Triumphant music comes to a screeching halt when she acknowledges the reality that she's still here. She rushes down the stairs and tries to pull open the doors to the living room, but they're locked. When she hears a piano playing in her other father's office, her face is set and determined as she pushes the door open in the same POV shot that we've seen twice before now. I love it.
Yeah.
But this time, the other father sits with his back to her in the darkness of the room, plucking discordantly at the keys, first hitting with one index finger, then the other. Coraline calls out to him bravely, demanding to know where the other mother is, but he continues to bang on the keys. She steps into the office, telling him boldly that she wants to go home. Finally, the other father spins around, his carefully styled hair now in disarray, his stylish pajamas wrinkled. His glasses hang crooked at the end of his nose, and he raises a finger, assuring Coraline that all will be swell as soon as mother is refreshed. Coraline's determined expression falters at the sight of him, but he continues, "Her strength is our strength."
I think we fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
Big time. Suddenly, the gloved hands shoot out of the piano. Instead of helping him play a lively song this time, one clamps over his mouth to stop his words and twists his head to look at the other hand, which wags at him admonishingly. They spin him back around towards the piano keys. Facing him head on, we see that his glasses are crooked on his face, and he makes no attempt to fix them. He only offers, "Mustn't talk when mother's not here." Coraline threatens to talk to the other YB if he won't talk to her, but the other father, his energy drained and his affect flat, responds, "No point." He turns to Coraline and says that the other YB pulled a long face. He demonstrates this by pulling down on his own mouth, stretching his face impossibly long. Coraline stares in horror, and the other father continues, "And mother didn't like it." The gloved hands jump out of the piano again and grab onto the other father's face, using it to twist him back toward the keys. Horrified, Coraline runs out and away from the Pink Palace, through the enchanted garden and the orchard.
In all fairness, this is a lot scarier than I anticipated.
It's the line.
Yeah.
So I understand her bolting.
Yeah.
And you see why the other father needed that mechanical face.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it's like, holy shit. This is genuinely scary.
This part is because I think his voice distorts a little bit.
Yeah.
It's
And it's
Yeah.
just enough to notice and like, what the fuck?
It's the distortion of the voice and the pulling of his face.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is horror, I think.
Well, and it feels like he keeps saying shit he's not supposed to say.
Yeah.
That's why the piano's like, shut the fuck up. Like her strength is our strength, and what she did to YB, it's like, that's enough.
Yeah.
Stop. This orchard that she's running through as well, we see it a few times. They are 40 handmade trees.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah. But as Coraline walks, the fruits and the leaves on the trees become more crude and less defined. The black cat catches up to her and asks what she thinks she's doing. The sky above her loses its darkness and stars, glitching into white pixels. Coraline tells the cat simply that she's getting out of here. That's what she's doing. The trees become mere sticks before disappearing completely as the ground and sky devolve into a stark white. We twist around Coraline and the cat in the whiteness as she notes that something is wrong. The well should be here. The cat corrects her that there's nothing out here. It's the empty part of this world. He explains that she only made what she knew would impress Coraline. Coraline still doesn't understand why she would want her, but the cat thinks she just wants something to love, something that isn't her, or maybe she just loves something to eat.
Holy shit.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
And that's fairy tale stuff.
Yeah.
Coraline, a little spooked, counters that that's ridiculous because mothers don't eat their daughters. But the cat reasons that he doesn't know. He ponders how she tastes before chuckling and hurrying along. It's like, now is not the time.
No.
We can't be joking right now.
No, I'm scared to death. I just saw something really bad in that house. I'm still recovering.
Coraline follows him, and on their undefined path ahead, the pink palace begins to materialize. The house, and then the world around it.
I was absolutely amazed watching this world kind of crumble in on itself.
Yeah.
And then return.
Mm-hmm.
I did read in that article the way that they accomplished this like white void is by doing exactly what you try to avoid in photography, and they overexposed the environment.
Okay.
And so
Wow.
I guess they turned all of the highlights up to maximum value, and the brightness of the lights washed everything out, including the detail. And so there's nothing there but whiteness.
All right.
So it's really there?
To my understanding,
Wow. Amazing.
How bright.
Yeah.
Like, we can't work like this.
Coraline questions how you can walk away from something and still come back to it. The cat murmurs that you walk around the world, and Coraline muses that it's a small world. A tinny horn sounds, and the cat is suddenly on high alert. He pounces into a nearby bush and scares out one of the other Mr. B's mice. He's still dressed for the show, and when the cat tackles him, he drops his horn. Coraline begs him to stop because it's one of the circus mice, but the cat continues to bat the mouse around before catching him in his mouth. After a second, he bites down, puncturing the mouse with his teeth. Coraline gasps at the brutality, but before her eyes, still hanging from the cat's mouth, the cute tiny mouse transforms into a limp, button-eyed rat with sawdust spilling out of its mouth. Spitting him onto the ground, the cat explains that he doesn't like rats, even in the best of times, but this one was sounding an alarm.
This is wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. All of it.
Yeah.
The mouse like spying and being like, like
Yeah.
they're over here.
Telling on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The transformation into a rat. And I will say I was very surprised to watch the cat murder this.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's cat behavior.
It is.
he's the
It
Robin.
is.
You're Batman.
Yeah.
You gotta-
I also think it's more in line with Coraline just kind of discovering what this actually is.
yeah.
Not to quote Slipknot or anything, but she's finding out the hard way that nothing is what it seems.
She should probably press her fingers into her eyes.
Her
but-
button eyes.
Yes. The cat gathers the rat in his mouth and scampers away, disappearing into the hole in the downed tree. Coraline whispers after him, "Good kitty." She turns back toward the pink palace and cautiously mounts the steps to the front door. She looks through the umbrella stand on the porch and equips herself with a cane before going in. Inside, Coraline is determined. She sticks the cane through the locks in the living room door and pulls on them, prying the locks off. When she swings the door open, the light from the hall falls upon the secret door, still slightly ajar. Her face lights up with hope, but before she crosses the room, a huge sentient armoire in the shape of a cockroach walks over in front of the door, guarding it like a bouncer. It begins to glow with a soft light, and suddenly, the whole living room is illuminated, revealing a lamp, chair, and couch, all in the shape of glowing bugs. It's interesting, too, because if you look back at the beginning when the Joneses are moving in, the Ramft brothers are carrying this in. It doesn't look like a cockroach, but it's the exact same armoire that's being carried in.
Oh, wow. That's wild.
That is, I'm thinking about it and all the bugs.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me just think again to Oogie Boogie. He was just a bunch
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
bugs.
There's a moment later that is like so Oogie Boogie.
Yeah.
It's wild.
That is fantastic. The furniture glides into place, the couch moving with its twitching antlers to reveal the other mother sitting on it. Her voice still calm, she tells Coraline that they say even the proudest spirits can be broken with love.
That's some cult leader.
Yeah.
That's not, those two things don't go together.
Nah.
The purple bug chair bumps the door closed before walking into Coraline and forcing her to fall back and sit on it. It carries Coraline and sits down across from the other mother and the winged coffee table between them. The other mother adds that chocolate doesn't hurt either. She pulls out a box of sweets and takes the lid off, revealing chocolate beetles inside. She offers one to Coraline, and when she holds the box out to her, the beetles begin to writhe in their tiny pockets. The other mother tells Coraline that they're cocoa beetles from Zanzibar, but Coraline doesn't take one. She watches as the other mother plucks one from the box, brings it to her lips, and with its legs still wiggling, bites its head off with no hesitation. Coraline grimaces and groans. The other mother's face is in the foreground as we watch her chew. This is the first thing that we see the other mother eat.
Interesting.
Coraline and the other father are fucking getting down on dinner breakfast food and everything else.
Yeah.
Her plate is empty. Even when she's holding food, she's feeding it to the snapdragons. So it is very interesting that this is the first thing that she eats, and it's a bug.
All right.
Behind her, Coraline insists that she wants to go back to her real mom and dad. She wants the other mother to let her go. The other mother stops chewing, and her face contorts into an expression of anger. She tosses the rest of her treat away and plants her fists on her hips, asking Coraline if that's any way to talk to her mother. Coraline spits back that she isn't her mother, and the other mother demands an apology at once. But Coraline doubles down, leaning close to the other mother's face and defiantly proclaiming, "No." Her simmering rage contained, the other mother offers to give her until the count of 3, but Coraline says nothing. So the other mother begins to count. 1, she begins to grow taller. 2, her features elongate and stretch. Her once friendly face narrows as she towers over Coraline. The rage bubbling over, she yells, 3, before snatching her up by the nose. She drags Coraline down the hall, and Coraline has no choice but to follow along, whining that it hurts. Once she reaches the end of the hall, the other mother grabs Coraline and tosses her into a mirror. But the mirror doesn't shatter and break. It yields, softly and liquidly accepting Coraline into a dark, hidden room behind it. So they said in the production notes that this is the first stop-motion animation morphing scene. And it's 130 frames with 50 replacements.
Good Lord.
Yeah. The other mother's transformation, I mean, not the mirror.
Right.
But Coraline lands on the ground with a grimace. The other mother, in her new bony and scary form, leans in, telling Coraline that she can come out when she's learned to be a loving daughter. She pulls back out of the mirror and disappears. The wall glows green before dimming into cold, hard stone. Coraline bangs on it, kicking it with her new blue boots, but it's no use. She tries to catch her breath, but she's startled when she hears something behind her. She whirls around, asking who's there. On the other side of a large room, she can barely make out a modest bed. 3 small lumps glow beneath the sheet, and whispers implore her to hush and shush, for the bell dam might be listening. Coraline whispers back, asking if they mean the other mother. When no one answers her, she goes to the bed and pulls the sheet off. Huddled there are 3 translucent ghost children, all with button eyes. Coraline asks who they are, and the other 2 disappear as the ghost boy, played by Henry Selick, floats over to her. Another Selick son, which is cute.
Yeah.
He admits that they don't remember their names, but he remembers his true mommy, which is like devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coraline asks why they're all here, and the 3 of them float in front of her again. But 2 disappear and leave sweet ghost girl, played by Anka Neal, alone to answer. With her braided pigtails, we recognize her as the very first doll in the opening of the film. The sweet ghost girl floats along, explaining that they're here because of the bell dam. She spied on their lives through the little doll's eyes. She's joined again by the ghost boy and the tall ghost girl, played by Hannah Kaiser. They swirl around her, adding that she saw through the doll that they weren't happy, so she lured them away with treasures and treats and games. She gave them everything they asked for, but they still wanted more. The tall ghost girl floats up to Coraline, her long face frozen in a silent scream. Her voice tells Coraline that they let her sew the buttons. She passes through her, leaving the ghostly image of her button eyes over Coraline's. After a moment, they disappear, but Coraline is horrified. The ghost children float above her, lamenting that the beldam said that she loved them, but she locked them in here and ate up their lives. They float backwards onto the bed and lay on their backs side by side. The blanket covers them and their glow dims to nothing.
Firstly, I just want to say that these tortured little faces of these ghost children, it's a lot.
Yes.
And I was very surprised and shocked to see it and to hear of the story and everything that is actually happening.
Yeah.
The story I liked, the backstory they gave for her, that was really cool.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of put everything together and you think about the opening of the film.
Yeah.
Very interesting, and maybe a few things we've heard here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to talk about how they accomplished these ghost children.
Okay.
I had read in that article that what they did is they shot everything separately. And so they have these ghost children puppets on motion-controlled rods against a green screen. So they shoot that, and then they shoot Coraline all alone doing all of her parts.
Oh.
But they bring the rods back in and attach lights to them so that the ghosts are emanating this light whenever you put it all together.
Okay.
And so it's seamless, firstly.
Yes.
You wouldn't even think that these were filmed separately, but you're like, how are they doing this?
Yeah.
You know, with stop motion.
Yeah.
Incredible. But looking at them, Coraline posits that she can't keep her in the dark forever, not if she wants to win her life. She steps back toward the wall that she traveled through, but behind her, the gentle glow warms again and the ghost children float in front of the bed. Coraline reasons that beating her is the only chance. The sweet ghost girl floats forward, asking if Coraline does escape, maybe she can find their eyes. Coraline asks if she took them too, and the sweet ghost girl confirms this. She took them and she hid them. The ghost boy and the tall ghost girl float behind her, and all three of them cover one of their button eyes. The ghost boy pleads with Coraline to find their eyes, and their souls will be freed. Under the gravity of their request, Coraline promises to try. But behind her, two hands thrust through the magic wall, causing it to glow green. Coraline gasps as she's grabbed and pulled out of the room.
I'm going to do it, but this is an optional side quest, like before the boss, or...
I feel like I'm really busy with the main story right now. In the hallway, someone wearing a chicken mask has their hand clamped over Coraline's mouth. She grunts and fights him, slamming him into the wall before freeing herself. But when she snatches the mask off the person's head, it's the other YB, smiling a sick smile. Trembling, he immediately covers his face, but Coraline kneels and peels his hands away. The corners of his mouth are sewn upward, forcing his lips into a painful smile. He looks at her sorrowfully, and when Coraline asks if she did this to him, he can't answer her. She twists the threads of his crude grin and pulls them out, freeing his face. The other YB massages his cheeks, and when Coraline offers that she hopes that he feels better, he shushes her. He grabs onto her hand, and they run into the living room. The fact that he was frowning and this was his punishment is fucking horrifying.
She's like evil.
Yeah.
It's really unbelievable to learn.
The cockroach dresser still stands in their way, but they hastily knock it over onto its side to get to the door. The other mother hears the crash and asks if it's Coraline, but Coraline only whispers at the other YB, "Let's go." They kneel down to open the door and peer into the tunnel. But its plushness and soft, inviting light are gone. The tunnel is drab and cobwebbed, choked with discarded and lost toys and clothes. The other mother calls after her, and once she starts toward the living room, the tunnel quakes with her every step. Coraline whispers for the other YB to come on and pulls him toward the tunnel, telling him that the other mother is going to hurt him again. But the other YB pulls away from her, shaking his head. He proves to her that he can't go. He takes off a glove and holds up a frayed and discolored hand. He blows out a stream of air, and his hand deteriorates into nothing before their eyes. Coraline stares appalled, but she snapped back to reality when the other mother yells her name again.
Firstly, this is a tragic thing to witness.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, you can't bring other YB back because how's that fair to real YB?
Yeah, there's already a YB.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh yeah.
Like, I have nothing to do with this, and now I have an exact double also in this world. Like,
I have nothing to do
Yeah.
with it.
Like,
That-
that's
no,
crazy.
that's true.
True, but it is sad that she's like, this is my only friend here. And she sees that she is hurting him.
Yeah.
But it's like, logically, girl, you knew he wouldn't go. He
No.
couldn't go in that
Yeah.
tunnel.
And wouldn't this make you want to be nicer to real YB?
Yeah.
Nah. No, I'm just kidding. Coraline's like, nah, fuck that dude. But the other mother stomps down the stairs in red boots, asking how dare Coraline disobey her mother. Out of time, the other YB pushes Coraline into the tunnel and slams the door. Coraline turns and rushes down the tunnel, swiping away the curtains of cobwebs and passing the forgotten toys and clothes. She rushes until she tumbles out into her living room. She rolls out, her hair and clothes riddled with cobwebs. She pants, looking around at her real living room and her real house before promptly locking the secret door. So I guess it's a good thing she left the key in.
Yeah.
She yells out that she's home as she shakes herself loose of the cobwebs. She walks through the house, calling out, but no one answers her. She peeks in her dad's office, calling out, "Real dad?" There's no one there. She walks down the hallway, calling out, "Real mom?" No one there either. When she passes the kitchen, she hurries inside, excitedly spotting her mom's groceries. But when she grabs the bag, it topples over. The fruit, vegetables, and packaged fish inside are all rotten, and a cloud of flies is let loose into the air. As they buzz, Coraline comments that that's disgusting.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
This food being rotten is the scariest fucking thing. How long was I gone?
Yeah. Is it like, I don't know. I and that was the first thought too. Instead of thinking of where is everyone, I was like, was she in there for like 6 months or something?
Yeah.
Like, what's the story?
The doorbell rings and Coraline hurries to the door with a smile. She tells her parents that she missed them so much, but when she yanks the door open, it's not Mel or Charlie. It's YB with a smile. Coraline complains that it's the YB that talks, and although he doesn't understand, he chuckles. He reminds her of that old doll he gave her and shares that his grandma is really mad at him. It was his sister's doll, the sister that disappeared. Coraline accuses him of stealing the doll, but YB reasons that it looked just like her. I really wonder what that doll looked like the last time Grandma saw it. I don't think it looked like Coraline.
I think it looked like what we saw in the opening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Coraline fires back that it used to look like a Pioneer girl, then Huck Finn Jr., and then a little Rascals chick with a bunch of ribbons and braids.
She's like, I've met all those children.
Yeah.
It's a lot, man.
That was very specific.
Yeah.
Then she realizes that she thinks she's just met Grandma's missing sister. She grabs YB's hand and pulls him into the house. And as she drags him to the living room, he protests that he's really not supposed to be in here. Coraline doesn't care, though. She lets go of him and stands next to the secret door. YB looks fearfully around the room, but Coraline points out that his grandmother's sister is in there. He reaches for the button key still sticking out of the door and asks if she can unlock it. But Coraline grabs his hand to stop it. She tells him that she wouldn't unlock it in 1,000,000 years. But it wouldn't matter anymore anyway. She can't escape without her eyes. None of the ghosts can. It's like, girl, you need to
Yeah.
you need to fill in some blanks before you start saying the shit.
You know, I'm starting to actually get a little pissed off at YB's grandmother. Because that was the whole point. You have this rule that no kids can live here. Why are you allowing this family to live here when you know what the fuck happens here?
Yeah. I just
Yeah.
wonder again, whether it's willfully complicit or not. Like, what kind of hold is over, like, influence? You know what I mean? Because, yeah, why now? Unless, if you want to be really sinister about it, maybe the doll did look like Coraline.
Oh.
And maybe Grandma met Coraline and was like, yeah, you guys can move in. I don't know. I don't want to think that. I don't want to think that.
What's she getting in
Forget
return?
I said that.
I know. Yeah.
I don't know.
What?
Yeah, because this lady
Dinner
did.
breakfast?
This lady did kill your sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You shouldn't. That's not your friend.
That's not it. That's not canon. We're not subscribing to that.
Let's go back.
Let's go back. T, cut that
We never
out.
said anything.
Confused but determined, YB reminds her that he really just needs to get that doll. And Coraline counters that that's great because she would love to get rid of it. She grabs his arm again and drags him up to her room. You know, now just to back up us not wanting to think what we just said, I don't think that she would want the doll back.
Okay.
If this was like
a deal.
If she knows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right?
Unless she's, let's do it again. Coraline's on the way out. Let's find another.
We're going to need another one. Once inside the room, she asks the doll, "Where are you hiding, you little monster?" YB nervously asks if she's been talking to his grandma, but Coraline explains that the doll is a spy. It's how she watches you and finds out what's wrong with your life. She checks her suitcase and peers beneath the bed, but the doll is nowhere to be found. YB misunderstands that the doll is grandma's spy, but Coraline corrects him. No, it's the other mother. She's got a whole world where everything is better, like the food in the garden and the neighbors. I was like, damn, you didn't have to say that part.
Yeah.
That's rough.
She leans into him, warning that it's all a trap. YB blinks and gulps. He suddenly realizes that he thinks he hears someone calling him, but Coraline says if he doesn't believe her, he can just ask the cat. This doesn't do much for her case, and YB has reached a polite limit. He offers that he'll just tell his grandma that Coraline couldn't find the doll. He hurries to the door, but Coraline pulls off her boot and pings him in the head with it. She warns him that he's not listening to her, but YB has a simple explanation as to why. He tells her it's because she's crazy. He dashes out of the way just before he's hit with her other boot. YB screams as he runs down the hall, but Coraline follows close behind, arming herself with her boot again and hauling it at him. Outside, she slips in the rain, and YB quickly mounts his bike and speeds away. Coraline yells after him, reminding him that he's the jerkwad that gave her the doll. But her anger quells when she spots her parents' car parked in front of the Pink Palace. She runs over to it excited, but her hopes are dashed again when there's no one inside. She finds her mom's cell phone in the passenger seat, and she picks it up and calls her father, begging for him to answer. When she hears his voice, she tries to talk to him, but it's only his voicemail, offering the caller to leave a message because he's digging in his garden. Coraline sadly asks where they've gone.
I think you are absolutely correct regarding his grandmother. Because it was YB that kind of fucked everything up by giving her the doll.
True.
Yeah.
She probably got the Coraline doll and was keeping it because she knows what it does.
Yeah.
And then YB's like, that looks like that girl that moved in.
Yeah.
But in YB's defense,
It looks like...
it looks just
It does. It does.
In Spink and Forcible's basement apartment, Coraline sits on the couch while Spink sews an angel costume onto one of the dogs. Coraline points out that she thought she only made those for the dead ones, but Spink answers that she's just looking ahead because this dog, Angus, hasn't been feeling very well.
Aw.
Jeez.
Forcible calls out to Spink, asking if she isn't getting ready, but Spink tells her that they've lost their ride. Coraline says that her parents have completely vanished. From behind a privacy screen, it's frosted glass decorated like scales. Forcible is outraged. A mechanical arm comes down and snatches the blonde bob wig off of her head, and she stomps out in a bodice. Spink offers that they could walk, but Forcible rudely cites Spink's need for a walker, pointing out that the theater is nearly 2 miles away. As the two lean into each other angrily, Coraline loudly clears her throat. Spink remembers the matter at hand, the girl's missing parents. Forcible goes over to a shelf and flips open its cover marked Special Reserve. There are 3 bowls of taffy marked 1921, 1936, and 1960. She carries over the bowl from 1921, and just as Spink calls for her to get the candy, she arrives with it. What do these years mean?
That is a great question.
Yeah.
It feels like they could coincide with the dates of some missing ghost children.
I mean,
Yeah. I thought it was just old candy, but you might be right.
I mean, it is very old candy. But you know,
yeah.
are you suggesting like complicity?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. they are confounding to me because of the extra cards on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And then what they're about to do for her. I'm not saying that like maybe they support what's going on, but I think that I wonder, is there an inkling? Did you try to warn other kids, but those other kids were like, nah, buttons, babe. I love it here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
Another mystery.
Indeed.
Yeah. Spink assures Coraline that it's just what she needs, and Forcible slides it across the table to her, knocking a cup of tea and spilling some in the process. The dogs gathered at her legs. Coraline asks how 100-year-old Candy is supposed to help her. But with a yelp, Spink holds up a sewing needle in each hand before bringing them down violently. The dogs bark and scatter as Spink chops up the hardened taffy, sending the delicious debris into the air and all over the table. Once the candy has been chopped into dust, Forcible leans in and blows it away. Using her needles as a pair of chopsticks, Spink plunks out something from the bottom of the bowl. She hands it over, and Coraline holds it in her hands, a green triangular adder stone with a hole in its center. Coraline holds it out, asking what it's for as she peers at the women through the hole. Spink offers that it might help. It's good for bad things sometimes, but Forcible corrects her. It's good for lost things. Spink doubles down that it's bad things, and when Forcible insists that it's lost and the two devolve into a childish back and forth argument, Coraline just lets herself out of the apartment. But I'm like, what? And again, what we go on to use this for? How do they know? How did they know to give this to her? I don't think, what was the older one? 1921?
Mm-hmm.
They probably weren't around then, but I mean, I don't know.
Well, what year is it now? We don't even know.
Oh,
Yeah.
true.
So, I mean, I don't know. And also, I mean, Spink seemed to be into kind of spiritual things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just a...
Like an inkling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might not be as terrible.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I hope not. Because like I said, I fucking love them.
Yeah. No.
And I would assume that it has to be, at least to a point, present day, at least when this was made, if 1960 was the last bowl, and that lines up with Grandma's sister, if that's what those dates are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, there's really no, like... They're not listening to like grunge or anything.
No.
Yeah, no, that is true.
So there's no...
Who knows? In her parents' bedroom, her father's nightstand is in the foreground. His glasses sit abandoned next to the framed photo of the Jones family turned toward the bed. Charlie and Mel smile with the younger brunette Coraline cradling her stuffed bear in front of the fountain at the Detroit Zoo. We pull up from this to see Coraline entering the room in her pajamas. She has wrapped her blanket around her shoulders and she holds on to her bear. A touching score begins as Coraline climbs into her parents' bed. She uses a pillow for her father's head and sticks his glasses on it. She sets another one for her mother, the pillow nestled in her abandoned neck brace. She settles in between them, bidding them each goodnight and kissing their pillowed cheeks before turning off the lamp. In the darkness of the room with her faux parents, Coraline cries herself to sleep.
This is so sad.
Yeah.
There are like not even words.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. I was like watching it. I was like, damn, that's tough.
Later, as she sleeps, the purring cat scampers over to her. He gently bats her face, and it takes a couple attempts of her sleepily waving him away for her to finally wake up. When she opens her eyes, the cat is on her chest, peering down at her. She greets him calmly, asking how he got in, but he only gazes at her. When she asks if he knows where her parents are, he gives a long blink and a subtle nod before hopping off the bed. Coraline follows the cat downstairs into the end of the hall. The mirror that led to the horrible room of the ghost children in the other world now provides a window to her parents in this one. Charlie holds his wife as they both shiver, covered in snow with dripping icicles frozen behind them. Her teeth chattering, Mel leans toward the glass and writes a desperate message, correctly for her, but backwards for us and Coraline. Help us.
No words. Again.
Yeah.
No.
Like, holy shit. And also, I don't know how she's able to see this right now.
The cat's got a little magic in him.
All right.
I'll allow it because you took my parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where was that scene?
Yeah.
That was a missing. It's a missing reel. It's a missing reel. The snow takes over and her parents are lost to us, the mirror once again becoming only a mirror. Coraline screams and pounds on it so hard that it breaks. The glass shatters onto her, but the cat only meows gently and consoles her with a nudge of his head. She questions how this could happen, and he leads her back to the bedroom. He reaches beneath the bed and pulls something out with his mouth. It's another doll. On one side, a rendering of Mel looks sad with black button eyes, and when Coraline turns the doll around, the other side depicts her father, the same forlorn expression, the same button eyes. Coraline realizes that this means the other mother has taken them. She throws the doll onto the ground and glowers as we match cut to her, the light of flames flickering against her face. She sits with the cat in front of the fireplace where she's thrown the doll inside, and they watch in silence as it curls in on itself, burned away in the hungry fire.
That animation is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I watched on the special features, the VFX animator, John Allen Armstrong. He was given the footage. They animated the doll burning and curling in on itself, and they sent that to him. He hand drew the fire.
Wow.
He scanned the fire into his computer, and it was added as a composite with the doll.
Wow.
That's just amazing.
So everything, not even the fire. The fire was hand drawn. He said the 5 seconds of film of that doll burning took him 3 to 4 weeks to animate the fire for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So these dolls of the parents, I mean, Coraline's doll got here because of YB.
Right.
Are we back to thinking some kind of complicity with some folks?
I don't know. I do know that those mice are coming in and out of here willy-nilly.
That's true.
And that mouse was sounding an alarm.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're on the take.
And there's so many of them.
There are.
Yes.
We don't even know which one to beat.
Once the flames subside, Coraline notices that on the mantle, the snow in the globe for the Detroit Zoo is swirling around. She picks it up and looks at the fountain inside longingly before asking the cat, "They're not coming back, are they? Not on their own." The cat just looks up at her with certainty, and Coraline decides that there's only one thing she can do. The score mounts as she looks at the door with determination, the button key still jutting from the lock. Coraline gathers her things. She grabs her crossbody bag and pulls on a sleeveless coat. She grabs her garden shears, a candle, and when she snatches up her hat and puts it on, the adder stone falls to the floor. When it clatters loudly against the wood, Coraline notices. She grabs it and slips it into her bag. We watch from inside the tunnel as she opens the door, now devoid of webs, toys, or clothes. No longer magical, blue, and glowing, just dark and long.
Always check your inventory before you go through that part.
Is there a save point here?
I don't know.
Please.
Once you go, you can't turn back.
No.
You have to progress in the story.
Coraline crawls inside, using the lit candle for light, and the cat goes with her. Once inside the tunnel, he immediately regains the ability to speak. He points out that she must know she's walking right into her trap. But Coraline reasons that she has to. They're her parents. The cat suggests that Coraline challenge her then. She might not play fair, but she won't refuse to play. He adds that she's got a thing for games. Coraline accepts this, but as they near the door at the end of the tunnel, a wind blows out her candle. Mel's voice floats over to her, and when Coraline excitedly calls out for her mother, we see Mel crouched in the doorway. She smiles, her hair still encrusted with snow. She reaches out a hand, commending her daughter for coming back for them. Our view is tight on Coraline as she runs into the other living room and clutches onto her mother. Her voice colder now. She questions why Coraline would run away from her. Unbeknownst to Coraline, the visage of Mel stretches, and when she brings down her hand to hug her, it contorts, the fingers longer with sharp black nails. When she hugs Coraline, Coraline knows immediately that this is not her mother and backs away.
So I had mentioned earlier a point in the film where I talked to the screen.
Yeah.
I said, "Coraline, that's not your mother." Shit! I was so upset.
Get away from there.
Like, don't believe her.
Well, it's too good to be true.
It was.
The other mother transforms into her other form, tall and bony. She chuckles as she snatches off the neck brace and tosses it aside. Coraline asks where her other parents are, but the other mother feigns ignorance. She has no idea where her parents could be. Maybe they got tired of Coraline and ran away to France.
God damn.
What the fuck?
It's too specific
Yeah.
and just rude.
It's mean.
Right, did you hear my parents say something?
Yeah.
But Coraline counters that they didn't run away from her. The other mother stole them. The other father waddles in through the open door behind Coraline. He has been transformed. His face long, his expression sad, his hair green and twisted. His body has been transformed pumpkin-like, and his orange mottled belly peeks out from beneath his shirt. The other mother advises Coraline not to be difficult and instructs her to have a seat. The other father grabs Coraline from behind, muttering something unintelligible with his twisted mouth. He holds her up, and Coraline looks down at his face as he settles her into the cockroach chair. The other mother leans toward the tunnel in the secret door, now glowing a sickly green. She claps her hands, and a rat, wearing a hat, hops through carrying the button key in his mouth. You rat bastard.
Didn't work this time.
No. The other mother plucks the key from the rat's mouth and thrusts it into the door, locking it. The cockroach armoire takes its position in front of it, settling down heavily as the other mother throws her head back and swallows the key in a gulp. Coraline questions why the other mother doesn't have her own key, but the other father answers in his new droning voice. Only one key. The other mother hurries over, shushing him and roughly pulling a leaf sticking out of his ear. She drags him toward the door under the ruse that the garden squash need tending. She asks, "Don't you think, Pumpkin?" As she pulls him out of sight, his dull, deep voice does its best to sing, "Squish, squash, pumpkin song." This reminds me of when she gets there and she's like, "Your father's probably hungry as a pumpkin by now." It's like, clearly he is not whatever the hell she is, because he keeps accidentally telling Coraline
Yeah.
shit that he shouldn't be telling her. And there is a theory that he doesn't eat unless Coraline is there, that she doesn't let him eat.
Okay.
That's why he's very adamant about eating.
Mm-hmm.
And even when she's like, "I'm going to go to bed now," he's like, "Before dinner?"
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
And he's piling those plates.
he
He
is.
is.
And it is very sad because he was singer-songwriter of the year earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he's just like pumpkins or whatever.
He is a pumpkin.
Yeah, he's like, "I can't do this anymore."
No inspiration.
Coraline stares after them, and once they're gone, the cockroach chair loosens its grip on her. Behind her, the portrait of the boy eating ice cream now resides in a frame that resembles a spider. Coraline hears a muffled squeaking sound and jumps to her feet. She calls out to her parents in a whisper, asking where she hid them. But at the ring of a bell in the kitchen, the other mother announces that it's breakfast time. Coraline walks into the kitchen and pauses in the doorway. She tells herself mentally, "Be strong, Coraline," before bravely walking in and sitting at her seat at the kitchen table. The other mother hums to herself, cracking eggs into a bowl. And if you look closely, the yolk on the egg that she's cracking into the bowl is Jack Skellington's face.
No shit.
Yeah.
That is the coolest thing
Yeah.
ever.
I know. Coraline eyes the gift box with the button eyes, thread, and needle, set in the center of the table in front of her empty plate and steaming mug of hot chocolate. The other mother sings softly to herself as she flips bacon in a skillet, but she stops immediately when Coraline suggests that maybe they could play a game because she knows that she likes them. The other mother's button eyes shine once again at the prospect as she reasons that everybody likes games. Coraline agrees with this, and in a measured tone, the other mother asks what kind of game it would be. She pours her egg mixture into a skillet and it sizzles, completed with mushrooms and chives. I was like, okay, listen.
Yeah.
I know that I shouldn't eat these. But,
How painful did you say the button eyes were?
Not very.
Oh, okay.
yeah, he said you won't even feel a thing.
Maybe it's worth it.
Coraline says it would be an exploring game, a finding things game. Drumming her fingers on the top of the counter with her sharp black nails, the other mother asks just what Coraline would be finding. Coraline answers honestly, her real parents. Flipping the eggs into an omelet, the other mother counters that that's too easy. But when Coraline adds, "in the eyes of the ghost children," the other mother raises her head in a grin. She walks over to the table and deposits the omelet and bacon onto Coraline's plate, questioning what happens if Coraline can't find them. Coraline sets the conditions of the high-stakes game. "If I lose, I'll stay here with you forever and let you love me." Eyeing the gift box on the table, she adds, "and I'll let you sew buttons into my eyes."
Kid's got courage.
Yeah. The other mother smiles, intrigued, and asks what happens if she's somehow able to win the game. Coraline says in that case, she has to let Coraline go. She has to let everyone go. Her real parents and the dead children. Everyone that she's trapped. The other mother struts around the table in her red half apron, mulling it over. Finally, she answers, "Deal." She holds her hand out for Coraline to shake, but Coraline isn't ready. She reminds the other mother that she has to give her a clue first. The other mother mulls this over briefly before acquiescing. "In each of these 3 wonders I've made just for you, a ghost eye is lost in plain sight." As she speaks, she holds her bony, long-fingered hands over Coraline's eyes. She backs away, leaning against the sink, but Coraline wants to know, "and for my parents?" The other mother just smirks and taps steadily against her button eye with a sharp nail as she chuckles. Coraline angrily accepts that she's not going to tell her anything. She turns away from her, the tapping still droning rhythmically, and after a sigh, Coraline accepts the terms of the game. She stands and turns around to fully shake the other mother's hand, but she is nowhere to be found, and the steady tapping of her eye is now just the steady dripping of water leaking from a faucet.
That's great.
I loved it so much. Coraline leans against the basin and ponders what the other mother meant by wonders. When it occurs to her, she pulls aside the lace curtains covering the window over the sink, revealing the magic garden created in her likeness. Girl, you can't think of all the wonderful things you've seen.
You need a
She's
reminder.
like, it was all right, I guess.
Wonder?
Bit much. She pushes open the squeaky gates to the garden and wanders past the frog plants. One peeks out at her as she goes. The heart flowers appear to be slumbering, and Coraline looks at them with disgust. When the dragon snappers start to nip at her feet, she stomps them flat. But as she's doing this, she doesn't see stone rising behind her and long thorny stems slithering out. Their flowers gape like mouths, and when they reach Coraline, they bite into her, stunning her long enough for the thorny stems to wrap around her and pull her toward the opening in the stone. Coraline grasps desperately for her dropped gardening shears, and when she grabs them, she twists around and cuts the heads off the flowers. Defeated, the thorny plant slithers back where it came from, and the stones settle. I also feel like this wasn't part of the deal.
No.
As you're allowed to try to kill me as I'm looking.
with her, though, it's implied.
Yeah, it is.
And we didn't actually shake.
No.
She disappeared.
Maybe it's like a gauntlet or something.
Yeah. It's like, I guess.
Yeah.
Coraline sits, panting and trying to get her mind right, but a group of buzzing bugs descend on Coraline. They have the, proboscis of a mosquito, but they also have, a thorned ass. So I don't know if they're bugs or wasps. I don't know what these things are.
I think either end, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
They're not good.
No.
Yeah.
They hum loudly, disorienting her as they pick up the adder stone. The group flies away with it, bouncing it collectively on their proboscises, but Coraline thinks quickly and chases them. She hurls her hat into the sky, knocking the bugs down like bowling pins. And when they fall to the ground, sawdust pours from their broken bodies. Coraline takes back her dropped adder stone and puts her hat back on her head. She questions why they would want to steal the stone. She raises it to her eye and looks through the hole at its center, and through it, the vibrant flowers in front of her are muted to a dull black and white. Coraline marvels at this and continues to scan the garden looking through the stone, and when a red glowing orb stands out in the starkness, she realizes that must be it. She lowers the stone just in time for the mantis vehicle to spring to life. The other father is lifted upward by the gloved hands from the piano, but he is no longer wearing clothes. His body has fully transformed into a pumpkin, and his mouth is still turned into that perpetually anguished expression. The eyes of the mantis glow bright headlights, shining directly into Coraline's face. The other father's new strange and droning voice offers an apology as the gloved hands force him to shift the gears and move the vehicle forward. The praying mantis descends on her, bringing down its sharp arms in an attempt to defeat her, but the other father just keeps apologizing. He tells her, "So sorry, mother making me, don't want to hurt you."
Tragic.
Yeah, this is like some Little Nightmare shit.
Yeah. Yes.
This was fucking, I was like, oh my God, what happened to him?
Coraline scurries up the small bridge, and in the mantis's enthusiasm, it crashes a hole into it when it brings its arm down to grab her. The vehicle begins to sink, but the other father barely has time to wrench one of his hands out of the gloves. He pulls the knob from the top of one of the gear shifts, and he holds it upwards as he sinks down into the water. He implores her to take it, and Coraline snatches it out of his hand just in time. We hear the other father moan as his outstretched hand joins the rest of them beneath the water-blanketed and colorful leaves. Once he's gone, the leaves begin to crackle and turn a muted gray. This effect ripples throughout the entire garden until it's frozen in a flat gray limbo. Coraline pants as she watches this transformation, but the ball in her hand calls out to her. "Bless you, miss. You found me." It glows red, and when Coraline peers at it, the button-eyed face of the ghost boy floats there, looking at her sadly. A twinkling echoes, but the ghost boy warns her that 2 eyes are still lost.
Yeah, I remember how many ghosts I met. Are you kidding
That's
me?
what I'm saying. This is optional, or I got to do this shit, dude.
You see a little counter in the corner of the screen. It says 1 out of 3.
You get a trophy.
You do. We know.
Yes, I promise.
Yeah, we came back for y'all.
Coraline tells him not to worry because she's getting the hang of it. There's a rumbling, and Coraline looks up to the sky. A dark shadow is encroaching on the moon, denoting a time limit. She looks back toward the other pink palace, and the sound of singing floats over to her. "I'm known as the siren of all 7 seas, the breaker of hearts by the bay. So if you go swimming with bow-legged women, I might steal your weak heart away." Coraline stands at the top of the stairs to the basement apartment, twinkling lights still lining the door. She hesitates only for a moment before letting herself into the other Spink and Forcible's apartment. Coraline creeps down the curtain leading to the theater auditorium. When she peeks inside, the seats are all empty, and there's a flashlight in the aisle in front of her. She turns it on and swings it back and forth, illuminating the empty house seats as she walks up the aisle. But when she hears a rustling above her, she raises the light. Hanging from the rafters are smaller versions of Spink and Forcible's myriad of Scotties, but they've been transformed into bats with glowing red button eyes. The light wakes them from their upside-down slumber, and one opens its arms, expanding its wings and growling at Coraline. She immediately lowers the flashlight and turns it off, willing the bat dogs to wrap themselves in their wings and go back to sleep.
So the dogs are bats now. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm just turning around.
Why not?
Yeah.
And again, I can't remember if they called each other, but somebody said dingbat
Oh, yeah.
to them.
You're right.
Yeah. But on the stage behind her, the lights turn on loudly. Center stage, suspended by wires, is what appears to be a giant piece of candy wrapped tight with paper. Something glows from within, and when Coraline raises the adder stone to her eye, she sees it. Between 2 hands holding each other tightly, a blue glowing light radiates. Coraline lowers the stone and thrusts her hand through the paper, groping blindly. That is wild.
Yeah.
That is wild behavior. 2 hands pop out of the torn paper, one pink and one green, their fingers laced together and their arms twisted around each other. Coraline pries the fingers open and reveals that the pearl ring that the other Miss Forcible wore is turned inside. She realizes that the pearl is the hidden eye, and she tries to pluck it off the pink finger. But when she sticks her hand inside, both hands collectively grab her, and she screams. Now completely green and pink, the heads of the new others, Mrs. Spink and Forcible, pop out of the bag, demanding with scowls and black button eyes that she give it back. Their other twisted and twinned arm lands on the stage, allowing them to crawl forward. Their hair sticks straight up in curled candy ribbons as they screech and call her a thief. I don't know if I ever noticed before that they're fucking taffy. They're candy.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm like, they're literally wrapped in a candy wrapper.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it. I was just like, oh, well, if the dogs are bats, then I mean,
Anything's possible. Coraline grabs the flashlight and blinks it up at the sleeping bat dogs. And when that doesn't work, and the women continue to pull at her and scream, she throws the flashlight. It bounces off the bat dogs, but it wakes them and they come flying down to the stage. As they swoop down, Coraline ducks and they land on the twisted and candied other Miss Spink and Miss Forcible. Coraline slides away from them on the slick stage, the pilfered pearl clutched in her palm. On impact, the performers and the bat dogs freeze and crackle, the gray emanating from them and rippling throughout the entire theater. Coraline stands in colorful contrast, looking down at the pearl ring. It glows blue, and the tall girl's ghost face stares back at her with a horrified expression. She implores Coraline to hurry on because her web is unwinding. Coraline slips the ring into her bag. She's like, don't forget, you got one more.
Yeah, right. You still have one more, girl. I know.
Trust me.
I know.
It's just a little paper clip trying to help you.
yeah, we don't need you right now.
Outside, she approaches the stairs to the other Mr. B's house. The once red flag outside his door now appears to be black as it flaps in the breeze. Coraline sees now that the shadow encroaching in on the moon is in the shape of a giant button, and it's steadily approaching to the halfway point. She climbs the rest of the stairs to see that the other Mr. B isn't flying a black flag. It's the other YB's clothing fluttering empty, hanging on by the gloves. Coraline mourns her new friend, screaming out to the other mother and calling her an evil witch.
This obviously is very shocking.
Yes!
Yeah.
The trajectory of this, you take away his voice, you fucking stretch his mouth into a smile, you turn him into the Babadook. It's wild.
He doesn't deserve it.
No.
Coraline asserts that she isn't scared, but she doesn't have time to linger on thoughts of the departed other YB. The second she bows her head sadly, the other Mr. B's door creaks open behind her. Coraline lets herself inside, closing the door behind her. She passes the cannons, downed and dingy now, but something scampers in the background. It lifts up to its full height, presenting itself to her. It's the other Mr. Bobinski's regalia, faded and worn. It is limp without its body to hold it up, and the top hat flops forward as a slurring voice greets her. Hello, Galabushka. She corrects him that she's Coraline, but the strange version of the other Mr. B doesn't pay any mind. His arms wave before he holds out his splayed glove, presenting her with the lead mouse's ball from the Jumping Mice Circus. He asks her if this is what she's looking for, and after raising the adder stone to her eye, Coraline confirms that it is when she sees its bright yellow glow. She reaches for it, but the gloved hand closes. The other Mr. B's costume crab walks away, asking her in that slurred, strange voice if she really thinks that winning this game is a good thing. He passes around her, crawling away, the sleeve of his jacket sizzling when it hits an old furnace. He continues that she'll just go home to be bored and neglected, same as always. Coraline searches for the glow with the adder stone, but she sees nothing. The other Mr. B, though, is slithering up a beam like a snake. He hangs upside down from the rafters, reaching out his hands toward Coraline and inviting her. Stay here with us. We will listen to you and laugh with you. He swings back and forth before falling onto the ground in a heap. Then he launches himself back into the circus tent. Coraline follows him, eerie and twinkling circus music playing lightly as she pulls the curtain open. In the center of the ring, he perches, hunched, on a mountain of different cheeses. He tells her that if she stays here, she can have whatever she wants. Always. Can we start with the cheese? Because I'm a big fan.
I was going to say, are you going to give me some cheese or what? Like,
You're bargaining with this?
I mean, no, I'm
Monster?
terrified. I'm terrified.
All right.
Coraline raises the adder stone to her eye and sees the ball glowing beneath the other Mr. B's top hat. She walks toward him slowly, asking if he really doesn't get it. He flops backward and forward, agreeing that he doesn't understand. And Coraline tells him, of course he doesn't. He's only a copy she made of the real Mr. B. The other Mr. B hugs himself tightly and counters, his voice tired, slow, and distorted. Not even that anymore.
This is a horror beyond comprehension.
yeah.
It shocked me.
Yeah.
Literally, though. And I get why we said, because chronologically, when she visited, Mr. B was not the last place she went.
Mhm.
I see why we saved it for last.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coraline pulls his top hat off to reveal a hissing rat inside, clutching onto the ball. The other Mr. B's costume shakes uncontrollably as the rats abandon it, fleeing out of the circus tent as the main one with the hat and the ball glides away on a wheel of cheese. Thinking about the parallels of what she's seen, the last time we saw these mice, which are really these fucking rats, they were crawling into his costume.
Mm-hmm.
And when she comes back, that's what Mr. B is these rats making his costume flop around. It is just incredible.
Yeah. Because his movements are very like wacky waving inflatable flailing arm tube man.
Well, there's no substance.
Right.
Yeah.
But it is fluid in a way that's like something's wrong.
And the way that they abandon it and they were making up the entire thing also reminded me of Oogie Boogie.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just the way that he is moving and his voice, it's fucking scary, man. It's frightening. Coraline follows as the main rat wheels down the aisle between the rows of cannons. The other rats take to manning the cannons, forcefully shooting cotton candy bombs at her. They hit her hard, knocking her over. And when Coraline sees the main rat rolling out of a small door in the front door of the apartment, she throws the only thing at her disposal, the adder stone. The rat deftly hops over it, and it goes flying over the balcony railing and out into the night. Coraline screams her lamentations and tries to run to the door, but the rats tie their tails together and trip her. Once again, Coraline comes crashing through Mr. Bobinski's front door and lands hard enough on the railing to dent it. One of the animators, Juliana Cox, said that when the rats are running out of Mr. Bobinski's costume, there were 25 rats in the frame at once. She is moving them frame by frame.
Jeez.
She said that she would just start in a section and work in small groups. And she was very careful, even through all the movements and manipulations, to keep a weird crook in each of the rats' tails so that they looked creepy.
Okay.
The attention to detail.
Yeah. The outdoor stairs come crashing down to the ground below, throwing Coraline aside. When she opens her eyes, lying in the grass, her vision has to refocus. The rumbling continues, and as Coraline searches the grass for her things, the moonlight dims. She looks up to see that button shadow, nearly completely overtaking the moon's glow. The darkness creeping up on her, Coraline reaches into her bag and pulls out the gear shift knob and the pearl ring. Only 2 prizes instead of 3. She realizes that she's lost the game. She's lost everything. She lowers her head and begins to cry as the rumbling reaches a crescendo. But she doesn't see that in the grass in front of her, the head of the rat lands in the grass with the ball in its mouth, sawdust spilling through its severed neck. The cat meows loudly, and when Coraline looks up, tears still streaking her face, he stands next to the head, licking his paw. He reminds Coraline that he did mention he doesn't like rats, even at the best of times. Coraline agrees that he did mention something like that. The cat bats the ball over to her, reasoning that it seems like she needed this one, though. The ball rolls through the grass and lands at her feet. Coraline offers a sincere thank you, and as soon as she plucks the ball out of the grass, everything around her crackles into gray. She tells the cat that she's going inside now. She still needs to find her parents. The button eclipse finally finishes, and the moon crumbles and breaks down in the sky, turning into a piercing white orb. The sky rains down on Coraline, and she looks up to see the brightness taking everything over, rippling across the sky, the ground, the magic garden, eating away at the very ground where they stand. Just before it snatches up the cat, too, Coraline implores him to quickly jump into her bag. He does, and Coraline runs, the very steps of the other pink palace breaking apart seconds after they cross them. She runs inside and slams the door behind her.
This clash of color reminds me of Dorothy entering Oz.
Yeah.
Okay.
As Coraline walks through the hallway, the wallpaper peels up as she goes. She peeks into the living room, and she and the cat exchange a glance before she boldly walks in. The bug furniture seems to be malfunctioning, their bright lights flickering and their body moving in jerks and twitches. Coraline backs up to the couch where the other mother sits, perched. The pattern on the wallpaper behind her has been overtaken by the delicate design of spider webs.
The movement of those webs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful.
When she raises her head, we see a new form. The whiteness of her face and arms is shattered with cracks. Her neck and chest have been replaced by pointed bones, and her arms devolve at the hand, branching off into thin, sharp needle fingers.
I gasped.
Yeah. And how the fuck am I supposed to fight this?
You're not.
Carefully.
Yeah.
Because she's quite pointy.
Yeah.
She says quietly that Coraline is back and she's brought vermin with her. The cat yowls and Coraline takes a step back at the sight of her. She protests that she didn't bring vermin. She brought a friend. The beldam stands on sharp spider's legs, her height terrifying, and she tells Coraline, "You know I love you." She stoops down to the child, caressing her cheek with her cold metal fingertips and giving a loving poke at the tip of her nose. Coraline gathers her resolve to counter that she has a funny way of showing it. The beldam stands and smiles, clasping her spindly fingers together. She asks where the ghost eyes are, and Coraline fishes for them in her bag. She holds them out, the gear shift knob, the pearl ring, the tiny circus ball. The beldam tries to snatch them away, but Coraline pulls them back, telling her to hold on. They're not finished yet. Annoyed, the beldam agrees that they're not. She still needs to find her old parents after all. She turns her back to Coraline, the spines of her back poking sharply out of her dress. She laments that it's too bad Coraline won't have this. She presents the adder stone, spinning on the needle of her finger, before flinging it into the green glowing fire, where it sizzles and dissolves into nothing. The circus ball begins to glow in Coraline's hand, and she turns to look at it. The sweet ghost girl peers back at her, warning her to be careful. Even if you win, she will never let you go. A moving green light shines in the crack of the secret door behind the cockroach bodyguard. Coraline narrows her eyes and nods, slipping the ghost's eyes back into her bag. The cat glares at the beldam, and Coraline boasts that she already knows where her parents are. The beldam turns away from the fire to face Coraline slyly, intrigued by the supposed knowledge. Pointing to the secret door, Coraline asserts that that's where they are. They're behind the door. The beldam asks, "Oh, they are they?" She creeps over to the door on her needly arachnid legs, and Coraline backs over to the fireplace as the cockroach armoire steps out of the way for the beldam. There's a loud squeaking sound coming from the fireplace, and Coraline looks around desperately, but the cat spots it right away. He tells her in a whisper, "There." And he's right. He hops onto the mantle next to the snow globe for the Detroit Zoo, and the mystery of the squeaking is revealed. Coraline's parents stand shivering behind the glass, clearing away the snow again and again to make themselves visible, their wipes squeaking loudly across the glass. Tears immediately spring to Coraline's eyes at the sight of her parents, and she whispers for them as she reaches forward. But the beldam is still hunched over the secret door. She starts to cough, and Coraline turns to look just in time to see the beldam cough the button key up into her hand. She turns to Coraline with a dark grin, and Coraline quickly wipes the tears from her eyes. She invites the beldam to open the door because they're there all right. But her voice low and all-knowing, the beldam breaks the news as she unlocks and opens the door. You're wrong, Coraline. They aren't there. And this is what when I said that they had figured something out working with Terry Hatcher, was that her voice is scariest when she's pulled back like this. When she really quiets down, that's when Henry Selick was like, that's scary.
It is very frightening.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the performance of being able to really play 3 characters.
That's why I was like, it's a big task, and we can't really talk about why yet. But really, there's a different vibe to each version and the real mom.
Mm-hmm.
The revealed tunnel unfurls with its webs and discarded items, holding up a spool of thread and a needle with the web of the wallpaper framed behind her. The beldam tells Coraline that she's going to stay here forever. But Coraline is adamant. No, I'm not. She snatches the cat off the mantle and hurls him at the beldam.
There was no agreement.
Yeah, well.
That was not part of the deal.
It really wasn't.
Improvise. Yeah.
Jesus, man.
He lands right on her face, claws first. As the cat yowls and digs into her face, Coraline grabs the snow globe off the mantle and drops it into her bag. The beldam grunts and tries to peel the cat off her face, but the cat goes for the button eyes. He claws them off and they clatter to the floor. The beldam blindly grabs him and swings. He goes flying and lands on the cockroach armoire. He casts another yowl at her, but the beldam just covers where her eyes used to be with her horrible metal hands. She screams out for Coraline, calling her a horrible, cheating girl. She stomps down on the wooden floor and everything breaks apart, crackling as it flakes away and yields to a stark whiteness. The floor is now a giant spider web, and Coraline sinks into the middle. I will say, when she does that, it does remind me when Oogie Boogie's like, double dead.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, right?
Yeah. They had mentioned this as being one of the most complicated sets that they built.
Yeah.
They actually made 5 versions of it so that it could have the scale and the movement for it to drop like that.
Whoa.
Okay. It looks really good.
Yeah.
Yes.
And doesn't the kind of spider bit kind of remind you of James and the Giant Peach?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The cat jumps onto the open door of the secret tunnel, but the beldam cackles wildly as she swoops down on Coraline, passing the other bugs caught in her web that had previously served as her furniture. Coraline uses the webbing as a ladder and climbs away just before the beldam lands. She fumbles blindly, demanding to know where Coraline is and calling her a selfish brat. Her eyes have been taken, but she doesn't need them in her own web. She goes still and touches the web in front of her. Above, Coraline's bag gets stuck on the sticky strings, and when she pulls it free, the vibration travels down to the beldam, alerting her to exactly where Coraline is. She laughs in triumph and scurries up as Coraline climbs as fast as she can. She's able to get to the door and crawl inside, but just as she tries to close it, the beldam's horrible face appears in the crack, asking, "You dare disobey your mother?" But Coraline kicks her in the face.
Yeah.
I was expecting, "You're not my mother," or something.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, "No, bitch, get out." When she falls back, Coraline tries to pull the door closed, but the beldam has already stuck her needle fingers in. She screams as Coraline tries to pull the door back closed, but behind her, 3 sets of ghostly gloves rise from Coraline's bag, the balls inside glowing bright with the faces of the ghost children. Coraline pleads with the door to close, and with the aid of the lost children's ghostly grips, they slam it shut, pinching off the beldam's hand. It falls next to Coraline and into the tunnel, but Coraline grabs the key and locks the door.
Ghost help.
Yeah.
Yeah. We love to see it. The beldam screams and bangs on the other side, begging with Coraline not to leave her. But Coraline is rushing down the tunnel, falling and regaining her balance as it grows shorter with every bang of the beldams against the door. She pleads with Coraline that she will die without her, but Coraline tumbles through the door and lands in the living room of her pink palace. The door comes closer and closer with every boom, but Coraline slams her door and locks it.
That is a wonderful effect.
Yeah.
Yes. Just very quickly to talk about the beldam's puppet, this final form of her. One of the animators, Phil Dale, said that sometimes you form like this symbiotic relationship with the puppet, and the two of you are like dancing almost, and it's seamless. And there are other puppets that will not do anything that you want them to do. And the beldam was one of those.
Oh.
They said it was so that they knew it was going to be difficult, but it was so difficult. And they showed a frame of like dead bugs or like bug carcasses that they had hanging up in the costume department that they were using as inspiration for her dress and her like the weird cracks in her skin. They were using bugs as inspiration for it.
It's a striking appearance.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I would imagine with the little needle fingers and the needle legs having to keep positioning it and move it, or if one of those things messes up, or the hands,
well, the puppet and then the needles and then the fabric. I mean, it's so much. It's just so much. But something bangs hard enough to send the key flying. And when Coraline catches it, the pounding stops. She pants, cobwebs once again clinging to her hair and clothes. And she checks inside the bag and finds garden shears, the handle of a gear shift, the pearl ring, and the red ball. But the snow globe is gone. Coraline tosses the key inside the bag and crawls away, but she stops when her hand lands in a small pool of wet, glittery liquid. More drips on the top of her head, prompting Coraline to look up to the mantle. The Detroit Zoo snow globe is broken. The fountain stands bare and defiant as the liquid inside leaks down. Mel and Charlie come in, covered in frost and snow. Coraline runs to them and pulls them both in a hug, telling them how much she missed them. Mel is taken aback by this, but she immediately notices that Coraline broke her favorite snow globe. Coraline objects that she didn't break it and must have broken when they escaped. It's like, girl. But Mel just points out that Coraline also cut her knee. Charlie leans in, reminding his daughter that he asked her to count all the windows, not put her knee through them.
All right.
Like, Dad, please. Coraline tries to protest, but Mel has moved on. She tells her to get cleaned up because they're going out tonight. She playfully punches Charlie in the shoulder and he brightens, revealing that they've got a lot to celebrate. Coraline realizes that they're talking about the gardening catalog, and Mel asks what else they could be talking about. Mel turns to walk away, the snow on her back melting into her sweater. Coraline tries to bring her mother's attention to the snow on her clothes, but defrosted now, Mel asks what's gotten into her. Her parents leave the room, and Coraline looks back at the broken snow globe with wonder before leaving the room herself.
I have to admit, I was a little pissed off at the fact that they do not remember anything that has happened.
Yeah.
It's like you are literally, your nose is pink, first of all.
It is.
You are covered in snow. You got the sniffles. I hear it. Like, I'm pissed. And then you turn around and they're just like, oh, no, never mind.
I was like, no,
There was no snow here
Well,
ever.
they asked for help.
Yeah,
they did. They did.
You're literally covered in snow.
Yeah.
I'm pissed off. You don't feel cold?
No. I did read, too, that they made the snow out of super glue and baking soda.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
It's like, how do you even think of that? But that night, in Coraline's bedroom, Charlie gives a spirited performance of pretending to be attacked by Coraline's stuffed octopus, and she giggles at this. She asks her dad if he's going to order the tulips for the garden party, but waving the soft tentacles against her face, Charlie jokes that he has no idea what she's talking about. Mel is setting up toys onto the shelves in Coraline's wall when Coraline turns to her and reminds her not to forget the invitations. Mel asks, even Bobinski? And Coraline reasons that Mr. B's not drunk. He's just eccentric. She lies down in bed and Charlie laughs at this. He kisses her on the forehead and wishes her good night. Coraline lies with her eyes closed, but when Mel slips something under the blanket, she opens them. She looks up at her parents, looking lovingly down on her, and Mel smirks with a knowing look before following Charlie out and turning the lights off as she closes the door. In the glow of the moonlight, Coraline opens up the gift that Mel left behind. She smiles brightly when she reveals orange and green striped gloves. She slips one on her hand and holds it up to the window to admire it, but the cat jumps onto the window pane, meowing in the moonlight. I was like, oh.
It's very sweet,
Yeah.
but that cat does have some unfinished business. He has every
And
right.
rightfully so. It was cute to me that she went back and got these gloves.
Yeah.
And the fact, I feel like her saying that that's her favorite snow globe, because that's the place that they went together in
Yeah.
the picture. It's like, no, Mel's not, I know she's not the most cuddly, but
Yeah. The parental units are better.
yeah. But Coraline opens the window to let the cat in, offering him a gentle hello. She asks if he's still mad, but the cat glowers at her. She apologizes for throwing him at the other mother, but it was all she could think to do. The cat's hard expression softens, and he allows her to pet him, even licking her hand when she does. She carries him over to the bed and pulls the eyes from the other world out of her bag. She tells the cat, "I think it's time to set them free, don't you?" And the cat nods his agreement. Coraline places them under her pillow before she and the cat lay down together to sleep. But when she opens her eyes again, her ceiling is gone, replaced with a swirling Van Gogh sky. The background behind her surreal and swirling as well. She smiles up as a twisting star breaks open. The three children come out, no longer ghosts now, but angels. Their button eyes have been removed and their natural ones restored. Their sad and tragic expressions are softened into smiles. The sweet girl spreads her arms, remarking that it was a fine, fine thing Coraline did for them. The children join hands. Coraline crosses her arms, surmising that she's just glad it's finally over. But the children exchange a worrying look, and the tall girl and boy float away. The sweet girl corrects that it's over for them. Coraline's like, "What about me?" And the tall girl flirts up and reveals, "You're in terrible danger, girl." Coraline doesn't understand. She reasons that she locked the door, but the children stand in a row before her again. The sweet girl tells her, "The key." She reminds Coraline that there's only one and the beldam will find it. To illustrate this, the button key that Coraline was wearing on the necklace floats up out of her pajamas. Coraline lowers her head in sorrow, and the children hurry to comfort her. The boy offers, "'Tain't all bad, miss. Thou art still alive. Thou art still living."
That's heartbreaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like, "You think that's bad?"
Yeah.
We got to go up here to heaven.
Yeah.
Actually,
Well, maybe
that's pretty.
Yeah, maybe that's okay.
Well, they were stuck in that dungeon for a while.
For a
That's
long
true.
time.
That is true.
Well, he's saying "thou art," like a very long time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They hold her in comfort, and we spin around them before we find Coraline back in her bed. She wakes, startled, and sits up. The cat watches as Coraline sits and raises her pillow, revealing all three symbols of the children's eyes to be shattered. She pulls the key out of her shirt and tells the cat that she needs to hide this somewhere where she can never, but she stops as a thought comes to her. The cat narrows his eyes, and when Coraline gets out of bed and drapes her blanket around her shoulders, he follows her. He stands in front of the door, blocking her, but Coraline demands that he get out of the way. She nudges him to the side with her foot and pulls the door open. The cat watches with worry. Coraline walks downstairs past the living room, but we linger on the secret door. The baseboard thumps visibly until the beldam's hand that was left in the tunnel pushes through. It grabs on the wall, its needles scratching trails into the paper as it pulls itself out. Outside, Coraline walks along the path where she first encountered the cat alone. She says nervously to comfort herself, "Oh, my twitchy witchy girl, I think you are so nice. I give you bowls of porridge and I give you bowls of ice. Cream." She walks along the path lined with trees whose leaves flutter down and carpet the earth. The disembodied metal hand travels stealthily behind Coraline as she continues with her father's song. I give you lots of kisses and I give you lots of hugs, but I never give you sandwiches with grease and worms and mung beans. It is so like sweet to me that she's singing the song that her dad sings her to like comfort herself.
Yeah. It is adorable. The other song was catchier, so you would think that she would still be singing it, but
Bad memories. Bad memories. Although that father did help her.
He did. But that song is more sentimental.
Yes. Yeah. As the hand rattles along, Coraline pries the lid off the well. When she pulls the necklace with the key out of her shirt, the waiting hand stretches wide in excitement before hopping over to her in a hurry. Before Coraline can take it from around her neck, the hand latches on, using it to drag Coraline across the ground back toward the Pink Palace. We fly down the hill, through the front door, down the hall and into the living room, where the outline of the secret door is traced in a glowing green and the pounding starts again.
This should not surprise anyone, but Henry Selick on commentary said that shot was inspired by Sam Raimi.
Yes! Coraline kicks her feet as she's dragged, but she and the hand both freeze at the sound of an air horn. A bright light flares on the hill above them, and YB, in his mask and sitting astride his bike, wails out a battle cry before riding down to them. He uses his slug tongue to pluck the hand away from Coraline as he goes, and she sits up, catching her breath. YB holds the tongs up, but the hand climbs down, crawling along his shoulder and jumping onto his masked face. YB tries to peel it away, but crashes, sending himself and the hand flying into the open well. But he is able to hold onto the side, and the hand climbs up his body and finds a way back to the ground, as Coraline grabs her blanket and runs over. It stabs YB's hand, causing him to lose his grip. Only suspended by one arm now, YB screams. The hand rears up to stab YB's remaining one, but Coraline tackles it, wrapping it up in her blanket as she rolls away. The fabric of the blanket rips as the hand forces its way through and tries to get at Coraline's face. She screams, but the hand's reign of terror comes to an end when YB drops a big rock onto it and it breaks apart in the impact.
Holla at your boy.
For real.
You think that's a callback whenever, or maybe foreshadowing earlier when Coraline threw that stone at the cat when she thought it was like a monster or something in the bushes?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. As YB catches his breath, Coraline wraps the entire rock with the hand beneath it into her blanket, and she ties it closed with her button key necklace. She and YB hurl it into the well together, and after a moment, its dark descent ends with the sound of splashing water. Our view is inside the well looking up when they slide the lid back on. Dusting himself off, YB apologizes for not believing her about all that evil stuff. He pauses before saying her name correctly, and Coraline beams at him. She asks why he changed his mind, and he explains that his grandma showed him a picture after he called her crazy. He presents the black and white picture to her. YB's grandmother as a child, standing with her twin. His grandmother scowls at her twin sister, who cradles a doll that looks just like her. The picture is evidence that Grandma's missing sister was the sweet ghost girl that Coraline freed.
You kind of knew it, but to have the confirmation.
Yeah. His grandmother's voice floats down again, calling YB to come home with the ringing of a bell. He questions what he's going to tell her, but Coraline, an ugly red mark around her throat where she was choked and dragged, tells him simply to bring her by the house tomorrow and they can tell her together. YB is grateful for this, and with a playful punch in the shoulder, Coraline tells him that she's glad he decided to stalk her. But YB insists that it wasn't his idea. He looks over at the cat, perched on a tree stump. He cocks his head to the side in a very YB way, and the cat mimics this. Coraline does too. The chorus begins to sing as the three stand smiling with the leaves raining softly around them. We glide above where two clouds in the shape of jagged, sharp hands release their cold grip on the moon. Our view of the moon is replaced by a white balloon in the sunlight. Below it, Coraline wears her new gloves as she picks up a tray of glasses filled with lemonade. The drink sloshes and the ice clinks against the cups as we look over the tray to see Miss Spink and Miss Forcible gardening happily with their dog Angus, dressed in an angel outfit, also happily eating pizza out of a box on the ground. Red tulips bloom around the previously bare garden, and Coraline presents them with the tray and thanks them for helping her. Miss Forcible excitedly proclaims to Miss Spink that they're pink ladies, but Coraline corrects her. It's just lemonade. Forcible takes a sip and looks disappointed. She asks after Angus, who Spink assures her is much better, but he can't dodge his wings forever. Determined to try, Angus takes pizza slices in his mouth and runs away, dragging the tray of potted tulips that his leash was tied to with him. One of the animators, Suzanne Twining, said that she animated a section of this sequence where Coraline is giving them the lemonade, and 24 seconds of it took her 3.5 weeks.
Good Lord.
Damn.
Further into the garden, Charlie warns his wife of an impending burp, and when he does, she still scolds him. He excuses himself, but remarks that the pizza was delicious. Coraline offers them drinks, and they take them. Mel tells her daughter that she was right. She really does hate dirt, but the tulips do look nice, and Coraline thanks her. Down in the empty space under the small bridge, Coraline catches Mr. B trying to plant beets instead of tulips. She clears her throat to get his attention, and he looks up guiltily. She asks him about the Mushkas, and Mr. B says that they told him that Coraline is their savior, and as soon as they're ready, they want to give her a special thank you performance. He does call her Caroline, but she doesn't correct him. She hears Wybe's grandmother snapping at her grandson, reminding him that she grew up here. She knows where she's going. He's leading her by hand through the gate, and Coraline greets her. His grandmother smiles and replies, "Oh, hello," holding her tray with just 2 more glasses of lemonade balanced for the Lovats. Coraline tells her, "I'm Coraline Jones, and I've got so much to tell you." We pan out over the garden and over the sign labeling it the Pink Palace. The cat stands balanced on the sign, casually licking his shoulder. He stretches and lets out a purring yawn before getting to his feet. He walks behind the signpost, disappearing without a trace as he goes.
What was that?
Yeah.
I
You haven't been real this whole time?
am quite startled.
He can go back and forth.
But why would he go back
well,
there?
Listen.
Yeah.
I heard a very interesting theory about the Bell Dam and this cat, that the cat is her kind of like reluctant familiar. And they don't like each other, but they're bound to each other. And that's why when she's like, "You're back and you brought Vermin with you," she says it like it's his name.
Okay.
Huh.
And even when she could kill him, she's got needle hands. She doesn't.
Well, but he
she
was-
just flings him away.
Yeah.
He did claw her eyes
Yeah, I
out,
was gonna say.
but he didn't kill her either.
No, but
And he was
tried.
killing mice left.
Yeah.
So I thought it was interesting, like, and he is moving back and forth, and she can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
She controls everything else there.
Huh.
I don't know. I just thought the theory was interesting because why the fuck would he go back to
Yeah. I did just want to say, just as the last example of just the attention to detail and the work put into it, this last shot is the last shot that they filmed.
Oh.
They had said in that article that they had actually built 5 stages to shoot each component. And this, what they called a meandering camera shot, they composited all of it together so that when it finishes, it matches the same shot composition as the first.
Man.
Oh, okay.
Incredible.
Yeah.
But it cuts to black and we get the title in white. Coraline. The O, a button, and the L, the tail of a wise cat. The chanting chorus sings and the credits begin as the winged dogs play with each other, tossing the ball back and forth. The bat dogs make an appearance, fluttering around, but the credits roll. And afterwards, we get a really cool shot of the laborious process of the mice unfurling on the ribbons to entice Coraline before folding back together. But I have to ask, so what did you guys think of Coraline?
This was really good. I really did enjoy the look of it, the feel of it, everything that was going on. it is funny in terms of talking about it and thinking about it as kind of a video game. It does hit a lot of points. But I mean, I guess that just adds to how good the movie is. You know what I mean? But I did really, for me, a lot of the really, really good selling points was the way everything looked. I mean, the story is really great too. I think, and again, it's not a knock on, it's not anything, but to me, it's definitely a kid's movie. But it is a very good kids movie. I don't have that much nostalgia for it, but I did enjoy the shit out of this.
I really, really loved it too.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I don't have the nostalgia for it, but it does take me back to feeling like I am a kid.
Okay.
It's the animation.
Yeah, and maybe it is the connection to Henry Selick's other work.
Yeah.
The Nightmare Before Christmas and James and the Giant Peach, which were staples.
Yeah.
But I don't know, there's something very special about this movie. Having never watched it before we covered it on the show, I was, it was built up, I will say.
Okay.
By many people.
Yeah.
Including one at this table. And for
John
it,
Paul?
yeah, oh, wow. For it to have lived up to that.
Yeah.
And even maybe exceeded that is remarkable and very impressive.
Okay.
I really, really see myself revisiting this film because there is such a comforting vibe to it.
Yeah.
And there is such a really cool element of this like dark fairy tale.
Mm-hmm.
You have characters that you can root for. You have a very interesting story that's being told in a way that really hasn't been told like this, but also hints at previous.
It's familiar.
Yeah. And which is, again, makes it all the more comforting. And it really is, like you said, JP, it's the visuals,
Yeah.
the vibe and the atmosphere, the music, the designs of everything from the characters to their environments,
Mm-hmm.
the movement, the attention to detail, and the dedication that it took to make something like this.
Yes.
And you see it in every second, every frame of the film. It's like you had to do something for every frame.
Every frame.
It's unbelievable. It's just a very remarkable film, and I'm very glad that we got to talk about it.
Me too. And I'm glad that you both love it as well. I think it's very clear how I feel. I don't think I need to monologue or wax poetic any further. I will say that it does hold a special place in my heart. And like you guys were saying, every aspect of it is astounding. And when you realize how much work went into it, I feel like it is really a treat to watch some of the behind the scenes stuff with this one and see it's just, like I said, a labor of love. I can't imagine. And it's really fun to think and kind of speculate on what some of these things could mean. It's stop motion. Nothing happened by accident.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that's happening was animated to happen laboriously. Everything is going to mean something. So it is fun to really speculate what are maybe potential roles that people are playing knowingly or unknowingly. Who the fuck was that woman outside the shop? What was, you know what I mean? And just the duality of everything, the way that they were able to mirror the real world and this like kind of quote unquote perfect other world. And even if you don't dig deeper than that and you just take the story for what it is, it's just so much fun. Like you said, this dark fairy tale. And I think a thing that I really love taking away from it as well is even after all of this, and Coraline is so happy to be home and grateful to have her parents back, they're still her parents. They're not perfect. They're not a perfect family. They're gonna struggle. They're gonna overcome. They're gonna have good days and bad days. And these people are still who they are. Her mother's like, no, I don't fucking like dirt. You know what I mean? Her dad's still fucking goofy. They're not changed. It's just a new appreciation because nobody is perfect. Nobody is that other world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that that's just something so valuable to take away from it that I don't really see being talked about a lot in the context of this film, but I love it. I just really love it. I can just slide into ratings as well. While I'm doing the thing that I said I wasn't going to do. And I'm rambling on more. But yeah, there's no aspect of this that I don't want to shout out, that I don't want to give flowers to, shine a light on, because it's a perfectly well-oiled machine where literally everything is doing what it needs to do. The character design too. I love the way everybody looks. We covered an animated film not very long ago, and we weren't a fan of the character.
And we had to watch it for 90 minutes.
And I mean, it makes a big difference. There is something very, and like you said, T, I think it is going back to just the love of Henry Selick's work. And it feels comforting. It feels like home, even though at my big age, I'm a grown ass woman with the fucking making up a song about Coraline song stuck in my head all week. It is incredible. It transcends age. I think that it is a beautiful film, a spooky film, an accomplishment beyond words. I love it. I can't say enough. Flowers, 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 applause, kisses, all of it. So I'm going to shut the hell up and just say that on a scale from 1 to 10, button bespeckled bell dams, hold on to your butts. I am giving Coraline 10 out of 10 button bespeckled bell dams. Can't say enough good things. I adore this film, and I always will. And I will now open up the floor to you.
Wow, I wasn't expecting you to give it a 10.
I know. I really thought I'd shock you guys with that one.
It's like 7.5?
Yeah. I'm going to give it a 6. I'm giving it a 10, but the 0 is a button.
All right.
Very good.
No, I think you're right about everything. The acting is great. Everything they do in this movie is really good. Like I said, I can't even use that it, to me, feels like a kid's movie. Again, it's not a negative. You know what I mean? But it does take you back in some parts to feeling like a kid, or feeling that dread, or again, when Coraline comes home and her parents are gone and she sets up those pillows.
Yeah.
Like I was like, damn, that's fucking rough, dude. But, and then like you're saying, not everybody's perfect, but it did take her to be in a perfect place to be like, oh no, this is not what I wanted.
Yeah.
This is, you know, but it is for me, the strongest thing is the stop motion. I can't get over, again, everything by hand, what you're doing, the time it's taking, the every little like tiny movements and sets and puppets and everything. It's just fucking stupendous, really. Like, it's over the top to sit there and think about, like, dude, how? There's no way I'm doing that. I'm sorry. I know me, and that's like, I could try. I'd get super frustrated and feel like that. Mm-hmm. But they sat there and were like, no. This is our vision. This is what we're gonna do. Henry Selick and the team and everybody else that worked on this, like I said again, hell the fuck yeah. But yeah, I think this is something that if one of y'all wanted to watch, or Ari wanted to watch, or Jackson or whoever was just like, hey, put it on, let's watch it. Sure, that's fine. I'll be honest, would I put it on myself? Probably wouldn't be my first pick. But if it was on, that's... But if it's on, I'm going to watch it. Mm-hmm. And I'll enjoy it because it's good. But for me, on a scale of 1 to 10, button bespeckled bell dams, I'm going to give Coraline a 9 out of 10. Looking at just, again, the work that went into this, those fucking puppets, the horror, even if it's just, again, I can say till I'm blue in the face that this isn't scary. It doesn't matter if it's not scary. Looking at the craftsmanship that went into this, the time, the care, the love, the everything, that is fucking bravo, dude. Like, goddamn.
I will say for me that some of it was very scary.
I agree.
I'm thinking back to Mr. B, the other Mr. B.
Yeah.
Other father.
More.
Yeah. Like, oh my God. And I think of it as like this just perfect gateway horror.
Yes.
This is a brilliant entry in that little subgenre.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those films that you're like, God damn, why wasn't this around when I was,
Yeah.
whatever age?
Well, they had Puppet Master.
It's a little different.
I was going to say, that was
Hellraiser.
totally the same.
Well, we were watching things we shouldn't have.
All those movies we weren't supposed to be
Those
watching.
weren't intro horror?
I don't think so. Like Basket Case, anyone?
Yeah, wow.
Stop motion?
Well, it's a step. Step in the right direction. No, but I just really, really am so amazed.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a brilliant piece of work, a very ambitious and incredible achievement.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, to say anything else would just be repeating everything everyone else said. We love the film, whoever is listening.
Yeah.
To be clear.
But for me, out of 10 button-bespeckled beldams, I am going to give Coraline a 9.5.
Okay.
I feel like more time with this film and exploring those themes and potential endings and theories and everything.
Yeah.
As well as kind of growing to appreciate and love it even more than I already do.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very good chance that this could be a 10 in the very near future.
That's fair.
Okay.
All right, let's button this up.
A good idea.
Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate Coraline and which we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thank you again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Podmortem or Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, if you're unhappy with your own garden, be sure you're watering and tending to it. If you're able to shift your perspective, it's plain to see that the grass is not always greener on the other side. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montavo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer,
Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle, OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Barikwa, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie Kay, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith,
Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Peña, Danielle Wright, Bud Hates Mushrooms, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, and Jordan McCarthy. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you all.
We are so truly thankful for this community. I have to say, for us, there is no other.
Aww. It's true.
It is. Until next time.